with flowers. Thank you. And now the floor is yours, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's an honor to address you today on behalf of Turkey. As we gather in the vibrant city of Bangalore, we all recognize the paramount importance of collaboration, innovation, and the invaluable contributions of startups. I would like to thank the Indian G20 Presidency for their visionary leadership this year. This summit serves as a catalyst to bring together leading startups from G20 countries and other invited countries. These startups carefully selected across 6 key sectors: agriculture, health, education, finance, secure digital infrastructure, and circular economy, represent the core of the transformative change we need for humanity. When we come together, we are fostering an environment of shared knowledge, experience, and vision. Together, we are harnessing the immense potential of digital innovation to shape the future we want. With their unwavering spirit and remarkable achievements, Turkey's startups are well prepared to play a prominent role. I want to share with you the distance our country's entrepreneurial ecosystem has covered in the last 20 years. The point we have reached is the product of Turkish government's long, extensive, and consistent efforts to expand Turkey's technology ecosystem. Throughout the 2000s, the public sector was the main driving force behind the country's startup ecosystem, offering a variety of programs and policies to enable the establishment and growth of startups. Recognizing the potential of technology and innovation-based efforts, as the government, we were the main investor in this blossoming ecosystem. We turned our attention to fostering a conducive environment for the ecosystem to flourish. We promoted and aided the growth of local startup mentors, accelerator initiatives, networks of angel investors, programs for business internationalization, venture capital funds, and crowdfunding platforms. As startup ecosystem can't rely on traditional banking methods, we kept on supplying essential support to the ventures. These support mechanisms included providing grants to idea to early stage startups. During this time, the essential ecosystem stakeholders began to evolve, setting the stage for the achievements that followed. Distinguished guests, in September 2019, we published 2023 Industry and Technology Strategy of our country. In this document, our vision for Turkey was to turn it into a leading producer of high technology products. We have set concrete targets for various sectors. The emergence of 10 unicorns from Turkey by 2023, by the way, we call them Turkorns, was one of our major goals. Turkish startup ecosystem had not produced any unicorns when we first set out this goal, but we have started to reap the benefits of our phased and long-term policies we put forward since 2002. The Turkish startup ecosystem has made incredible progress and is even today called the star of European tech. 7 Turkish startups have surpassed billion-dollar valuations, and 2 of them have also reached decacorn status. This is a testament to the resilience and growth of the entire ecosystem, as well as the ability of our entrepreneurs. The figures speak for themselves about the progress we have made. Despite global economic uncertainty, we once again exceeded forecasts in 2022 with more than $1.7 billion in investments. The rising capabilities of Turkish startups have been recognized on the global scene as well. Last year, half of the institutional investments were made by foreign investors. Our government has been an unwavering supporter of the startup ecosystem. We are proud but determined to build on what we have achieved. We know that these achievements are just the tip of the iceberg. It's time to upgrade our entrepreneurship ecosystem to the next phase. And we are taking ambitious steps to do just that. In 2022, we launched our national startup strategy. Our goals are clear. We are aiming for 15 turcorns, including 5 decacorns by 2025. Further ahead, our vision is to have 100,000 startups in Turkey by 2030, with 100 turcorns at the forefront. We aim to be one of the top 10 most developed startup ecosystems in the world, and we would like to see Istanbul, the biggest city of our country, among the top 20 most developed startup hubs in the world. We have also implemented a significant initiative within the scope of this strategy. Turcorn 100 program is designed to accelerate unicorn candidates with global ambitions. We offer selected startups mentorship, access to growth, special privileges, and funding opportunities. This initiative demonstrates our dedication to nurturing and elevating the most promising startups in Turkey. I am also pleased to announce a new program that will further strengthen our ecosystem, the Turkey Tech Visa Program. This program is a testament to our commitment to the promotion and growth of Turkey's startup ecosystem. We will provide international talents and startups with comprehensive support, including work permits, tax exemption, mentorship, and consulting. The Turkey Tech Visa is just one of many exciting developments on our agenda for near future. We will continue to share more exciting news in the coming periods. I am also excited to extend an invitation for you to the international startup event that we are hosting in Istanbul this coming December. Known as the Takeoff Startup Summit, this award-winning investment event has been held annually since 2018, featuring global startups, investors, and corporate companies. Applications for startups will remain open until October 1st. I hope you will be a part of this inspirational technology and startup event of the region. Dear all, we have reached significant milestones, but we are far from done. With young and digitally active population, Turkey is hotbed of innovation. Because in today's world, young people are the developers of innovative and disruptive technologies. They are also the founders and leaders of many innovative companies. We are taking new steps to strengthen our human resources so that Turkish startup ecosystem continues to create new success stories. We welcome your investment, expertise, and partnership to nurture and become a partner of our globally recognized startup ecosystem. This ecosystem will continue to be supported by Turkey's strong production base and the government's vision to focus on paradigm shifts in technologies. Focusing on paradigm shifts made our country one of the leading countries on UAV systems and enabled the emergence of our national electric car brand. In the upcoming period, we will continue to launch similar technology initiatives to make Turkey the center of innovation and high-tech production. These initiatives will be a catalyst for fostering innovation startups emerging from our country. Let's embark on this exciting adventure of innovation, growth, and success together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All those statistics that tell us a story and the vibrant atmosphere that you have created, you have shared with us. Thank you so much with us. Let's hear it for Honorable Shri Mehmet Fatih Kachir, Minister of Information and Technology, Republic of Turkey. May I request Shri Suryakant, Director, the MeitY Startup Hub, to felicitate our very special guest with a token of gratitude and offer him a memento to mark the G20 DIA Summit. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you have a fruitful visit to Bangalore and India. I can see that members of the delegation are present as well. Warm greetings, and I hope you get to see the city as well. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, I just want to make sure that our next speaker is online already because he joins us virtually. So can our colleagues please help us bring him up on the screen on stage, after which I shall introduce him. Let me also take up the time to tell you that there is a pitching that's going on. There are many special events, and there is the award ceremony in the afternoon, late evening, I would say. And please make sure that you do not miss any of these. Meanwhile, let's say hi to Austin Russell. Can you hear us, Austin?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Wonderful. Where are you joining us from this morning?
Today I'm joining from Florida, actually. And then, yeah, we have offices all around the world, but headquarters out in Florida, and then secondary offices out in Silicon Valley, previously.
And what time is it? What time is it of the day?
It is 1:20 a.m. So we just did a power nap and then back online.
Indeed. For us, it's a bright morning, pretty sunny in Bangalore, which is known for its awesome weather anyway. It's about 10:50, 10 minutes to 11. So since we have you here, let me introduce myself as the presenter of the show. My name is Vasanthi. You have an audience that is multinational in its composition. There are people from many countries. So would you like to greet Austin, because he is so far away, to make him at least feel not too bad? You can hear them. You could hear the applause for you.
Thank you. Yes, I can. Very much appreciated. So great to be here. Thank you for hosting, and happy to chime in and
indeed,
help share any thoughts, insights, a little bit of the story. But yeah, awesome summit you guys have, it sounds like.
Great, Austin, because there are a lot of young people who want to become self-made billionaires, and who better than you to give that lesson? How many of you in the audience want to become a billionaire? Please put your hands up. It's all right to confess to want to be a billionaire, yeah? I can see hands go up like this. You can do this if you wish. So you are going to have some of those secrets, because, ladies and gentlemen, here we have someone who is the world's youngest self-made billionaire. Austin Russell is an engineer, business leader, self-driving industry pioneer, as the founder and CEO of Luminar Technologies, as you know, the global leader in automotive, leader hardware and software technology. In fact, under Austin's leadership, Luminar has developed the first leader in AI software technology capable of enabling the world's safest vehicles, as well as powering production autonomous vehicles. He has amassed over 50 commercial partners, including the majority of the world's largest automakers, and went public on the NASDAQ in December 2020. Austin started Luminar in 2012 at age, any guess when he started this company? How old was he? 20? 18? Guys, it's age 17. After previously working on various photonics and optoelectronics projects, architecting a new kind of LiDAR to enable safe autonomous functionality on cars, trucks, and robo-taxis with over 100 awarded patents. And at age 25, Austin was recognized as the world's youngest self-made billionaire. He's also a Thiel Fellowship Fellow, MIT Tech Review Innovators Under 35, and Forbes 30 Under 30 alumni. That's about our speaker. Very short bio. Please take him away and take away your learnings. Over to you, Austin.
Great. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. A great introduction there. So excited to be a part of this here, and happy to share any more insight about the story and whatnot. And yeah, it's great to see so much activity in the tech industry as well, and India more generally and broadly. And that's something that we're actually heavily expanding into. It's funny, actually. Earlier today, we just had our quarterly business review with some of the top leaders from around the world coming into Florida to convene, and one of the discussion topics was about our India expansion plan. So there's going to be a lot more that we have ahead, in Delhi and Bangalore that we'll be expanding into. But nevertheless, super exciting, and maybe a little bit of the story there in the case of Luminar. So, as I mentioned, I started off at a pretty early age of, always wanting to know the hows and whys of how things work, the way things worked, and just constantly building. It wasn't as much traditional school for me. I was always, very much self-taught. Watched online video lectures, read a lot of books, did whatever it takes to be able to learn as much as possible. But learned very quickly on that, building things and getting that experience is really nothing that can replace that. So I converted my parents' garage into an electronics and then ultimately an optics and photonics lab, and from there on out, started doing various experiments, projects, builds, other things that led to a number of different projects, everything from getting sponsorships from companies like Intel and NVIDIA for some breakthrough supercomputer work that I was doing, all the way to building out some of these new laser systems that the Beckman Laser Institute took interest in, which I ended up doing instead of my last couple of years of high school. But I think the important part is that from an entrepreneurial perspective, is just always be thinking about how you can, build business and build enterprise value out of the kinds of innovations that you have. And when you have a need in a market that's big enough and you have a solution for that, that's where it can make sense to go all in. And obviously, in my case, there was something very specific. It was around, creating a new kind of laser technology, receiver technology, scanning mechanism, processing electronics, that all added up into this LiDAR system. For those that are not familiar, LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging. It's like a much more accurate form of, radar, by orders of magnitude, that's able to help self-driving cars see and understand the world around them. But a lot of what we were doing in part of my whole vision was, instead of these huge autonomous test vehicles with $100,000 roof racks and a supercomputer in the trunk that's required to run it, to have something that could be cleanly integrated into production vehicles as opposed to just test vehicles, and starting to work with some of the major OEMs to get it towards their traditional consumer vehicle lines, for something that costs more in the order of $1,000 than $100,000. And that's what we were able to do and execute to. The key is that you have to have that first principles thinking, starting from the ground up to be able to make that happen. The way that we were able to really beat out, the largest tech companies, automotive companies, tier ones, all these other major companies that were all working on the same problem, was just by starting from scratch, having that clean slate approach, and then working our way up the stack and executing ultimately the technology vision and plan that it had. So that was super successful. We ended up getting dramatically greater performance and capabilities, cost down, and it's all about bringing on the best people in the world onto the team to be able to make that happen and make that successful. There's a lot of stuff in between in the journey that won't get too much into, but yeah, that was at it was at 17 when I had dropped out after Beckman went up to Stanford briefly, and it was only a few months, and then went full time on Luminar, and that was where it really started to take off. The key was we were actually in stealth mode for the first 5 years of the business, So we were very, very quiet, just developing the four technologies. It was 2017 when we first started to show it off to the world, and that's when the automotive side really picked up. Automotive is one of those industries that it's very very high barrier to entry, but also very high barrier to exit. So very difficult to get in, but if you can get in, then you have these like 10, 20-year long contracts that you're able to attach yourself to. So that's really what was incredibly meaningful in this case. And we executed exactly to that. So ended up being the first system that can actually get onto production vehicles with these different automakers. As we mentioned, we went public a few years ago, and since then I've been meeting or beating all of our different milestone targets, financial guidance, et cetera, for what was we wanted to be able to solve for more generally with these automakers. And that's something that is, I think, a pretty incredibly exciting opportunity where we have now, as of the end of last year, we reported we have signed about $3.5 billion in contracts in aggregate with these different automakers, which we include the majority of the major automakers as customers at this stage. So a lot of them are already starting to move towards these production deals, and that ends up making a huge difference in terms of the kind of business, the economics, and everything that it takes to be able to make that successful. So when you start operating at that scale, that's where you go from millions to billions, and it starts accelerating pretty rapidly. It's never a linear path on the journey. It's always you have your ups, downs, left, right. It usually probably looks something like this along the way. But the important part is you got to stick to the mission, the vision, as long as you believe in it, at least. And be able to see it through and execute and do whatever it takes to win. So that's exactly what we did in this case. And the other thing that I'll mention is that when it comes down to it, one important part of the overall vision that we had is around it wasn't about replacing drivers as much as enhancing drivers for the product. And the important part of this is when it comes to a strategy of the business, you have to really start to tackle the kind of scope that you think is feasible from the start. You start small and then expand there on outward. I think one of the biggest challenges of a lot of companies, they try to take on too much all at once of trying to replace drivers altogether, which turns out is just really, really hard to be able to try and have a full self-driving system. They you no longer need anyone, and you can handle every possible edge case, every possible scenario. I'm very vocal, but very public for me, like 5, 6, 7 years ago, saying everyone's saying that autonomous vehicles are going to be everywhere without drivers. We're roaming around as we welcome our robot overlords, so to say. That's not going to happen anytime soon. And that's exactly how it played out. The whole point of what my whole shtick is that you don't have to be able to replace drivers to start saving the millions of lives that are lost on the road every year. It's 1.5 million lives. It's a leading cause of death by many metrics between age 1 and 44. And is a very, very serious problem, at a global scale. And obviously no country is immune to this, India included, and, where it can be even more impactful than many places around the world just because of the sheer population. So that's something that's super important. And that's why we saw it was really important to get this integrated onto existing production vehicles. As opposed to trying to go for the pipe dream about replacing drivers altogether. So what happens is if it senses that you're going to get into an accident, the vehicle can take over the steering wheel and the braking system and get you out of that situation. So because the collision is imminent or unavoidable. And the important part is that there's some basic systems that are out there today that do this kind of thing, but they only work generally at very low speeds and during daytime. Most accidents happen at nighttime. And the most serious ones happen at higher speeds. So it's that exact kind of thing that we're able to prevent and solve for. And that's really one of the key drivers behind why automakers are starting to not just look at this as an option on high-end vehicles in terms of technology for economy type use cases, but standardize across vehicle lines to be able to dramatically improve the safety of vehicles at the most fundamental level, and ultimately make vehicle accidents a thing of the past. So that's what we're spending the time and energy on. Incredibly excited about this. I've set this 100-year vision and mission for the company. which is to be able to have the opportunity to save as many as 100 million lives and 100 trillion hours of people's time out on the road over the next 100 years. And as we execute to our plan and are able to accomplish that, we'll be able to do exactly that, and then ultimately build hopefully one of the great technology companies and most valuable technology companies of our generation as we do just that. So, the exciting road ahead. Great. Well, I think I heard that there. That thank you for the audience there. I can't. I know I can't see you guys over the video here, but I'm sure that it's a fantastic crowd and I was hearing some great things. So as I said, it couldn't be more excited to be able to expand more broadly, into India, to be able to help accelerate things, and from a technology standpoint more generally. I think it's clear that as part of this whole new era for the industry in a post-pandemic world, India is going to be playing an increasingly critical importance to Silicon Valley more generally, and I think we're certainly excited about the future and the amazing talent that's had. So looking forward to participating in that upside. Looking forward to hopefully saving many lives out on the local roads and doing everything that we can. And with that, we'll have already vehicles out on the road. That'll start rolling out at global scale. Which include India for cars like the Volvo EX90. It's coming up right around the corner next year. The Polestar 3, which is also now available to order with Luminar on the vehicles, as well as the Mercedes next gen lineup that will be now featuring Luminar across their respective vehicle lines. So this is the tech that's going to hopefully help make that impact happen. Or they're already showing it off already. That's why they're signing up to these large scale deals. But now it's all about getting it mainstream. Obviously fully recognize that. In the India market, it's going to require even lower costs and economics when it comes to vehicle lines, and that's where we're starting to work with companies like Nissan and other partners that are even more mainstream vehicles. But will be an incredible, exciting road ahead. So thank you everyone here, and excited to share the future of the vision. Don't ever lose that entrepreneurial spirit and insight. I know maybe my journey and vision sounds kind of crazy with what we were able to pull off with Luminar, but everybody's able to figure out, to create ideas, to innovate, to be entrepreneurial in their own ways. And there's a million different ways you can build a valuable business, and a million different ways you can have impact on the world at the same time. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. So. Thank you guys, and hopefully that helps. If I don't know if you have any more questions or thoughts, but they give some insight about the story.
Thank you. You see, as you say, there people have their own ideas, but it's always good to hear a role model who, and how did he do it his way. So in that sense, it's always useful, and I'm really glad that you're able to join us, Austin Russell. And how do people reach you in case they, there are so many young people in the audience, in case they wish to, is there a social media handle that you would like to share with us? Let's say a Twitter or anywhere else, Instagram or things like that, where they can probably communicate with you. Is that possible?
Yeah, I would say, so we have, Luminar, has a Twitter, and LinkedIn, at Luminar Tech. So you feel free to reach out in that context. Actually, funnily enough, one thing for me, I actually have, at a personal level, I have zero social media. which is not out of protest, but rather have not put any time into it at all, because all I do is just work and focus on my business. But but we have the company page and account, of course, that you guys can feel free to reach out on.
Yeah, Twitter, LinkedIn, and I think that's also a lesson out there for people who actually want to go do real things in the real world. Not much time on the social media. Thank you for all the insights. Let's hear it once again for Austin Russell. I hope you're able to join us live in Bangalore or wherever in India the next summit is being held. But thank you for your time.
Well,
wish you well.
To you guys. Excited about the future. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Of course, the mementos that are usually given to all our special speakers is something that Austin and the host will have to wait for. So ladies and gentlemen, we enter the very first panel discussion on that note. This is going to be on global capital markets paradigm, startup funding opportunities. That is the panel that's the one which is, the reflections are going to happen on this topic. May I therefore invite Shri Sanjay Jain, Partner, Bharat Innovation Fund. If you're in the audience, please join us on stage. Mr. Arjun Rao, General Partner, Special Incept. Venkat S. Raju, Venture Partner, Your Nest Ventures. And to moderate this discussion, I'm going to invite Alec Wright, Chief Product Officer, One Valley. Alec is a Chief Product Officer, a business services company founded in 2012 with a venture capital background. Alec Wright previously held the role of Chief Product Officer at Nest GV. He holds a law degree from Georgetown University Law Center. Please join me with a round of applause in welcoming this panel. It's over to the moderator.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the very kind introduction, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you today. I'd like to take a moment and thank everyone for spending the next 45, 50 minutes with us, and welcome you to day 2 of the G20 DIA Summit. As I was just introduced, I'm Alec Wright. I'm the Chief Product Officer of One Valley and one of the managing directors of One Valley Ventures, where we invest in pre-seed and seed startups across a variety of different industries. Through One Valley, we support hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs across the world. So this discussion is incredibly close to my heart, as we're going to go into the depths and turns of today's funding landscape and what it means for entrepreneurs across India and across the world that are building the industries and technologies of tomorrow. Risk capital is truly the fuel of the startup economy, and there are hundreds of thousands of companies across the world that are dependent upon venture capital, angel investment, and people willing to put money behind their dreams and vision. So we could not have a gathering of many of the G20's top startups and stakeholders without having a conversation on funding and its impact on the startup ecosystem. So let's take a moment and meet our panelists. First, it's my pleasure to introduce Sanjay Jain, a partner at the Bharat Innovation Fund. Sanjay is a technology leader with a passion for digital public goods. He's a partner at the Bharat Innovation Fund and is also the chair of the technology committee at MOSIP and a volunteer at iSprit. He's been responsible for the development of many large-scale, high-impact systems, including Google Mapmaker, UPI, and Adahar. Sanjay, thank you so much for being with us today. Next, I'd like to introduce Arjun Rao, a general partner at Special Invest. Arjun has spent over 15 years in the technology and internet startup ecosystem in India. He started his career at Yahoo and later joined Ibibo as a product manager. The entrepreneurial bug led him to start an edutech startup and also a travel tech startup, Travel-Yari, where he led tech and product teams as well as strategy and fundraising at all phases of the startup lifecycle. At Travel-Yari, he built the company to achieve revenues of over 40 million and raised $12 million across several different funding rounds. Arjun's experience spans product development, product management, digital marketing at various growth stage companies. Again, we're incredibly fortunate to have an operator and investor like Arjun joining us on today's panel. And then finally, it's my pleasure to introduce Venkat S. Raju, who's a venture partner at Your Nest Venture Capital. He has a serial entrepreneur, 3 exits, 2 in Silicon Valley and 1 in Bangalore, and also a seasoned corporate executive at Fortune 500 corporations across financial services, high tech, and telecom, based out of New York, San Francisco, London, and Bangalore. He's an active angel investor, advisor, and board member in startups, currently with a portfolio of over 70 companies, and is also an advisor to select funds, incubators, and accelerators. Will everyone please take a moment and welcome our panelists to the stage and thank them for their time today. I'd like to get started with a general question for our panelists. There has been almost endless discussion over the incredibly dynamic startup funding landscape over the last 3 to 4 years. We saw an unprecedented influx in capital flow into startups across the globe in 2020 and 2021, and then a major correction that saw global startup funding drop about 35% in 2022 and another 50% year over year in the first quarter of 2023. So I'd love to start with you, Sanjay. When you think about today's funding landscape, what is your perspective on today's opportunities in India and what startups should be thinking about as they seek their next round of funding?
So, as an investor, I believe in a lot of fundamentals, and I would like to see my companies build out a viable unit economics model, prove it with very limited amount of capital, and then and only then apply the fuel to grow. And so I think that's advice for all times, not just for today. The only issue is that when there's a big amount of glut of capital, bad money chases out good money. And you have to watch out, you have to raise capital in a competitive way, but that's not now. So I think stick to the fundamentals, build out a viable business, understand the customer, what they want, what they don't want, and there are enough people out there, even with the reduced capital requirements, who will come out and support you.
No, I think it's back to basics for founders, and a lot of the excess of 2020 and 2021 where you could raise capital at unbelievable valuations with minimal traction. I think we're coming back to reality and having to focus on building profitable businesses that have the opportunity to be capital efficient and really impact without raising necessarily hundreds of millions or billions of dollars before you get to that point.
Actually, there are certain sectors where that's not going to be the case, but for I think the vast majority of startups, that is the case. I mean, if you want to build out a drug or you want to build a LiDAR system like our previous guest, right? I mean, you're going to need a fairly large amount of capital to start with. And to do that, you need a lot of credibility. And so typically it will be people who have built that credibility who then are able to bring that large amounts of seed capital to bear. But I think for the vast majority of founders, I would say that's not the case.
It certainly makes sense, and we'll have a deeper conversation on deep tech startups in general and the unique dynamics that they're facing here in a moment. But I think it's really incumbent upon entrepreneurs to take advantage of the efficiencies that software has created, where now you can build big businesses quickly and efficiently, and get to those profitable unit economics early. So Venkat, are you seeing similar dynamics? And what advice would you have for founders that are fundraising in the new world?
Very much so. So I am old enough to know I was there during the dot-com bubble in the Bay Area, and then I was in New York during the 2008 Lehman crisis, and then like even most recently during the COVID situation, the advice was on unit economics and watch your capital. But this cycle keeps, we never seem to learn from the past, and it keeps repeating. So hopefully at least this time, at least the young entrepreneurs out there, fundamentals matter, I would say. Unit economics matter. Think about, you are not going to be subsidizing every single transaction with investor money. If that is your business model, you're going nowhere. So go back to basics, go back to fundamentals, and if you have that, I think even in the toughest of climates, you will be able to raise money.
Thank you, Venkat. And Arjun, what are you seeing at Special Invest?
Yeah, I think I'll resonate with what my colleagues have said. We are an early stage fund focused on deep technology ideas. We're typically the first check in, right, when somebody has a concept and an idea and they want to build it out and take it to market, right? And in this environment, for us, it goes back to the basics, which is to say, innovation is always best done under constraints, right? And we've come back to that situation where constraints are being forced upon everybody, unlike maybe 2020, 2021, right? And that's what's very important for all ecosystem stakeholders alike, investors as well as entrepreneurs, is to sort of try and forget 2020 and 2021. It's not easy, but we have to forget those 2 years happened and understand that it'll probably never come back, right? And be focused on really innovating and using all the cutting edge tools and tech that is available to everyone to build really great businesses, both in hardware and software. And that's what we're focusing on. That's the kind of entrepreneurs we're looking for. That's the kind of ideas we're looking for.
No, I think the notion of big ideas getting funded on day one, versus having to do the work and actually build long-lasting businesses is just the new reality. I'm curious, given that you're often the first check into a lot of companies, what are you looking for? Or what can an entrepreneur do to excite you in that first interaction when they may not have the traction or the track record of a couple years of growth?
Yeah, I think that's, we don't have the numbers, we don't have data at that point in time, so it's fairly subjective. But 2 or 3 key aspects that we care about and that we spend a lot of time trying to evaluate at that stage is, why is this founder building this company? Right? What is the problem statement that this founder has identified, right? And obviously the solution for that being substantially differentiated than what is available in the market. So the why of solving this problem, why the timing is right, and why this particular founder is very, very critical to us. And typically in deep tech startups, right, you need deep technical insight to solve a problem. And for that, we feel that the founder should have spent time either in academia or in corporate or in some close setting to have identified this problem and figured out a solution. So for us, the history of where the founder comes from and why they're trying to solve this problem is super critical. And we try to really peel the layers of the onion and spend a lot of time talking to these founders to understand how they've arrived at that. The second aspect is, do we see a sense of tenacity in the founders? Right, to go through the long haul, to build a business, to build a company over 10, 15, and even longer periods of time. And again, you got to see, what experiences they've had in life, what their personal motivations are, right, to see, because you're going to face problems. You're going to face ups and downs. You're going to face a downturn or two, right, in building a large company and in that journey, right? So that's the number 2 to say, is there tenacity to go through really tough phases, capital not available, really high competition, right, hiring talent, so on and so forth. The third is, how do they sell the vision, right? Because that is, again, for a founder is what a key aspects of what a founder has to do. You got to sell the vision all the time because it takes time to build the product, then take it out to market, then have revenues and a brand, right? But in the interim, you're still selling a vision. You first sell it to probably your co-founders. Second, you sell it to investors. And then you want to hire amazing talent to execute on the vision that you have. So you've got to sell that to early talent because you cannot pay market salaries. So consistently, you're selling a vision. So you've got to see if the founder has that capacity and that capability to sell the vision. So we sort of look at these 3 aspects. They're not comprehensive, but they're a good starting point for us.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And as we're working with the 120 companies that are pitching here yesterday and throughout today, we're always saying you're always pitching. And whether it's to those stakeholders or to your family because you're spending all your time at the office and selling the vision, you need to get really comfortable with that. But I'd love to shift the conversation a little bit to some of the other changes in the startup landscape. It hasn't just been volatility of capital, but I'm really curious as to this group's thought on the impact of digital innovation and digital platforms enabling startups to fundraise more effectively, which again was one of the outcomes of 2020 and 2021 when we couldn't be in person as much. I'm curious, Venkat, maybe we'll start with you. Are you seeing an impact from these type of digital platforms, or is it more narrative than reality?
In bits and pieces, have they come mainstream? Not quite, but in different regions, in different pockets, I've seen a virtual Shark Tank mode, if you will. I've seen angel platforms and networks offering the capability to pitch everything done completely digital without any offline, in-person meetings, if you will. And then like a combination of various technologies, whether it is a social media like Clubhouse, where they bring together investors and founders together for pitch sessions and so on. So a variety of things, and I'm not even going into the Web3 DeFi land, but clearly an ability for not just like the typical investors, but retail investors, the ability to participate in fundraising activities. So these are all emerging. They haven't come mainstream. And again, I'm not going into the crypto side of things and ICOs, et cetera, but you really look at the landscape, a wide variety of technologies, tools, are all platforms coming together to create a real automated fundraising ecosystem, if you will. How long will it take? Time will tell. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the young entrepreneurs because they do have multiple choices now. Sitting here in Bangalore, they should be able to connect with a variety of investors, in a variety of locations. As long as they are able to make the case, they should be able to raise money.
No, I think it's a great point that it's the structured, purpose-driven platforms like angel platforms and Shark Tank-like platforms, but it's also then things like Twitter, or now X, if that's what it's called, where people are able to build in public, raise awareness around what they're doing. It's been very interesting to see people attracting angel investment via Twitter and some of those other places.
Even like the crowdfunding guys like Kickstarter, Indiegogo, they started with pre-ordered stuff, but have moved on to funding projects and films, you name it. So the variety of options available. And I haven't touched on the debt side of things because most startups, clearly, until they reach a later stage, they get access to venture debt. But increasingly now, debt is an option for startup founders as well. Whether it is on revenue-based, invoice discounting, and a variety of other platforms offering them. So equity and dilution is not necessarily the only route for them.
It's no longer a time when, as a founder, you just line up as many VC meetings as you can, and that's your fundraising process. Right. Sanjay, I'd really like your perspective on this, and particularly what you're seeing here and your thoughts, but also the role that this is playing in potentially creating new funding opportunities for entrepreneurs that aren't in major tech hubs and don't have immediate access to some of those traditional venture ecosystems, because I know that's a big focus of the Broad Innovation Fund.
Actually, from the we are part of a family of vehicles, and so some of them do have that focus. But broadly, what we do is we go out with very focused ways to say we are going to raise funding, for example, for space tech. So we run a space tech accelerator, we bring in the right startups, and then we also try and bring in investors who can then connect with them. So we actually go with very focused activities on that side of it. That's really more part of our sister organization called CIIE, and not really a part of the Bharat Fund. But I do see the growth of all of these platforms as really a democratization of funding. And we see a lot of retail investors, people who are founders, HNIs, et cetera, who want to be a part of this ecosystem. And I think while Shark Tank raises global awareness, and you can hear conversations in a plane where people say, I want to offer X for 5% or whatever, right? I mean, that kind of language has seeped into our common culture. And that's quite exciting because that does mean that the people are willing to support innovation through writing checks. I also think that a lot of them will, we know this is very risky capital. And, but I think it's good that, there is a phase where it will grow and then it'll become more smart and intelligent and consolidate. But I do see that for a startup entrepreneur who is not in a major town, their ability to raise funds is actually going up. And that's a great, great thing.
The focus on inclusivity is one of our main goals here today and with the entire G20 DIA Summit. And we certainly are in the early days of what this new digital funding landscape looked like. But I think democratization is really the right word for it. And I'm curious, Arjun, what's your perspective on the role of digital platforms?
No, I think it's been well covered by both Sanjay and Venkat. So, not too much additional to add. The only one thing I'll probably say is, that fine balance of, crowdsourced capital with strong, diligenced institutional capital. I think that balance can work magic for founders, right? On the crowdsourced side or the angel side, democratized side, the other aspect that Sanjay mentioned is you're getting operators, you're getting founders who are putting in. And that is, again, a big win for founders when they're raising money. It's sort of, it's not the check size, but the check size is a signal that you can get access to somebody's time, right? Somebody who's been there, done that. And how a founder can use that is going to be very valuable, right? Don't just look at it as whether it is $50,000 or $100,000 or whatever, small pools of capital, but look at it as, hey, I can tap into this person's background and this person's network and understanding of the market while I build the business. And that's why you want to get a bunch of angels on board. I think both these concepts make a lot of sense, and I think we're just moving in that direction.
Actually, I do want to add to Arjun's point here, because actually we are all three very similar, so you'll see a lot of agreement between us. But the point I wanted to add on was that in the Indian startup ecosystem, if you will, about 8-10 years ago, when we were looking at this ecosystem, we said there's not been enough generation of entrepreneurs, and not generations from the sense of birth, but people building companies, then supporting the next player, or even early employees leaving and starting their own. So I think what we're now seeing is that maturity. We now see entrepreneurs who supported other entrepreneurs who supported other entrepreneurs. We're like about 3 or 4 generations deep right now. And I think that in itself is such a great sign for the ecosystem that, I think we will see more and more benefits out of that.
No,
I wish 15 years ago when I started my company, I had these options, right? So it's a great place to be.
No, it's so true. We always talk about, we always get asked, what's the magic of Silicon Valley? And what we always say is it's the pay it forward mindset and culture, and that flywheel of entrepreneurs coming and supporting that next generation of entrepreneurs that you really start to see ecosystems take off. And it's such a great point that India's at that incredible moment right now where entrepreneurs are just, the ecosystem has reached such a level of maturity. Now, it's been mentioned a couple times since we've been up here, but we have several of India's most successful deep tech investors on the stage. And so I'd love to shift focus of the conversation to this particular category of startups that are taking core intellectual property and hard science to solve some of the world's most challenging problems. Of course, that's why we're here today, and that's why we're focused on agri-tech, health tech, fintech, circular economy, secure digital infrastructure, and EdTech. These are a lot of the innovations that are driving meaningful change in these places are those kind of deep tech examples. So, I'd love to hear, Sanjay, what are you seeing as investor appetite for deep tech in India, and what is unique about the funding and commercialization needs of deep tech startups?
So, if you look at deep tech startups, there is typically a fairly, depending on the space that you're operating in, that kind of technology, there is the time to actually build out the underlying IP or moat, if you will. And when we talk about Bharat Innovation Fund, our thesis is that IP serves as a moat. It's something which prevents other people from copying what you're doing. And that takes time to build, and also time to demonstrate that it actually makes a difference in the end product. And so, but there is a fair amount of funding at the earlier stages. We typically come in after some of that has been demonstrated, but I think my colleagues here on the dais come in a little earlier than we do. But there is funding available at all 3 stages, starting from the early stage and then the pre-Series A, Series A category onwards. But the needs are beyond the money. It is what kind of expertise we can bring to diligence the deal, what kind of connectivity we can provide the entrepreneurs in their go-to-market strategy, because typically when you're building something, you end up needing a way to take it to market, to do pilots, to build partnerships, and the kind of support that it takes. And I think a lot of the institutional capital out there really focuses on making that happen. And that's eventually how you would succeed in that real world where you not take this IP and try to bring it to market.
Yeah, and it's so true that really purely technical founders really need that support ecosystem on go-to-market, and sometimes they have a co-founder, but sometimes it's their investors in the ecosystem that help them bridge from the science and technology into the commercial market. Arjun, you mentioned that Special Invest is focused on funding these innovators at the earliest stages. what has been your experience with the growth of deep tech in India, and what do you think's coming next?
We started the firm about 6.5 years ago with, you know, a view that we were on the cusp of a deep tech revolution in India, right? And if you just look back the last 30 years or so, we started with IT services. We went on to have, you know, offshore dev centers of product companies, global Silicon Valley companies set up shop here. I started my career at Yahoo, right here in Bangalore, right? And after that, we built our own product companies, but those are, which is Flipkarts of the world, the Paytms of the world, Swiggies of the world, so on and so forth, but they were mainly tech-enabled. They were not deep tech, right? They were not IP-driven, as Sanjay was mentioning, right? So it just logically makes sense that now the talent pool has grown substantially. We have know-how, and we are stepping up to the next level of building cutting-edge stuff. The timing has to be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, we have to build these. That's when we started. From an evolution perspective, it's been amazing to see how many founders we see now in the ecosystem solving really hard problems, hardware and software. I think India is a little stronger known for software, right? But I think that is fast changing, that we're building amazing hardware companies. And typically these days, hardware is never hardware alone. It is always hardware plus software. And that integration is happening very strongly. Second, we're also known to be very frugal innovators in general, because we did not have disproportionate capital. Both these things, I think, augur very well for the transition into the deep tech ecosystem, right? And over the last 5-6 years, we have seen both number of entrepreneurs and the quality of entrepreneurs grow. And second, from an investor perspective, like Sanjay was mentioning, the number of funds focusing on these areas and spending time and dollars is also growing. So that's, I think, we are on the cusp. We're starting to see the really larger funds who were maybe in the first few years biding their time, but they're now starting to bite, right? And all of this is very exciting.
No, I think there's a very good chance that Austin Russell's next competitor for the next great LiDAR innovation may be coming out of India, and that's an exciting
definitely looking
thing
for
to see.
them. We're definitely looking for them.
Now, Venkat, both of them have mentioned the importance of intellectual property and the potential moat it could create for companies. I'm curious, as your nest is looking at entrepreneurs, what is the work you do to diligence IP, and then how do you see IP affecting the long-term success of deep tech ventures?
So we like to call ourselves looking into companies that are IP-led. So it is like better be really deep in terms of technology. And what we look for is not necessarily how many number of patents that they have. It is but like the depth. Is the IP deep enough? And that means, is that truly original? It is not something that's copied from somewhere and they're trying to create something like with a slightly better mousetrap. But is that really deep technology, fully thought through with original thinking, that is going to create real innovative products and solutions that are highly differentiated? That is primarily what we look for. Then obviously we spend quite some time with the founders to understand the overall IP strategy. Because for me, IP is a means to an end to create competitive differentiation, means to an end to create a moat and a defensibility for the long term. So that means IP also needs to be thought through in terms of timing. Like, okay, are you going to file for patents and reveal a lot of information even before you have established yourself? What is the right time? And where do you want to file your patents, for example? Do you want to say, I had 20 patents sitting in India and your market is global, but I can't afford to spend so much money elsewhere in the US, Europe, etc. So these are the kind of things that we sit down with the founders, better understand, post the investment in terms of what is the IP strategy going to be, how is it going to be done, and is it really truly differentiated? Personally speaking, for me, I look for core, the quality of the patents, if you will, and not necessarily the quantity. And so that's how we look at it.
No, and I think it's a great point as to the value that investors with this experience can bring, which is, you're a founder and you're focused in a deep technical area. You're not looking at the Madrid Protocol and understanding what global intellectual property protection looks like, and bringing the right investors that have that experience can actually create your IP strategy over the long term. So I'd like to shift focus to another central theme of this conference. If you look around, you'll see the phrase "One Earth, One Family, One Future." And I'm really curious about the role of innovation driving improvements in environmental, social, and governance outcomes, often referred to ESG. I'm curious, is there anyone here where ESG plays a role in how they're thinking about where they deploy capital and the entrepreneurs that they want to support?
Yeah, I could, just give a headline, right? Whether the term being ESG or not, specifically is probably debatable. But for us, it's the broader problem of making the climate a better place, right? And we're all dealing with this every day in terms of climate change and issues because of that, and global warming and et cetera, right? As a deep tech fund, our focus was always tech first, innovation first, et cetera, when we were looking at companies. And actually, over the last year or so, when we started looking at our portfolio, we saw most of the hardware innovation ended up having very strong climate tech flavors by default, right? I think the hardest problems in climate tech will need to be solved with innovation, hardware mainly, right? And of course, some combination of data, software, and AI. And therefore, right, it just seems like for us, deep tech, climate tech is sort of a very strong overlap anyway, correct? So while we don't call ourselves a climate tech fund, but if you look at our portfolio, you'll find that about 30–40% of our portfolio is actually solving climate problems. We have satellite companies that are doing Earth observation to help identify, various, data points like, wildfires and warming, right? We have water companies that are building water from air. We have companies that are generating green hydrogen. There's just many, many examples of this, right? I think the lines will get blurred, and finally, as long as you're solving large industry and commercial problems, which are also making the world a better place to live, I think capital will continue to flow. So that's my 2 cents. I don't know if I answered the ESG angle of it.
No, it's great. And it's the question of, it's not ESG for the sake of ESG. It's aligning economic returns and building big businesses with the environmental outcomes and solving the problems that we're really facing as a world.
So, Alec, we have a slightly different, when we invest, part of our thesis is inclusion. And when we say inclusion, we are actually talking more about formalization, financial inclusion, bringing people into the job market. And so, taking technology to where more people can access it and leverage it. So it's a very different angle. I don't think that gets measured in the ESG metrics that you hear about in the public markets. But that's really a lot of what we do, is try and see how we reduce costs, and hence we can serve a larger market more viably. And we see this in payments, we see this in banking services. So a lot of fintech is, the headline fintech is still serving the top end of the market, but the real impact of fintech from an inclusion perspective is really where you go to a village and you can make a digital payment, you can make sure that they get a loan in a very short period of time that is affordable to their and fit for their purpose. And so I think there is a lot of that, and that's really a big part of our portfolio, is supporting that kind of innovation. There's a platform for gig workers, making sure people get more jobs. So I think we are in that phase of our journey where we are taking technology, taking it beyond the top 100, 200 million people in the country down to the next 500 million. And the only reason I say that is the rest is children. And so for us to take technology, to bring them all into the formal parts of society, to digitize their lives, to help them put these digital footprints, which then can be used for their benefit, is something which we focus on. A lot of our portfolio is about that, and we very much look at that angle when we invest.
No, it makes so much sense. It's when technology and innovation gets, pushed from the 1% out into the world that you really start changing people's lives, impacting culture, and inclusion is certainly one of the focus and themes of the day. And unless we have a tech ecosystem that is really helping everyone, it's never going to fulfill its true potential. So I'm curious, it's a perfect segue into this question of inclusion. What are you seeing, and Venkat, as you're looking at supporting founders, how are you ensuring that not only is the technology that's being built impacting a broader group of society, but that the entrepreneurs that are, that you're seeing and that are getting funded are coming from diverse backgrounds, diverse geographies, and that, capital is flowing into the best ideas regardless of zip code or pedigree.
So clearly merit matters, quality matters, so we are never going to compromise on who we choose based on other factors, but certainly we do apply a ESG lens, if you will, because as partners we do believe in inclusion, ESG and such principles, not to mention our LP, our anchor LP, if you will, has strict guidelines on ESG. So every single investment before we make a decision, we look at it from an ESG lens, an inclusion lens, diversity, and clearly we are part of this overall ecosystem. And yes, you talked about zip codes, and there are some, when we talk about the startup ecosystem in India, it's always Bangalore and NCR and Mumbai, etc. But we do really look and make an effort to unearth promising entrepreneurs. So this is done proactively through a pull, if you will. So some of us actually spread out across the country in search of high quality startups. For example, we ran a program called SOAR. The intent being we went across hinterlands to identify, so we threw a sort of challenge, over a long weekend, spent time in these pockets to identify. And in that process, we did really find enough good startups to invest, and some of the best ones performing now in our portfolio happen to be such startups, actually.
And doing the work to see those different companies is it's important for those entrepreneurs, and it's important for fund returns, because if you're only, fishing in the same pool of entrepreneurs as every other fund, as Arjun said, sometimes bad capital runs out good capital. But no, it's very helpful insight. Now, I'd love to talk about the role of ecosystems, and this is both in making startups generally successful, but also making the inclusion that you were just discussing possible. Venkat, what have you been seeing about, especially given you've been a mentor in so many different accelerator programs, you've worked in so many different ecosystems. What do you think are the most important elements of a robust, powerful startup ecosystem, and what stakeholders need to be, around the table to make that work?
This is a great forum right now. We have like 20 different countries, and the minister from Turkey talked about what he's trying to do. And we hear that across the board, certainly in India, all the way from the central government to each one of the state governments, and they are all trying to compete, and very constructively, I would say, in terms of creating ecosystems. The bar has been set. Everyone talks about Silicon Valley and how they were able to bring together, entrepreneurs, academia, governments, funding entities, etc. I would like to call out the Cambridge, Massachusetts ecosystem, actually, in terms of following something, because you see an effective collaboration where the central government, whether it is their grants, agencies such as NIH, FDA, and so on, providing the grants to MITs and the Harvards of the world for, research activities, who in turn have students who turn into entrepreneurs. You have the VCs, life sciences focused VCs coming together, and the participation of industry, biotech companies, pharma companies. If you look around like a 2-mile radius out there, they have figured out, I won't call it a playbook, but what their respective roles are going to be. And what I see is like very good, well-meaning policies and proposals and grants and everything, but we still haven't created such a playbook. It's hard. Other regions have tried to replicate and copy that, and not very successfully. It's very hard to pull that off. So we need to create a framework and a playbook to see how all these well-meaning efforts come together, and where we all can collaborate together for the benefit of the overall ecosystem. Once you do it at a regional level, we can take it to a national level. Once you take it to that, then we do it at a G20 level, and perhaps way beyond G20. So that's a dream.
I think we've got a vision. I mean, that sounds like an incredible way to think about the future of startup ecosystems in India and beyond. You know, Sanjay, you were saying earlier that you set up these thematically focused incubation programs and acceleration programs, and how you bring all the right people around the table, you know, for those particular themes. What is the impact that you've seen of kind of having that ecosystem that's purpose-built for those companies?
So for the last 4 years, we ran something called the Bharat Inclusion Initiative around the same inclusion theme. We got a lot of funding from philanthropic capital because that's what it is meant for, is to drive inclusion. And we were able to bring in experts from around the country who could then mentor these startups. And you know, we did village immersion programs where we took the startups to the field. We had the product being tried out by different people, gathered feedback, and so on. And I think we found that the kind of capital that was put in got a leverage of over 40x from actual, you know, non-philanthropic capital, so to speak, right? And so they're able to raise more and then build. And while it's still early days, you know, we'll see the outcomes. But overall, every metric we are tracking, number of, so we had about $15 million go into this, 1.5. And that had, you know, we reached out to over 20 million people through these startups. They raised, like I said, a large amount of capital to follow on. They raised the number of women who we were able to, whose lives we were able to impact was quite large, and so on. I think every metric that the philanthropists are looking for, we were able to meet and exceed. And I think those startups are now hopefully going to go out and make scale up and make even more of a difference.
We need to learn more about that playbook and you know, what the elements of it that really worked were, because there's such a need for that both across India as well as the globe, in creating those ecosystems that, again, I think maybe the word of the panel is democratize, you know, access to innovation and opportunity. So with that, we are unfortunately out of time. I would love to chat with this group for another 20, 30 minutes, but I really want to take another minute to thank this incredible panel of investors and operators. This 45 minutes was packed with a lot of insight for entrepreneurs across India as well as the globe, and it was a real pleasure getting to spend this time up here today. Please, let's get a warm round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you, Alec.
Thank you, and I request you to stay back for a moment because you have a very important task to do, which is help us release a white paper. And please, if the white paper copies could be handed over to our panelists. Digital Revolution, Unlocking Social Welfare Through Health Tech Innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the white paper that's being launched before your eyes. And I would like to thank all our panelists for a wonderful session. And after the release of this white paper, meanwhile, some of you who want to know about this can find the QR code in your own conference kits. You can look for this, particularly the Unlocking Social Welfare Through Health Tech Innovations. If you are in this space, it's of definite interest to you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for doing the deed. May I request the moderator to hand over tokens of gratitude, mementos to all our speakers. First to Mr. Sanjay Jain, Partner, Bharat Innovation Fund. To Mr. Arjun Rao, General Partner, Speciale Incept. To Mr. Venkat S. Raju, Venture Partner, Your Nest Ventures. And may I request Mr. Suryakant to please step up on stage, Program Director, MeitY Startup Hub, to offer a memento to our very able moderator, Mr. Alec Wright, Chief Product Officer, One Valley. And for coming to this stage of the G20 DIA Summit and for sharing so much of your wisdom and of your work experiences, we would like to thank you with a round of applause, please, from the audience. Thank you once again. I hope you have a very productive time at the summit. Meanwhile, it's time for me, Vasanthi, to invite the next panel onto the stage. This is on the topic of digital innovation, scaling for success. May I invite Sri Rajiv Gupta, President, PB Fintech Policy Bazaar. If you're here in the room, yes, Mr. Rajiv Gupta from Policy Bazaar, Mr. Deepak Gupta, Senior Managing Director, TIAA, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, GM, Global Enterprise and Technology Director, Unilever. May I request all our, I know there are boards being changed, so do give us a couple of minutes, but in the interest of time, I would like to invite all our guests to please step up on stage. Shri Anant Agarwal, Chief Platform Officer, 2U and founder, EDX from the USA. Mr. Anant Agarwal. Amitesh Sinha, Mr. Sinha, VP Corporate Venture Capital, Vedanta. And to moderate this panel, may I invite Shri Jagan Vaisyaraju, co-founder and CEO, Mix Store. Jagan is a diplomat turned entrepreneur. He's worked with OECD, that's the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and he's looked after India's bilateral relationships with various countries. It's going to be a productive discussion, I'm sure, and I now hand it over to the moderator, Mr. Jagan.
Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome to the G20 DIA Summit, and it is my pleasure to moderate this panel. So let me introduce the panel, and I would like it to make it super interactive. So in between, if you have any questions to ask, you can just give it to the people here so that we will be able to take these questions for the last 5 minutes. So I'm here, and in my left, I do have Gaurav Gupta, who is the GM for Global Enterprise and Technology Director for Unilever. To my right, I do have Deepak Gupta, who is the Senior Managing Director for TIA. And to further right, I do have Amitesh Sinha from Vedanta. And further right, I do have Anant Agarwal, CEO, edX USA. And to the last, to Rajiv Gupta, President, PB Fintech. So I would like to I'll leave to the panel to introduce individually for them for at least for 1 minute so that they can really brief them. Okay, to Rajiv, to you on the right.
Hi, I think I will already been introduced. My name is Rajiv Gupta. I represent a company called PB Fintech Limited that runs 2 large subsidiaries, Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar. We also have many other small subsidiaries, but I'll cut it short. We've recently got a license for running an account aggregator business from RBI, a couple of months back. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Anant Agarwal. I was the founder of edX, and many of you have likely taken courses on edX. edX is an online learning platform where we partner with some of the world's top universities like MIT and Harvard and Oxford and Cambridge and IIM Bangalore and IIT Bombay and companies like Google and Meta and Amazon, where we offer courses from them to our learners all over the world. Today we have 76 million learners from every single country in the world, and over 5 million learners from India alone. Learners come to our platform to upskill and reskill, learn about AI or machine learning or law, and when they complete a course, they get a certificate from the university, like Harvard or MIT or other places. So in this panel, we'll, I guess, get a chance to talk about how we built edX into this major giant.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amitesh Sinha. I am representing Vedanta. I lead the Vedanta Spark program. Vedanta, we all know, it's one of the largest resources company. We have a diversified portfolio into metals, energy, and power. So at Vedanta Spark, our initiative is to digitize and innovate together with the young minds from the startup community. Our program is building an ecosystem of startups which is not only helping in our operations, but we are collaborating with these startups to ensure that how we create an ecosystems and be the industry player, that they just not only help us, but it becomes one of the best practices in the industry, and the industry adaptation becomes easier for everyone. So Vedanta is operated very traditionally from past 40, 45 years, but this is an initiative which was led by our chairman, Anil Agarwal, which focuses on identifying the right use cases where the startups can help and support us. They're helping us in our day-to-day operations, not only just by bringing volume upliftment, cost enhancement, business excellence, and ESG, but through the ecosystem what we are creating, we are envisaging that we will be creating something which is not only helping Vedanta, but helps the community and the industry at large.
Morning, everyone. This is Deepak Gupta. I am part of TIAA. TIAA is a Fortune 500 financial services organization, and we serve who serve others. So we have millions of participants in the field of education, medical, research, and furthermore areas. TI has a vision of providing lifetime income for all with the investments that build a better world. Personally, I take care of the enterprise technologies as TI India offices, and I also lead the innovation charter at TI India. It's an honor to be here. And before I pass on, I must congratulate MeitY for putting such a fabulous show, which is so big, impactful, and collaborative.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gaurav Gupta, and I represent Unilever. As many of you would know, Unilever is a company that is existing with its products in every country of the world, and it's known for its sustainability agenda. What we are going to be talking to all of you here is going to be at the core of Unilever's agenda as well. We are driving the overall innovation agenda for global Unilever, and I represent the technology leadership and the representation of innovation agenda in Unilever. Glad to be here, delighted to be amongst all of you, and hats off to MeitY again, for really putting up a show over here. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. So we have a very fabulous panel covering across wide sectors, from fintech to retail tech to a large financial services firm to an edtech to an energy-based sustainability firm. So as we move forward, so I'm setting the context for this panel. Today we are talking about the digital innovation and scaling for success. It is very pivotal for any industry or any company to really build on the digital agenda, or else there is no future for them in the next decades. So we start with Rajiv. So Rajiv comes from a very strong fintech background. Earlier he used to work with SBI, and then he's the president for PolicyBazaar, which is one of the largest fintech aggregators or a platform based in India. So can you just throw some light to us? How has digital innovation transformed for the landscape of the insurance and policy management in India? And how does PolicyBazaar is building the agenda for this or taking the lead of this initiative?
Thank you. I think PB Fintech was started in the year 2008, and PolicyBazaar was the first company which PB Fintech started under its umbrella. The thought process behind starting PolicyBazaar in those days by the founders, Mr. Yashish Daya and Mr. Alok Bansal, was when they were all sitting as friends, some of them wanted to buy an insurance policy and they were unable to decide which policy to buy, and so they Googled all the different websites to check which policy is best suited. I'm just sharing a little history for you to know, and that is where they found that this information should be available at one place. And Policy Bazaar's birth took place from that idea where every insurance company's features, products, information were put on one platform, and digitally this was presented to the entire country that you can now choose to buy your own insurance policy by logging on to Policy Bazaar and choose what best suits for you. So all insurance company products are available at one go. Rest is history. Obviously, a couple of years down the line, we started Paisa Bazaar, which is into financial products. But insurance from probably less than 10 crores of premium, last year Policy Bazaar did close to 13,000 crores of premium, which is one of the largest insurance distributors in the country, and that's the kind of scale which we have seen, and entirely through digital. I think all our payments are digital, all our reach is digital. What we've done in the last 1 year is we have started some offline support, because India as a country still has a lot of markets which want some kind of a human touch, So while we operate digitally, we educate customers digitally about the various products available, but this offline support only helps consumers to meet somebody face to face and try to learn what best product suits them, So digital certainly has helped us to scale where we are today, and I'm sure confident digital is going to help us future as well,
So I'm sure every one of us would use Policy Bazaar services at least once in their lifetime. So next to Anant, so you're one of the leading players in the EdTech industry. So can you just throw us some light as the EdTech industry is rapidly evolving, and how does digital innovation enable your company to deliver some impactful learning experiences to students and educators across the globe?
All of us here have had experience with education. So this is a business we all understand. And the first thing that comes to mind is a classroom with about 50 students and a teacher writing on a blackboard. Generally speaking, education hasn't seen much innovation in it for 500 years. The last big innovation was likely the textbook. And so we haven't scaled, hasn't been much improvement. But over the past few years, players like edX invented the concept of MOOCs, massive open online courses, which are free courses that learners from anywhere can take and get certification from top institutions as well, and upskill and reskill, put that on your resume, on LinkedIn profile, and go get a job. The key difference between the classroom model versus the online model is digital technology. So digital technology has helped any industry it has touched by reducing the cost, rapid scale, and huge democratization of access. Similarly, digital technology, digital innovation has helped us scale to very large numbers of students. So I'm a professor at MIT, and I teach a electronic circuits class on edX. Given that this is run by the Ministry of Electronics, I think it's very appropriate to talk about it. So I teach electronics at MIT, and my class at MIT has 100 students. But online, my first class on edX taught 155,000 students from 163 countries. And that came because of digital technology. And what are these digital technologies? 4 major technologies came together that enabled us to do this. One is cloud computing. Second is video distribution at scale. Third is social networks. And fourth is mobile computing. So these 4 technologies came together and enabled us to offer education by distributing videos. Cloud computing enabled us to offer graded assessments where you turn in an assignment, it can get graded completely individualized, even though there are 1 million students taking a single course. So cloud computing enabled us to scale in a massive way. So these are just some examples of how we used digital innovation to increase access and to build scale.
Thank you. So next off to Amitesh. Okay. So Amitesh comes from Vedanta. So he leads the corporate venture capital for Vedanta. So nowadays, most of the companies, even the large multinational firms, they are venturing themselves towards the startups and looking after investing in talent and as well as startup ecosystem. So as you guys do a lot of work in the digital innovation at Vedanta, could you please enlighten us a project or an initiative where Vedanta embraced digital transformation and to achieve scaling for further success?
Sure. So look, digital is a very large context. So bringing it to a level where how we have used the innovation and the digital tech in our day-to-day operations, and Vedanta is a very complex operations in many different ways when it comes to whether it is extracting the ore from the ground or smelting it, bringing it from ore to metal. There's a lot of processes which are involved, and these processes are set and goes long back to 1960s. Some of our units are dating back to them, which was acquired through our, the acquisition process. So all these smelters and the other processes, the equipments are the same. Now what we are trying to do and what we have worked is slapping this new age technology with these old equipments. Now there are several offerings out there in the market, but what has really worked, if some startups comes and tells me that the flame of the blast furnace can be viewed, and there are people who are doing this for more than 20 years, and with the flame, they are able to tell how the blending, etc., for the blast furnace should work. Now we adapted a computer vision offered by a startup. With their computer vision, they are not only telling us that there is a time where you have to take attention to that furnace, but what they're doing is they're also giving us analysis on what needs to be done. And the next level will be an automation where automatically an action will be triggered basis the color of the flame, the requirement which needs to go in the blast furnace. So we are moving towards these kind of technologies where it's not only about moving away from manual intervention, but enhancing what we are doing in a very different way so that our efforts on the human side of things goes to much more strategic and much more operational oriented decision making. Now this was just one example of the blast furnace, but there are several initiatives what we are doing, and I'll touch upon few of the things which has been working really well. The number one has been the computer vision in various processes. One example was furnace. Then the other one is the industrial AI. The sensorization happened during the 2010s and 2015s when there's a lot of sensors which were being pushed to the industries. But now what is happening is not much was happening with these sensors and the data which was collected. Sometimes is often looked at we are collecting a lot of data, but what action are we taking? Now with this industrial AI and manufacturing analytics, these data are converted into decision-making capabilities which the leaders and the operational people are using it. And all of these done at a very, very nominal cost, because that's how the startup operate. They tend to innovate and they tend to build something which is very economical and is usable by large. And that's how successful startups become successful. So that has worked really well, industrial AI, computer vision. Another one is connected workforce. There are several operations within our industry that people have to operate in a very difficult environments. So connected workforce helps them to reduce their turnaround time and cycle times, which has helped us in the production and the productivity. And the fourth element, we are largely focus on ESG and sustainability. We are working towards our net zero plan. We are working towards our water zero plan. So all of these efforts now are being driven by new innovation which the startups are bringing. We recently are working towards as if we're trying to generate green hydrogen from our waterways. So we're working on these kind of technologies with a low cost and which is much more sustainable and scalable within our whole ecosystem.
Okay,
Thanks, Amitesh. So next off to Deepak. So Deepak comes from TIA. So many of us are not much aware of the retirement solutions back in India because it is still evolving, the industry is evolving. So Deepak, could you please let us know, you guys have a very good legacy in building the retirement solutions in Western countries. How has digital innovation enabled you to enhance and scale your services and build on new products for the betterment of the good?
Sure. So, see, the vision which I talked about earlier for our company TIA, it's very evident that we can't do the scale of operation, the services to millions of customers without leveraging digital innovation. So yes, we are using it fully. If I talk of last decade or so, the requirements were really about omni-channel consistent experience. So if you are doing a transaction on web and then you want to go to mobile, it should be seamless. Accessibility, availability of the platforms with so much of scale. Digital security, because people are very concerned about the safety of their money. And we have invested a lot in all these things. But we also touched upon some of the very, very niche tech areas. For example, we have used digital twins along with the graph databases to make sure that we are able to automate some of the very, very complex processes of onboarding new clients in specific areas in the retirement domain. But if I talk here and now, my view is that the requirements and the needs of the customer base is changing very drastically. We are at an inflection point where the things are changing so fast in this ecosystem. And that's where we are running a big transformation initiative in TIA under the leadership of our global leader, Shastri Durvasula. And I will just take a couple of examples very quickly, to give a feel of what we are doing. So TIA recently developed a prototype, generative AI prototype, which we call Mr. Carnegie. And it has ability of taking complex inquiries on complex subjects, let's say Secure 2 Act, which has been passed in US, and give particularity in terms of specific retirement pursuits. So that's one. If I talk about data and AI, if you really see some of the published reports, you would know that only around 20% of the organizations around Fortune 1000 are able to create a data-driven business culture. But we are extremely committed to that. We are embedding data and AI, not only into our decisions, but our processes, interactions, but in a very, very responsible way. Because one of the mistakes which organizations can do is adopting these digital innovations not in a responsible way. So that's we are very cognizant about. And we are, as we speak, we are creating a very sophisticated AI/ML environment which will help us give insights for our products refinement so that our participants can get the best experiences. And last but not least, one of the big challenge for the retirees today, especially when they are old, and retirees are old, is the safety of their money. And that is because the variety of cyber threat actors around us. And what we are doing right now in our company is, again, with our global CISO, Upendra, we are working on an initiative called Hagrid. Hagrid is really about hyper-automated governance and risk identification. And what it's doing is doing cyber quantified analytics to give us real-time analytics, giving information in terms of what the cyber exposure levels are, and also the remedial actions. In fact, we got the CSO 50 award for this initiative this year. So a lot of stuff, but I mean, we are at center of all this.
Yeah, thank you. So, Gaurav. So Gaurav leads the enterprise. Gaurav is the GM for the enterprise and technology for Unilever. So I'm sure every one of us would definitely use at least a product in our daily life of Unilever. So could you please enlighten us how digital innovation is allowing you to scale your operations and enhance the customer engagement, because it is more into the commercial commerce tech. So could you please let us know?
Sure. So I think couple of points. First of all, some great examples from the co-panelists, right? And by now, we already have a view around the fact that digital innovation is such a mother word, effectively innovation and then digital innovation are becoming synonyms now, right? And effectively every business unit, every business function is digital. What is not digital today is hard to put a finger on, right? So we no longer live in a world where we work on analog processes. So what remains to be seen is how the organizations are going to develop on the backbone of digital innovation to a level where they can actually move from scale, speed, optimization to a cost advantage, to a competitive advantage. And I think that's where the battle will be won or lost. That's where the minds are today operating on. So now coming to your question around Unilever as a whole and how does it help it scale and operate in the customer engagement world. Obviously, we interact with 2 billion customers every day. Every day, 1/3 of the earth and the manpower on earth interacts with some product of Unilever. And the art of possible around ensuring that the product is available at the right price, available at the right quantity, and then ensuring that you have a right experience coming through it cannot happen because of one or two technology. There is a whole digital backbone that works towards the confluence of your AIs, your security, your metaverses, your Gen AIs, and whatnot. So effectively, there is a huge amount of investment that goes in each and every step. One of the key areas which I'd like to highlight and which I think is pretty contextual in today's day is pretty much where we think, say for example, manufacturing. And I talked about the customer engagement linked to the quality of the product. Say for example, RIN as a product is from Unilever, right? If you don't get the RIN in the right package, in the right quantity, the customer engagement itself gets completely broken. And that spiraling effect leads to the end sales. But the real value of quality is determined right at the point of manufacturing. So there are 80+ computer-aided vision solutions that are there on every line of Unilever's factory, where when the product comes out, there are 110 parameters it's checked on through computer-aided vision, every product. And we're talking about billions of products here. And that product across those parameters is checked, and if it is not found fit, it is automatically taken off the line and is recycled into the overall material vein. Now, that level of scale, that level of accuracy, and that level of focus would never have been possible if we hadn't really been able to deliver our digital innovation and the confluence of digital solutions in the right way. So that's one of the examples to put in perspective.
Okay, wonderful. So coming back to Rajiv, so I would like to little bit deep dive on the theme today, what we're having. So India is a large country, but today, the digitization has not been super well gone to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and still there is a long way to really go. So could you please let us know your plans? How do you foster the technology and the innovation and go deeper into the underserved markets?
I think you absolutely put it right. If you look at India's population of 140 crores, and if you look at insurance journey today, even as late as 2022, Tier 1 cities only contribute 10% of the population, but more than 40% of the insurance business. So 90% of the market is still under-penetrated. And for Policy Bazaar, we have moved somewhere from 90% to 41%, in 22. And so we are really now focusing over the last couple of years on how we move to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. And digitization certainly has helped us to, go there. So we've identified, a lot of cities where we have we've set up small call centers, let's say, in the states of Karnataka, in the states of Tamil Nadu, in the states of Hyderabad, which can speak the local lingual language. So the model which Policy Bazaar follows is we generate visibility around why insurance and financial products are important. And through that visibility, we have customers connecting with us. Just to give you a brief idea, since the time we started this company, more than 10 crore people have connected with us, and 2 crore people have bought a policy or a financial products from us, till date. But majority of them being from tier 1, tier 2 cities. But the last couple of years, we've seen the transition happening. Because we've started linguistic centers, let's say in West Bengal and in other centers, our ability to penetrate into deeper markets in the tier 2, tier 3 cities has increased. Because those call center people are able to communicate, with people from those markets and explain to them in a transparent manner what is best suited for them. And that is certainly, helping us to grow. Having said that, obviously, India's insurance penetration, leave aside life, where we have done reasonably well. But on the GI side, on the overall penetration, I think we are one of the lowest in the world today. So let's take, for example, health insurance. Health insurance, I think, probably 65% of the healthcare expenditure still comes from the out-of-pocket expenses. And that's one big scope as far as we see in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Second is obviously protection plans. I think that's another scope which we see India, doing extremely well. So in my opinion, the scope is much bigger. There is a lot to be done by the existing players like Policy Bazaar and the insurance companies which are prevalent. But having said that, people sitting here who are thinking of starting an organization, tier 2, tier 3 is the next decade's big opportunity. I mean, a lot many unicorns can be born if somebody can focus reaching out to these markets in different segments.
Perfect. So, Anant, so as you know that digital innovation is scaling up, could you please enlighten more your readiness approach toward the underserved communities and how you're going to leverage the gap?
One of the big things about digital innovation, as I said earlier, is that as you go for scale and reduce cost, you tend to democratize access. In the past, maybe the rich would have access to something, but now everybody can have access. So I'll give you one example of how we can increase access. With education, for example, if you go back and read your ancient Mahabharatas and Ramayanas, if you were a king's child, you would have a personal tutor. So Drona, for example, had 4 or 5 or 6 trainees, and that's it. And if you were very rich or born of a king, you could go and access Drona. For the rest of us, there was Rona. There was nothing else. And so in the old days, that was it. But with technology, we can now increase access. Today, everybody has access to a smartphone or a laptop. Everybody can access education. And in fact, yesterday, edX signed an MOU with the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, where together we are going to partner and offer free education to 1.6 million college students in Andhra Pradesh, in all fields of science and technology, medicine, law, and business. And the way we've done this is through technology. And for the future, we're also applying AI technology to personalize the learning. So while in the past, you had to be rich or born of a king to access Drona, but today, with AI and with digital technology, everybody can have a personalized tutor. Now you may ask, oh, whoa, I don't have a laptop, I don't have a smart device. But governments are stepping in. Again, I was talking to the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, a really visionary person. And he was telling me that they have given one tablet to every single high school student in Andhra Pradesh. Every single high school student has a tablet. They spent 800 crore rupees to do that. So governments are stepping in and providing the basic infrastructure and hardware. And so if we can apply digital technology and bring education to the students through those tablets, through personalized learning using AI, we can completely transform access and inclusion where every child, every student, every worker who needs to upskill and reskill for the future can get access to quality learning.
So congratulations for the MOU with Andhra Pradesh, and I would definitely wish you all the best to scale it up to the rest of the other states as well. And it also happens to be my home state. So coming back to Amitesh, so could you please let us know, as you guys are investing deeply into digital transformation, could you please let us know if you have any data that could be supported with the digitization efforts, what you have done so far, that has given you some quantifiable business growth and increase your operational efficiency and any other topics?
Sure. So before I go there, there's one topic which I think is very relevant, is how Vedanta has adapted this whole digital and the innovative mindset. Because it's flowing from the top. Our chairman, if you follow him on social media, you could be hearing him how he wants to support the young entrepreneurs and how he wants to adapt the technology, even when this business is so traditional. So adapting a digital technology for us is something which has to embed into our equipments which already have been into the place. To do that, I think the first step what we have done, and it's kind of a tone from the top, is to first change the mindset of the people who are the process owners and who are actually doing these processes. Mindset and culture has been very important aspect when it comes to digital adaptation and the innovation. Now, we do have R&D teams, we do have teams working day in, day out in terms of optimizing these, but why we chose the path of adapting and creating the ecosystem of startups is we want to bring in that agility in our system. We want to bring in that mindset and the culture. Now, as of today, we have worked with close to 80 plus startups, have done more than 120 projects across 7 business units. We have spent more than $4 million just with these startups, making sure that they are very well paid in terms of whatever business they are providing to us. We have achieved upwards of 3x returns with these kind of investments from these, the projects what the startups have done. So quoting this is something which we are trying to say, we are just touching the surface because our operations are so huge. We have just getting started adapting these digital and the innovative tech by the startup. So we're just touching the surface. And where we want to get, if you want me a specific example, like for aluminum business, power is a huge cost. 90% of our cost for aluminum production is power. Now, there are so many startups which are into manufacturing analytics through the coal blending process or the computer vision or creating digital twins of a blast furnace and see how different aspects, flushing in hydrogen, how those kind of things react. I think we are trying to, even if we are able to achieve 0.5 to 1% on the optimization of the power side, it is huge. So we're just getting started. I think the adaptation is there because the leaders have that mindset. And now people, when they're working with that startups, they are getting that mindset and the agility. So for us, our innovative of working with the startups is working. And I think we will work towards this, making sure that now we are 80 startups, we make sure that we work with as many as we can and implement projects across all the business units and the processes.
So thank you. So Deepak, so partnerships is very important and it plays a very pivotal role. So how do you elaborate your partnerships or give access to traditional financial institutions and fintech startups could really pave a new way for your retirement management solutions?
Yeah, so I think partnerships, have to be at all the levels, considering the innovation is so federated these days. We are doing partnerships at multiple levels. So one is with the big players. So for example, TI has done a partnership with Google AI. And what we are really trying to do there is to transform the way we provide client services to millions of our participants by changing a lot of things. So there are a lot of AI-powered use cases, personalized client experience, advanced fraud detection, intelligent automation of the back-end office's work, so that we can improve cost. So many of those things. So one dimension is partnerships with the big players. We are also doing partnerships with the emerging players, startup ecosystem. To give you an example, a few months back, we did a mini event like this called Technovation Day with startups in India ecosystem at our Pune office in India. And we had 8 real business use cases which we wanted to solve. And in collaboration, the partnership with NASSCOM, we identified 53 startups. And then we sat with them, we filtered 12 of them, and 12 of these startups came to our office for a whole day. And it was not just understanding their products, but also a lot of learning for thousands of our colleagues in India. And happy to update you that we are in active conversations with some of these startups to solve some of these real business challenges. So that is the second layer. And third layer, which is really not the technology companies, not the big or emerging players in the technology side, but really the academia. Because we are very determined to invest in our workforce. We want to make sure that we are doing heavy and significant investments with our people, working with the academias, both in US and in India, where we are tied up with many universities to really build more knowledge with these people in the areas of research and the disruptive technologies. Because one thing which we are very clear, it's not only important to use the disruptive and digital innovation, it is also important to use it in a right way. If you don't use it in the right way, you are not going to get optimized results. So that's the third axis, I would say. And I'm learning just from this panel, that it seems like we need to connect more with each other, right, within the Indian ecosystem. Seeing so many great examples, I think there's an opportunity of partnerships among us.
Perfect. So, so Gaurav, right, how does Unilever identify and collaborate with startups in the digital space to foster innovation and drive mutual growth?
So I think we have a multi-layered strategy right now in terms of really identifying, collaborating, and working with the startups. Now, the companies that are across the countries and that big in revenue do take a while to start building the trust in that ecosystem. Yeah, and it requires an organizational mandate and a little bit of an orchestration to ensure that people are leveraging this ecosystem and tapping this ecosystem in the right way. So we've got an investment unit, Unilever Investment Ventures, which invests into the startups, looks at it as the right investment opportunity, but equally a right opportunity for creating a right ecosystem for competitive advantage, as I said. Yeah. Secondly, we've got the incubation mechanism through the Unilever Foundry. And that foundry looks at startups across the sectors, whether it is the manufacturing, retail, product innovation, tech, data. They incubate those startups and ensure that they come up to the level of expectations in terms of the quality standard that Unilever requires. And the third one is now we're creating the overall innovation hubs. And that charter is what technology team is leading, wherein we're driving the acceleration of these startups towards the use cases and the solutions that we require. Again, across the sectors, whether it is tech, data, cyber, but more importantly, the business application and value realization where we can file patents and we can get into the co-innovation space. So it's a multi-layered strategy. What is really important is, and I think somebody pointed that out as well, that everybody seems to be jumping into the bandwagon. And it is important that that happens because not every time you have the real goal and the business case established. But what's really important is that there is general trust which is building up in this ecosystem. This ecosystem is also ensuring that they are not there only for cost advantage. They are also proving themselves in terms of scale, innovation, as well as the whole culture, collaboration, and the overall might of the big organizations they can absorb and support and collaborate with. And I think that's a big point in terms of how the big multinationals are sort of getting more and more advanced in terms of this ecosystem collaboration.
Perfect. A very big message for this. So thank you very much, Rajiv, Anant, Amitesh, Deepak, and Gaurav. You have been a fantastic panel. It has been a fantastic panel, and I'm sure we have a good message from this panel, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the summit.
Thank you. Thank you.
The thanks when it's said by the moderator is the time when I decide to step back onto the stage. I would like to request all of you to please stay back for a moment so that the white paper, a very important one, is launched. May I invite all the panelists to please launch the white paper on India's agri-tech revolution, empowering the Indian agriculture industry. This is the one we have, and you'll find it, the QR code in your conference kit in case you wish to know more, in case you are from the agriculture space, and particularly agri-tech. Thank you so much. Thank you for the panel as well. And I'd like to invite Sri Jagan Vaisiraju to please felicitate all the panelists with a memento. First to Mr. Rajiv Gupta, President, PB FinTech Policy Bazaar. There are also two Mr. Guptas. There's Mr. Deepak Gupta, Senior Managing Director, TIAA. After which, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, GM, Global Enterprise and Technology Director, Unilever. To Mr. Anant Agarwal, Chief Platform Officer, 2U, and founder, edX USA. Also to Mr. Amitesh Sinha, VP Corporate Venture Capital, Vedanta. Is Mr. Omkar Nath here? Or Mr. Surikant, Program Director, MeitY Startup Hub. That's Mr. Surikant, who can give the memento to Sri Jagan Vaisiraju. Thank you once again to all the panelists, as we say, Dhanyavada in Bengaluru. It's time to invite the next panel, and I have great pleasure in inviting Sri Ashutosh Chadha, Director and Country Head Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft. Mr. Chadha. Ms. Yolan Lobo, Google Cloud Policy Head. Please do, after the photo moment, and a couple of minutes so that we have a change of the name cards. So do bear with us, but in the interest of time, I'm also calling out the name of Ashwini Rana. Mr. Rana is a policy head at Zupi. And to moderate this, I'd like to call upon the founder and director of the Dialogue, Mr. Kazim Rizvi. Kazim is at the Dialogue, which is a public policy think tank based out of New Delhi. He's an important voice in India's tech policy ecosystem. He works on the intersection of technology, policy, and society with a focus on evidence-based research and discourse. So I've called out the names of the panelists and the moderators a little in advance. Please join me with a round of applause in welcoming this panel, which is going to be on the global policy intervention for promoting innovation. It's now over to Kazim.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Vasanthi. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And welcome, good afternoon, everybody, for day 2 at the G20 DIA Summit. My name is Kazim. I'm the moderator for this discussion. And I'm extremely delighted and grateful to have along with me 3 very renowned, senior, and established policy professionals from India who are part of this panel. And for the next 45 minutes to an hour, We look forward to discussing various aspects around the role of progressive policies to drive innovation, which is in fact the topic of this discussion. It is global policy interventions for promoting innovation. Would like to welcome Mr. Ashutosh Chadha, Group Policy Head for Microsoft. Mr. Chadha, thank you so much for joining us. Yolan, who's leading the cloud policy at Google. Yolan, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, Mr. Ashwini Rana, who now leads public policy at Zupi. And I also must add that all three of them have led public policies for various companies and institutions in the past as well. And they've been at the helm of leading policies for quite some time. So look forward to an engaging discussion with all of them. I'd like to start, first of all, with Yolan. And Yolan, you know, been sort of looking at certain ideas to sort of go through the panel. As the topic of the panel is global policy interventions for innovation. And also one of the themes which we are looking for in the panel has been around what can, policies do and what kind of progressive policy we need to implement where India can also become a benchmark for the world. And in terms of harmonization globally, what is required. So first question to you is around the role of international policies to balance innovation and address concerns related to privacy, security, and ethical usage of AI. So how do we, on one hand, make sure that we are driving innovation, we are driving new businesses, growth, but at the same time, we balance privacy, security, and ethical usage? So over to you.
Thank you, Kazim, and thank you for the privilege to be here and to have this conversation with my esteemed colleagues on the panel today. I think from our perspective, right, whenever we talk about regulation and innovation, it's always seen to be one versus the other. And I think at the heart of it, what we need to recognize is consumer trust, consumer safety, and consumer privacy. And that is fundamental that for every business to succeed, irrespective of the size of the business, the consumer needs to be at the heart of the business. So there is a responsibility for startups to incorporate and have a compliance bent of mind when they're developing startups. And there is effective technology that will enable them to be compliant. When you look at using cloud, for instance, there are tools today that will help them be compliant, not as a moment in time, but through the entire life cycle. On the other hand, you do have regulation, and it's very important that regulation doesn't act as a border and doesn't prevent the growth and flow of ideas and innovation across multiple countries. And therefore, it is important, and that's what we've seen even in the shift of regulatory development in country, is the movement away from prescriptive-based regulation to principle-based regulation. And it is important because the speed and pace with which technology grows, is it for it to be iterative, it is for it to be responsive. It is important for it to be collaborative in that perspective. You have to have regulation focused on the outcomes, and the outcome is protecting the consumer at the end of the day. And keeping that focus through the process is important. And there are ways and mechanisms to do it. I know Ashutosh has some very interesting ideas on how we can play that. But for instance, the creation of regulatory sandboxes, especially, and we've seen RBI and multiple financial sectors regulating, experimenting with the concept. And that's really kind of, pushed forward financial inclusion in the country. But I'm going to hand it over to Ashutosh for some ideas that he has here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Yolan. And Mr. Chadha, as we come to you, I think what Yolan spoke about was protecting consumer at the end of the day. And very recently, we saw that the data protection bill was passed in the parliament and has got the assent of the President of India as well, is now an act. And I think it really sort of cements the fact that India is taking the steps forward towards building in regulations, progressive regulations to protect consumer. From somebody who's been at the helm of policies for various tech companies in the past, where do you see the role of global policy interventions while addressing some of these issues which we discussed, when you sort of take on from what Yolan had mentioned? And also the fact that how do we harmonize on first principles basis to move towards a more equitable growth in the future?
Thanks, Kazim, and thanks, Yolan, for calling that out. So I think to the first point that you raised, Kazim, about India's digital privacy bill, which just got finally promulgated and accepted by the president. I think if we really look at the history of tech regulation in India, India is actually at a very important stage of tech policy. We have been looking at, we are looking at all tech policies as far as India is concerned. So we have the privacy bill in place. There are conversations happening for the Digital India Act. There is conversation around digital competition. There's discussion around the cybersecurity policy, the Telecom Act. So I think India is actually doing very well the right thing, which is taking a step back and looking at all policies afresh with an eye to the future. And when I'm saying an eye to the future, it sort of leads into the second point which you raised, which is to ensure that we don't create our own walls to prevent us from playing in international markets. And that's the fundamental premise of any policy intervention today globally, that it should enable two or three important things. One, as Yuland said, it needs to build trust in customers. It needs to make sure that customers are sure that whenever they're using technology, there's safety, security, and confidence that that technology will not do them harm, right? And that becomes a basic premise for any global policy construct that you're talking about. The second thing which is important from a tech policy perspective, any tech policy, and when you talked about harmonizing with international, this thing is, we always need to be conscious of the fact that while we want to export our technology and make sure that our MSMEs are able to export internationally, play internationally, our startups can work in other geographies and so forth, the other geographies, startups can work in our country, we need to make sure that the integrity and sovereignty of the country is never at risk, right? So that becomes another cornerstone that needs to be looked at. And the third thing that happened is very important in this entire piece, when you talk about global policy, is why will, why will a startup or why will an innovation happen? It's to solve a problem, and ultimately it's for whoever solves that problem, for that organization to be able to earn some revenue and get access to market, right? So there needs to be an ease for startups to be able to, or be organizations to innovate. It doesn't matter whether they're large organizations or small organizations, to innovate with the comfort that they will get access to markets, whether in their own geography, in their own domestic market, or international markets. So these three things become what I would say are the fundamental premises. Customer trust, safety, security, and sovereignty of the nation, all the nations, right? And the third is market access. Now, if I look at that, that's where, one of the points which Yolan talked about, the concept of regulatory sandboxes. I'm saying, when you look at global, especially innovation, and if you want to drive innovation and you want to use policy to drive innovation, you can think about concepts like the innovation corridor. Innovation corridor within geographies, within domestic geographies, innovation corridors between countries. So for example, between countries, we have an innovation corridor between Seattle and Vancouver, British Columbia, the Cascadia Innovation Corridor. You have innovation corridors which are set up within geographies. For example, there's one in Route 128 in the United States, which focuses on biotechnology, etc. Right? There is another within the Boston framework. Right? So there are, and then there is there is between Cambridge, Oxford, and another, which has academic institutions. Now, what's the idea of innovation corridors? The idea of innovation corridors is to provide that safe space for organizations to innovate, get academic inputs, right? create a regulatory sort of a sandbox which makes sure that there is a safe space for organizations not just to innovate, but also to test their products and use that learning. And governments, regulators, and private sector together can come together to figure out when they're innovating within that regulatory sandbox, to figure out what should be the right regulations. So creating the right regulations to promote innovation also comes out of that. We can talk more about this, but I'll stop here.
I'll come back to you on that, Mr. Chadha. In fact, would love to know more about the innovation corridor and I think some of the points which also Yolan spoke about. I think couple of themes which are emerging from this discussion is around regulatory sandbox, the fact that we need to allow industries and startups to be able to innovate and to be able to test and fail and realize, okay, if this doesn't work, that works, without being hindered by very strict regulations. But at the same time, I think it's equally important or more important to ensure that trust, consumer trust, safety, and also sovereignty of the country is ensured and maintained, and there's no hindrance over there. Mr. Nana, I want to come to you, and you've been like others here. You've been at the helm of leading public policy in the past as well. You worked with Meta, you worked with Airtel, so you've seen the telecom industry very closely. Then you worked in the social media, intermediary liability space. Now you're heading public policy for Zupi, which is one of the leading online gaming platforms, skill-based games platforms in the country. What has been your experience in the last couple of decades and more with respect to the policies that have been introduced and implemented, the landscape, the evolving landscape of tech regulations in the last couple of decades, and just generally the rise of startups? And you yourself had worked with big companies, and now you're working with one of the best startups in the country. So you sort of really appreciate the fact that startups are the future. But what has been your experience? How do you see this journey in the next 5 to 10 years? And for Indians to be able to export their products out, to be able to access global markets, what is it that we need to do within the country in order to foster that spirit?
Thank you, Kazim. Also good to have Asutosh and Yoland on the dais. So this is, I'll say, a subjective interpretation of the incidents I have been part of in, I'll say, last almost 3 decades. So we were the first beneficiaries of liberalization in India. Telecom, so I joined telecom in early 90s, and we went through all ups, downs, and then I joined Facebook, and now with the startup space. So one commonality which I can see, if I connect dot in reverse order, looking at from, I'll say, utilitarian lens of present. What is valuable in present? So as a country, we take lots of pride in this DPI, where it is mobile identity, digital identity of Aadhaar, and coupled with UPI, which is something we are so proud of as industry, as government, as citizen, that we are thinking that we have created something innovative which will be useful for at least global south. People may envy on global north side that they didn't have that kind of product, blessed product, but they will adopt it, a question mark, but definitely global south seems quite exciting to adopt it. So how it happened, I'd say, if you look at the building blocks of this trinity, telecom is something which is bedrock of this innovation. It went through many ups, downs, upheavals. I remember 1999, 2000, when industry was almost getting closed down, mobile industry, because there was a regime of fixed license fee. And industry was not making any profit or revenues to pay to the government, and it was almost getting closed. Then government changed policy for revenue sharing regime, which I'll say brought this industry back to its feet, and now we are seeing the results. UPI is something which is again policy-driven initiative of government. This is fintech industry which is regulated. It is in the hands of government to enable UPI. UPI was not something which was industry-driven, but it was government-driven, supported by industry. Innovation was there, but ultimately government adopted it through policy, and that created magic. Aadhaar is again, I'll say, digital identity, which is government policy-enabled thing. So the one thing which stands out is that government policies make huge difference in how businesses are run, how industry shapes up and takes lead globally or not takes lead globally. So that's one thing I was thinking about when we decided I will be on the dais, what I'm going to point out. So, but at the same time, this appreciation that government policies make huge difference in businesses is not very well acknowledged. In our academia, I never saw any report around it, at how policies making difference in countries taking edge technologically. Perhaps it is, I'll say, coming from this recognition that globalization brought changes, and it is private enterprise which is going to make or break how countries' businesses will be run. Somehow we undermine this policy intervention or the power of policy making, enabling business, enabling or disabling cutting edge technologies coupled with business opportunities. Now going forward, considering our ambition of taking leadership of tech space globally, tech aid, as Prime Minister says, and by 2047 we will be a developed nation. So those kind of clear objectives in sight, I think all our policies should be tested on that North Star, that this policy decision is taking us towards that goal or taking away from that goal. That clarity is there, but I think understanding of taking policy decision clearly in line with those objectives, fully there, not there, this is something we need to deliberate. Perhaps strengthening our academia, research institutions, where people can do critical analysis, put it on public domain, have open discussions around it. This is something need to be promoted. We should be, I'll say, supporting us and achieving our ambitious goals. So I will stop here, but these are my reflections.
I'll come back to you, and even on the IPR issues, if you can sort of maybe in the second stage of the discussion. But I think couple of, one more theme which I'm seeing also is, in general also for all of us, that is regulation an enabler or a disabler of innovation, right? And that's, I mean, I believe it's an enabler. And historically, for example, the Electricity Act, for example, you know, it led to the rise of, I mean, the sort of growth of electricity sector. Similarly, in the telecom sector in the 1990s, Mr. Rana spoke about, and the liberalization and the, you know, the moving away from the license Raj also enabled the growth of many industries. And I think something which we've also seen in the online gaming space, that the MeitY IT rules were a sort of, you know, pushing the industry to grow. And definitely, regulatory certainty helps industry with the credibility it deserves and it needs. And we saw that in the online gaming space, that the government sort of introduced the rules, and through that, there was a lot more certainty and credibility for the industry. So, Yulia, I want to come back to you on this point. In general as well, the question which I also have for you is around the role of global policies and the role of global first principles in fostering innovation. And with respect to harmonization, I know Mr. Chadda touched about it previously, but just generally from your perspective, where do you see the next 5 to 10 years with regard to countries coming together and, you know, also the startups to sort of being promoted and to contribute to technological innovations?
You're very right. You know, global policies are very important in defining the competitive landscape in which innovation can happen. You're right. It can definitely enhance and you know, drive forward innovation, but it can also very quickly kill innovation if it is not done correctly. And I think that's what we were all discussing a little earlier today. And for that, I think where we need to keep in, you know, some of the key first principles that are need to be put in place is it needs to be clear. It needs to be consistent. It needs to be globally aligned. Having a policy that is very focused on a particular nation state will never help with with innovation, because innovation and the build of products needs markets to survive. And it's not a single market that is important. Strong intellectual property rights protection is very key for innovation. And I think that's an example of global alignment that we have seen on the WTO. on how patents, copyrights, trademarks need to be protected and respected irrespective of the market that they are in. Open trade. And the open trade allows for the exchange of ideas and the exchange of products and services. You're also looking at allowing for talent to flow across markets. That's another critical aspect for people to come together, to collaborate, to build new products. And we've seen it be the success behind some of the biggest open source products today in country. And I think also there are other policies, access to financial resources, incentives, a good, strong antitrust and competition policy. I think there are a number of policies that can play a good role, provided, as you rightly said, that certain principles are adhered to, and these are occasions like the G20, where it is important for governments to come together to align on the common outcomes that they want to see, and then work backwards on what is the best mechanisms to work together to promote that innovation, whether it's big and large enterprise or a small startup.
Thanks, thanks, Jolin. Mr. Chadha, just taking on from where you left a little bit on the innovation corridor, if there are any use cases, if there are any sort of, regulatory assessment done for the innovation corridors, or if we are at a very early stage, we'd just love to get your perspective generally. And also, I think just the same question applies to you as well, right? In terms of, the policies and harmonization. And cross-exchange of ideas. I think something which Mr. Rana really emphasized about was the role of academia. And I think, I also believe that, we need to pay more emphasis on doing regulatory assessment of policies in the country also. Okay, what is working, what is not working, what can be changed, and how can different stakeholders and different actors, such as the industry, civil society, the government, of course, and the academia come together to foster that collaboration. But from your perspective, Mr. Chadha, what do you think about it?
So let me take a step back on the previous question that you mentioned of global policy and frameworks and things of that sort, right? And can it foster innovation, or can it destabilize that, right? I think we need to get back to what one would really say first principles, right? If we had a regulatory authority some 2,500 years ago, right, we would still not be using fire. The reason I'm saying that is because if you approach fire with the concept that with fire I can burn a thatched house down, right, I would have approached it only from that perspective. Having said that, there are some other utilities of fire. You cook food on it. You can use it to light up the night. You can scare away wild animals. And I'm going back 2,500 years ago, right? Hopefully we don't have wild animals roaming around in town right now, but yeah. So I think the perspective that we need to take with all regulatory or policy intervention is, what's the goal in mind? And if you start looking at innovation, right, you need to define what those goals are. And again, those come back to principles. Innovation should make life easier, whatever it is. It should enable commercial activities for organizations, right? It should do no harm wherever it operates. Now, if you start with some, and there are other principles, but I'm just giving you some of those from a very high level perspective. If you start from that perspective and work backwards, then you look at, now let me build regulations and policies which focus on that rather than focus on the fact that, okay, with AI, I can create deep fakes. So let's stop AI. But you forget the matter that with generational AI, you can also create personal tutors in local languages for every single child on the planet. Now imagine a kid who misses his or her class at school, or because she's ill for a week, and wants to, and what happened in the past week was let's say something called thermodynamics. and she wants to learn that, the teacher will not have time, teachers are overworked, she can actually use generational AI in her own language to learn it one after the other after the other. I, as a parent, can actually ask generational AI to explain thermodynamics to me so that I can explain it to my child. Right? So there are massive use cases. But if I look at the fact that generational AI can also create deep fakes, sure, I'll shut it down. So the point is, when we start looking at, and that's where I'm coming now to the innovation corridor. Innovation corridors are to be set up for that perspective only. That let's bring the best of two countries together. Let's bring the best of two geographies together. Right? So if, for example, you have innovative scientists or innovative kids sitting in Bangalore, and you have agriculture, one of the mainstay in, let's say, Punjab, how can we bring, and the previous section was about Agri-tech, how can we bring innovators from Bangalore and Punjab together to figure out how do we solve agriculture issues?
Increase the crop per yield. Yeah.
Crop per yield, per hectare yield, stop using chemical fertilizers, when to sow, when to sell, and all of that stuff. There's a whole lot of stuff that you can do and make sure it gets into the farmer's hands instantly. Right? That's what an innovation corridor can do. You can pick up a problem from a particular place, have innovators in other areas, get academia involved, and build that out. Right? And in the process, you can create, as Yuland also said, regulatory sandboxes or sandboxes where you provide a safe space to experiment. You provide a safe opportunity for these startups or these innovators to get together and solve problems, knowing that sometimes you will fail, but then that failure, because it is bound by a certain area, the impact will be lesser. Why do we keep saying, give a safe space to our children in schools to explore? We do that, don't we? We actually send our kids into I remember I went into a sandbox when I was in KG, and we built sand castles or small, houses or whatever and all of that stuff. We used to take, that time PET bottles were good. We used to use PET bottles to make cars and all of that stuff.
I was very bad with sandcastles.
Right, so anyway. But the fact of the matter is, I think we need to give that space to drive innovation, drive experimentation, drive dreaming. And you can only do that if you build this. And that's what all of these innovation corridors, whether it's Route 128, the Boston, the Cascadia between Vancouver and Seattle are trying to achieve. So there's no reason why India can't set up the same things between India and other countries. And Ashwini talked about all the work that we've done around DPGs and DPIs. A great opportunity. Let's frame the governance framework around that and move ahead.
And I think that's one of also the focus for G20 also, is to look at, what could be the global frameworks and the way we can export DPIs to different countries. And we are already seeing that success. The UPI has traveled far and wide. I mean, across the world, countries are adopting, countries are looking at it, and they're interested in other innovations. Aadhaar has been, picked up by a few countries as well, a similar digital ID program. But Mr. Anand, I want to come back to you. And I think one point which Mr. Chadda spoke about was, startups at an early stage. And we were discussing this yesterday as well, the fact that at an early stage, what kind of regulation do you need for a startups to grow, which reach a particular level? I mean, you can come to that question, but my focus is also on intellectual property rights. And, Yoland spoke very briefly about it, but how important do you think, there is a need for strong IPR laws, effective IPR regulations which don't hinder growth but promote innovation, and which can help in, growth of new businesses, growth of new ideas, to protect new ideas and to protect existing ideas as well. And, how important can that be for startups going forward?
Definitely, I say this is no-brainer that a strong IPR is needed for protecting innovation and building businesses, those are protected through strong laws so that people not stealing your ideas or business models and replicating and altering what all you thought to build upon your hard work and taking it away. So in India, I'll say there are robust IPR system in place. It's not that we are lacking there, but still with changing times, there may be some opportunity to have a relook and maybe partnering with global organizations and shaping it up globally. So for example, as I deal with primarily internet-related content, which is covered under Copyright Act of, I'll say, IPR family. So in copyright, I'll say the India Act was formed in 1957, which is, I'll say, almost 66 years ago. Focus of that act is cinematography and literary and artwork. But the platforms today and the kind of information exchange, that form has changed drastically and going to change more, I'll say, further. For example, Metaverse is going to come. Gaming platforms will be a kind of, where people will be exchanging ideas. There will be tokens and crypto and all that stuff. So our laws are able to deal with that kind of content. As of now, it is a kind of law is doing catch up through international treaties or judicial pronouncements, but perhaps legislation also need to think through, and maybe as I think we are taking leads in other domains, this is something where Government of India can work along with academia, industry, and it may be worthwhile to lead this discussion at WIPO, which is World Intellectual Property Organization. So that's my thoughts on this area.
Thank you, Mr. Rana. We'll come back to you for final remarks. But Yulen, I'd like to start with you. I think, we have around 10 minutes. So we all can have maybe concluding remarks from all our speakers. I know this is the last panel before lunch. So most of you are maybe waiting to head out and eat. But definitely there's a lot of food for thought over here, which is great. But Yulen, I'll just come to you. So what are your thoughts, finally? Yes, I think we have 5 minutes. Thank you, Kriti. Thanks a lot. You've reduced my time. So we'll wait for another 5 minutes. But Yulen, just final remarks, in general, are you optimistic? I'm optimistic, where India is headed compared to the world and India's position in the world globally, and also our leadership in policies. But to make sure that we maintain this momentum, what would be the sort of 2 or 3 things in general you would like to sort of focus on? And, in terms of, inclusive ecosystem supports or collaboration between industry and governments. So happy to hear your final remarks.
Sorry, just a couple of thoughts here. And, in the interest of time, I think one of the hallmarks of the way we develop regulations in the country is the amount of discourse that is had around it. It's the inclusion of stakeholders from various walks of life that strengthens the development of a regulation and makes it future forward. I think just looking at the data protection bill and the fact that it's taken us 6 years, and it's been a massive change. In fact, it's not even 6 years. I remember the first bill came in 2012. And we're now seeing a bill passed in 2013. And it is so different from what it started out to be. And it is so focused on principles so that it can adapt and support technology going forward while protecting consumers. At the same time, I think there is also collaboration that needs to be done to drive towards access of technology and towards the incorporation of technology. And DPIs are a very good way of how we've been able to do that to drive financial inclusion. So how do we work with the ecosystem, whether it is academic partners, whether it's the government, whether it's the startups, and bring together mentorship, bring together resources and tools to create innovation that will solve for some of the biggest issues. So discourse, good, healthy debate, and strong collaborations, I think, are great indications of where we are going forward. And we have set the benchmark for it. Like Ashutosh mentioned, we've got the Telco Bill, we've got the Digital India Act. And I think we are on the right track for really building a future-proofed regulation for us to continue to encourage innovation going forward.
Future-proof regulations, I think that's the buzzword. I think that's
Yes.
what I'll take from your thanks. But thanks a lot, Yulin. Always a pleasure to listen to you. Mr. Chadha, final remarks. What do you think?
So I think from an India perspective and from the global South perspective, as Ashwini was talking about, we are at a defining moment. You know, coming out of COVID, the world has seen what India has been able to achieve at the speed and scale at which we've been able to leverage our DPIs to drive inclusive economic growth, as well as make sure people survive through COVID, right? And I'm really literally saying survive through COVID, right? I think there is a learning that we've got to take from there. And that learning is that if we keep our sight at the end of the goal and the person at the center of the universe and build around that, there is an opportunity for us to create great solutions, not just in India, but globally, right? And because the world is looking towards India, it's our opportune time to actually put a stake in the ground. And the way we've built the Indian Solar Alliance, there's no reason why we can't build global codes of conduct around artificial intelligence, emerging technology, and how that can help, right? That's important. The second important thing is, I mean, I agree with all that Yulin said, but I think it's also important for us to understand that the industry can't do this alone. We need the government to help build frameworks, and we need the industry, government, civil society, academia to all chip in building those frameworks, right? That becomes the second other thing that I would say. And the last point that I'd like to say is that while we keep the person at the center of the whole, at the center of all innovation and the ultimate recipient, and we look at all of society approach to build regulations, we have to be very conscious of one fact. There are always going to be bad actors. Cybersecurity, it has to remain a bedrock across all of this. Safety, security, and sovereignty concerns need to be taken into vision. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chadha. And Mr. Rana, final remarks, and then we'll sum it up.
So I agree completely with my co-panelists. Future is bright. India is an idea whose time has come, no doubt about it. But at the same time, I'll say responsibility is so high on the government as well as on the industry. So we need to understand each other's constraints and the potential, which is, I'll say, where ultimately everything is dependent on that, understanding each other's potential and constraints or priorities. A kind of hand-holding for startup ecosystem is there in India. There's no doubt about it. And capacity building is also happening at fast pace. But we haven't yet reached at a position where we can claim that we are leading tech policy or tech innovation at global scale. There are some signs that we have potential to do that, but reaching at that place requires lots of blood and sweat to flow. So the point is that industry has to also step up to produce global level quality in product and services. This is also a fact that we don't have any social media platform of the scale of Meta. We don't have any product at the quality of Apple or even Chinese phones. We are moving, the baby steps we are taking towards building semiconductor ecosystem. But the kind of resolve government has shown and the potential Indians in general have, and the kind of academia institutions we have and potential for them also to step up and grow is something where I'll say hopes are ultimately settled in India. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rana. totally echo all the sentiments and points raised by the fellow panelists. And I think, hopefully we will start seeing the rise of, Indian startups accessing markets even more, and sort of, selling globally. They're doing it now, but we hope that, it increases in greater capacity in the future as well. But thank you, Mr. Chadha, thank you, Yolan, thank you, Mr. Rana, for joining us today. I think a few points which emerged. One was, of course, on the need for healthy discussions, stakeholder consultations, and I think, MeitY has been doing a lot of those when it comes to the Digital Protection Bill or the DIA, so it's great to see that sentiment going forwards. Collaboration between academia, industry, government, and civil society and other stakeholders is very critical. And I think the fact that we are creating for the world, we sort of sell globally, access different markets, and also the fact that India can show its leadership on the innovation and the policy side and the regulation side. And I think with this year's G20 presidency and also the presidency of GPAI, which is the global partnership on AI, India is already now setting the benchmark and entering into the phase in its growth where India is now sort of looking to drive leadership for global policies as well. But thanks a lot to all our panelists. And with this, happy to conclude. And we're not holding anybody from their lunch. So thank you so much.
True, Kazim. I think lunch, but of course, lots of food for thought on the panel. I would like to thank each one of you. And in fact, I would request you, Kazim, to please give tokens of gratitude from the organizers. The mementos, first to Sri Ashutosh Chadha, Director and Country Head, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft. Dear audience, may we hear it for the panel? You got so much insights and takeaways from this discussion. It's only appropriate that we show our appreciation to Ms. Yolan Lobo next, Google Cloud Policy Head. Thank you so much, Ms. Yolan. To Ashwini Rana, Policy Head, Zupi. And may I request Sri Jeet Vijay to please step up on stage to give a memento to the moderator who has very ably steered this conversation. If I can request Mr. Surikant to please do the honors to give a memento to Mr. Kazim Rizvi, founder, The Dialogue. We now will break for lunch. And we'll reconvene at 2:15. Meanwhile, we have this panel that has given us much to think about. We would once again like to thank all the panelists for being here at the G20 DIA Summit along with us. Meanwhile, we have a video ready for you. I would request members of at the console to please play that for us first.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, I'm honored to speak to you today as an industrialist and as the co-founder of several medical device companies in the vibrant nation of Israel. Among the companies in our Medtech hub, which specializes in interventional cardiology, are one, Medinol, a stent company tasked with the mission of opening blocked arteries in the heart. I'm deeply proud that our innovative technology has saved millions of hearts and lives. Second one to mention is MeitY, which specializes in miniature chronic sensors. The third one is Valve Medical, which specializes in heart valves. Our journey in the world of entrepreneurship has been fueled by a unique ecosystem that has put us in the forefront of innovation in the life science sector. Today, I would like to shed light on what has made the Israeli entrepreneurial landscape so successful. In my view, there are several key factors at play. First, culture of innovation. Innovation is ingrained in our national DNA. From a young age, we are encouraged to question, challenge norms, and think outside the box. This mindset, along with a risk tolerance approach, arising in part from the survival challenges of the State of Israel, create a fertile ground for groundbreaking ideas to flourish. Second is the national service. Israeli national service fosters leadership, discipline, and sense of responsibility from an early age. Many of the skills acquired during the national service are highly transferable to the industry and business worlds, leading to a pool of well-rounded and resourceful entrepreneurship. Third, academic excellence. Israel, world-renowned universities produce top-tier talent across various fields. Israel's commitment to excellence in education, driven in part by Jewish traditions, has fostered a culture of constant learning and adaptation. In the life science sector in particular, where we operate, the Israel success story is clearly exceptional. A crucial factor in the life science success story is the symbiotic relationship between academia and the industry. The exchange of ideas and expertise between universities and startups creates an interactive feedback loop that accelerates innovation, bridging the gap between research and real-world applications. Openness and willingness to adopt new technologies have also been instrumental in our success. Nevertheless, as we celebrate our achievement in today's environment in particular, we must remain aware of the importance of safeguarding the above factors to foster our innovative thinking, ensure that our ecosystem continues to flourish and thrive. Thank you, and let us continue to work together towards a future of endless possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Judith Richter. The person who we just heard, ladies and gentlemen, is an accomplished entrepreneur and among Israel's most distinguished business leaders. She co-founded MeitY, a global medical device company that acquired a significant international position in the interventional cardiology and stenting industry. Dr. Judith is a co-founder of Medcon as well, having served as a member of the executive committee of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem for 10 years. She was awarded the Ramni Kuno Prize in Economics by the Tel Aviv University. As we could hear her, one can imagine, engaged in a variety of NGO activities and is also sponsoring the Richter Quartet of the Israeli Philharmonic Orchestra. She's a graduate of the Hebrew University and holds a PhD from Boston University as well. We would like to thank Dr. Judith Richter for her address at this G20 DIA Summit. And with that, we will reconvene at 2:15. It's me, Vasanthi, signing off. Thank you.
here at the G20 to collaborate with us in bringing innovations like this and other digital technologies to help decentralize how we deliver healthcare on a global scale. When you think about it, your health is the most important thing you have. Our Gene Radar puts your health in your hands. We are harnessing over 20 years of research at the frontier of physics, biomedicine, and nanotechnology to bring to you the next generation of healthcare. A platform called Gene Radar that will decentralize, mobilize, and even personalize your healthcare experience. Gene Radar is a mobile diagnostic device that allows you to diagnose any disease with a genetic fingerprint in real time with gold standard accuracy. We can take the HIV viral load test that typically takes about $200 in 2 weeks in the developed world and up to 6 months in sub-Saharan Africa and do it in minutes with our version 1.0 platform. Gene Radar will empower you to personalize your healthcare experience by not only detecting but also preventing diseases before you manifest symptoms. In fact, we've developed an application to measure your levels of inflammation in real time. Now, this is a key factor common to cancer, diabetes, heart disease, even the fundamental process of aging itself. We call this personalized nanomedicine. Gene Radar can also help you customize the management of key diseases. If you have cancer, it can help you optimize your chemotherapy to maximize its effectiveness and minimize its toxicity. The gold standard of medical diagnosis today is based on a 20-year-old Nobel Prize-winning technology called PCR. PCR is the foundation of a multi-billion-dollar molecular diagnostics industry that relies on bulky, expensive machines. We are bringing you the next generation, real-time, gold standard, mobilized diagnostics. We are revolutionizing how you diagnose disease. By placing a drop of blood or saliva into a nanochip, we can rapidly analyze genetic fingerprints at the nanoscale. We have harnessed our unique capabilities to precision control nanomachines as they read and write DNA. This enables real-time, continuous monitoring of your health. With our nanobiophysics innovations, we will bring you an entire pipeline of pioneering products that will completely transform your healthcare experience. Over the last 20 years, we've experienced two profound technological revolutions. What Google did for access to information and the mobile phone did for telecommunications. We at Nanobiosim are doing for healthcare. Our Gene Radar puts your health in your hands.
Absolutely brilliant, don't you think? In fact, it's one of the reasons why I totally love this, wearing this anchor hat, is because I get to be at places where wonderful things like these are happening. My name is Vasanthi Hariprakash. I'm a startup founder myself with Pickle Jar, a podcast creating company. And it's wonderful to meet you all, whether in those small little breaks or backstage. So a very warm welcome to this post-lunch session on day 2. Namaskara, ili bandiruanta pratiyobbarigu swagata. It's just a couple of minutes if I can take to tell you who we just now heard. That's Dr. Anita Goel, MD, PhD, a world-renowned expert and global entrepreneur in the emerging field of nanobiophysics. And Dr. Goel is the person who elucidates the physics of one of the most fundamental processes of living matter at the Nanobiosim Research Institute, that is the NBS, the way nanomotors read and write information into DNA, and she's commercializing these innovations to empower people with real-time precision data about their own health. So she's been named as one of the world's top 35 science and technology innovators by MeitY Technology Review, and she's one of the world's most influential visionaries in biotech. She has been recognized globally by many, many prestigious honors. In the interest of time, I'm leaving that out. But she has over 70 patents, I'm told, worldwide. And she has published in leading scientific journals like Nature and Scientific American, etc., convened and chaired international conferences at Stanford and Harvard. And she's an MD from the Harvard-MIT Joint Division of Health Sciences and Technology. May we hear it for the speaker who just now spoke to us, Dr. Anita Goel. Yes, I'm just wondering the post-lunch energy should show. even for an incredible panel that's going to come up. I have great pleasure in introducing and welcoming the all-women panel that's coming up on stage. And may I invite Niveda RM, founder, TrashCon. Chandralika Hazarika, MD and co-founder, Big Things. People, the applause can be more generous as all the people are, thank you. Wonderful. Sumana Iyengar, CEO and co-founder, Go Vega. Ria Karuturi, co-founder and CTO of Hoovu. Mabel Chaco, co-founder, Open Financial Technologies. And to moderate this conversation, I call upon Sanjana Govindan, partner at Women Entrepreneurship Platform, WEP, and lead Women Entrepreneurship Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship, that's GAME. So let me just take a couple of lines about Sanjana, who's going to be moderating this. Okay, she's already saying, right, let's probably start with the panel. She leads the women entrepreneurship efforts at GAME and spearheads innovative interventions that empower women entrepreneurs. Over to you, Sanjana.
Thank you. Is this on? So correction, I'm leading the Women Entrepreneurship Platform at MeitY, WEP, and that's the context in which I'm here. I'm standing in for my boss, Anna Roy. So firstly, thank you everybody for joining us. For those of you who are coming in, I'd request you to grab your seats. I promise this is going to be entertaining and exciting and educational, all three. So just to give you a little bit of context, this conversation is really about inclusive innovation and the journey of women founders, and we're surrounded by some real heavyweights today. But in the larger context of thinking about entrepreneurship, we see data and statistics on how India has got the third largest ecosystem, etc. There's a good question to ask about how much of that is inclusive, how much of that is systems that are built and enabled for and by women. So today, I think our conversation is going to coalesce around what journeys look like, what some of the barriers will looked like, but also really think about solutions and what kind of solutions we can build for the future. So without further ado, and we'll go from right to left, my right, I'd like to introduce speakers, and the format for today is really going to be an informal but informative conversation. I'm also, just in the interest of making sure it's useful to you at the end of this, you can reach out to the founders to get in touch with anybody on the panel. So to begin with, I'd love to introduce Mabel. Mabel is also a good friend from the past, so it's a joy to introduce her. Everybody probably knows Mabel. She is one of our unicorns. The country is very proud of her. And she's the founder of Open, a neobanking platform that's powering business payments for over 35 lakh small businesses in India. She's been an entrepreneur in the fintech space for 18 years now and has built a spectrum of fintech products, right from financial inclusion for mobile payments to NBFC contactless payments, payment gateways, and neobanking. Please give a warm round of applause to Mabel. Thank you. So instead of introducing everyone, what I'm going to do is ask for opening comments, because I just think it'll be more fun that way. And you'll remember your speaker. So Mabel, over to you very quickly on, as the co-founder of Open, India's 100th unicorn, what were some of your lessons in building? How did you think of innovation and inclusion and diversity specifically in your journey?
So I started doing financial inclusion in rural Gujarat, moved to Bangalore for the ecosystem that, of startups that was there in Bangalore at that point of time. And inclusion has been a great part of my journey as an entrepreneur, not just in Open, in the things that we do for our users, but also the way we build the company, in the way we work with our teams. We are open for all kinds of talents. Doesn't have to be coming from conventional backgrounds. Almost 10% of our workforce are people who come from non-conventional, or other companies don't think they can hire them into formal jobs. So that's a big part of how the team is built, and that naturally goes into how the product becomes more inclusive for small businesses in Tier 2, Tier 3, for the visually impaired as well, things that we are doing now on our platform. So,
That's
yeah.
great. It's interesting because already takeaway number one is if you have a diverse team, not necessarily folks from your sector, you end up bringing solutions and ideas that are inclusive for all. Thank you. Next up, I have the pleasure of introducing Niveda. Again, with Niveda, I have some history. I saw her idea before it was even an idea, a mock-up several years ago. And Niveda is now changing one of India and the world's biggest problem, which is waste. And while I think until recently it was not a very glamorous problem, right now it is literally the most important topic for everybody, and especially if you live in Bangalore. Niveda is the CEO and founder of TrashCon Labs, through which she's invented the world's first completely automated mixed municipal waste segregation unit and several other technologies. Her invention has been recognized by the World Bank and the Red Cross and is much decorated, and she's received several awards. She's also sent her technology overseas to places like the Maldives. So I have a very specific question for Niveda, which is around the space that you occupy, which is working in waste, is traditionally not a space where women have any sort of agency or leadership role, or there are founders. We talk all the time about STEM and the fact that there aren't any women, but this particular space has even a lower representation. So in thinking about your problem statement, building a company, sustaining yourself, what was your journey?
So very true. In fact, the space that I chose was waste management. And we were into hardcore manufacturing, which is even more only men. And forget all that, I started at an age of, at the age of 22. And I come from a very middle class background where they don't know what is business, right? So, and I had no funds, nothing, negative. And I'm going to solve the world's biggest problem. It was a joke to me, myself, it was a joke. But then what kept me going was that somebody had to solve this problem. And if not, I who? And that was it looks very nice when I say that. And maybe that's how I started. But to be very frank, what we're trying to solve is the waste on the streets in Bangalore, in India, in Africa, which is currently going into the landfills. We have an end-to-end solution to prevent that. But to do that, you have to go to the landfills. You have to see what is happening. You have to start working there. So I literally work like a waste picker, going to the landfills. I didn't have a place to pee. There's no bathroom in the dump site. And there was nothing. I mean, I was wearing an overall full day. But what I want to tell you is when I started and we were manufacturing and I went to this industrial estate where there are only men. And I was this young girl, actually, who was walking in the middle of the road and trying to weld and drill and whatnot. People were looking at me. Everybody came out of their shops. They're like, kuch pagal, and some mad girl is doing something. First day was mad girl. Second day was also mad girl. But third day, they got used to it. She's doing something. She's going to the nearby garbage, like a waste picker. There are only pigs and dogs there, and she's taking that waste, going to her machine, putting it. Something is wrong with her. But by the 5th day or 6th day, they started coming and giving me ideas. Why don't you do this also? Why don't you do that also? So what I've seen in my journey is that, of course, there's a lot of bias. Of course, even I myself had a lot of doubts. Forget others. I had a lot of doubts. But over a period of time, when you keep at it, and keep at it with the intention that you have, I think the world changes and everything becomes very supportive. So.
I think it's really great that you brought this up because I always imagine if it was a male founder in your place, a lot of the problems that you just said, there was no bathroom, there's no dignified way to do the job you were doing, would never even be a mainstream conversation because by default, I'm male, it's not my problem. So I feel like while we're so proud of what you've built, it's also great what we can unpack from your journey, and I hope we get to more questions in a minute. My next speaker is Chandralika Hazarika. She is a branding and marketing professional with over 15 years of experience, and she's turned her attention to digital entrepreneurship with a focus on building digitally empowered brands. She strives to build simple, well-positioned, and intuitive high-tech products that anyone can quickly understand and adopt. At Big Things, she is building revolutionary new ways to put consumers first and foremost with its generative AI products for fashion, retail, gaming, and wellness. Chandralika is a strong supporter for women in tech, and she's the recipient of the Distinguished Accenture Women in Tech 2021 Award. She's also an active speaker and advocate for emerging technologies, including Web 3.0 and gaming, and is involved with educational institutions globally to familiarize students with new job opportunities being created due to the technological revolution. Warm welcome. As you can also notice, she is the snappiest dresser here. And just before the panel, I asked her, so Chandralika, what do you do? And then she said, I'm revolutionizing fashion. So we will come to that in a minute. But before you start, you said something interesting. Today, she is here through a series of deliberate and intentional actions. She is based out of London. She's pushed a flight to be here and talk to all of us. But why she's based in London is the reason I want to talk to her. Tell us a bit about your journey and how you ended up being the British government's poster child.
Thank you so much, and I'm very kind of you, and lovely to be this amazing women out here. I'm the happiest when I am with women founders or just anyone, because as she said, unfortunately, I am still the only woman. I walk into any room, and whenever I see anyone, I'm the happiest. So yes, I'm the co-founder of Big Things. It's one of the best fashion tech companies globally, and I was just looking around. There was EdTech, FinTech around this room. So the term fashion tech is still very new. We all wear fashion. During the pandemic, that was one sector that was not impacted was fashion. You were sitting in front of your Zoom calls, but we all wanted to dress up properly. And so that's one impact. That sector was not at all impacted. So what we do is we focus everything around the human body data. So if I get your body data correct, I can solve all the problems of fashion. That includes from the manufacturing supply chain. So just from your mobile photo, like any phone, just from a photo, I get all your body measurements. I then compare with the size specifications of any brand that you have, and I can tell you exactly which brand, which size you need to buy. And most importantly, if you think at a much deeper level, today I'm working with the world's biggest brands. I was just telling her one of the biggest luxury brands in UK, and it's very difficult. All the problems the CEOs are facing is supply chain. They don't know how much to manufacture, which geography. Our body types are so unique. So once you start using my technology, maybe in next 6 months, your designers know what to design for which body type and how much to manufacture and supply to which geography. Very simple. I am from Assam. I'm very tiny. We all, within India itself, our body types are so different, forget the country. Yeah.
So when I was thinking about what Chandralika does, one of the things that did strike me very strongly is exactly this, that there are so many different body types, configurations, aesthetics and things that we men and women aspire to and are. And it's only organizations like hers and technology that allows us to break out of this contemporary mold that already exists and build for our identities. And so it actually, in many ways, the inclusion of who we are starts with what you're doing.
Yes, right.
So it's great to
Thank you so much.
explore that conversation. Next, I have the privilege of introducing Sumana Iyengar. She is the CEO and co-founder of GoVega Software. She started the company in 2014 with 2 other co-founders, Sachin and Mahesh, and they started just by investing their time and knowledge, and today they lead a team of over 100 people, leading engineering services for companies across the world in US, Canada, Europe, Singapore, and India. They've helped many startups think through their digital transformation and cloud solutions. They work across industry verticals, and they've now started operating in Canada as well. Their vision and mission is to be a trusted technology partner for SMBs and startups and make them future ready, leveraging AI, automation, and cloud. Sumana has more than 25 years of experience, don't let her appearance deceive you, in product engineering, and she's a joy to speak to. So I think I have a question to her, which was originally slated for someone else on the panel, which was really around a woman co-founder in the software space. We know that India has some of the highest graduation rates for tertiary technology, but what has your journey been like in hiring, building an inclusive team, and scaling your business?
Hi. Thank you, everyone, for giving this opportunity. So I'm an engineer by background and entrepreneur, mother, daughter, daughter-in-law, sister, wife, everything, playing different roles both in family and business. So when we started this company Go Avega software in the year 2014, actually we didn't start for some financial gain, or we were tired of our jobs, or because our peers became unicorn and we were in, so we didn't start for that purpose. The whole purpose of starting Go Avega was, we saw there was a meaningful problem to solve. When we were working in MNC, we saw that like most of the MNCs were catering for large customers. But we did see a gap where the startups, SMBs also needed technology expertise. And because of that, we thought, okay, that's also a $51 billion market, and it's a good market to be there and be their trusted technology partner, and also help them grow their business. So we started this journey. Actually, we started in a 2-bedroom apartment. And as you rightly said, hiring challenge. The people who used to come for the first round of interview used to disappear in the second round. Because today, the young generation also likes to see a great campus, flashy buildings, and not many are matured enough to think through the kind of work that they would really want to do. And holistically, very few will look into that aspect. So we started in a 2-bedroom apartment, and hiring was a challenge. So that is the time I reached out to all my old connects, my friends, and also the freshers community, which was eager to join us. And also I reached out to all my old women colleagues, asked them like who had taken a break in their career because they had to take care of the kid or elderly person at home, and who wanted flexibility to work from home in 2014, I'm saying, when most of the companies, every day we were supposed to come to office, right? And in MNCs, there is a rule, those days it was there, where only if you are above lead level, you get the laptop. We changed that. From day one, including freshers, everybody had a laptop. Actually, we were COVID ready, even before.
I think most businesses run by women were COVID ready before COVID.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So that's how I tried to, mitigate the hiring challenge. And also we did understand that, not just hiring people would be sufficient. You need to equip them with skills. And for me, I realized that team is the foundation of the pyramid. If you have the right team with you, the customer will come to you, they'll stay with you, because if the team is happy, the customers are going to be happy. So we ensured that, at least 60 to 70% of our team, even now, are equipped with, they are continuously getting upskilled and reskilled with the new technologies. Because today's innovation, if you want to innovate something better, you need to upskill and reskill people with the latest technology. Because innovation leverages new technologies and platform. So that's what we are trying to focus on.
That's fantastic. But I love your point about taking a risk, changing the rules of the game, giving a laptop right at the beginning, being flexible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's probably changed the trajectory of your organization.
Absolutely.
Great. So more on this in a minute. I'd like to introduce our last speaker, Ms. Riya Karuturi. She is co-founder and CEO of Huvu Fresh. She, along with her sister Yashoda, founded Huvu 4.5 years ago with the aim of bringing a fresh take to tradition. They started with fresh puja flowers by elongating the shelf life from 2 to 3 days to 15 days. Since then, they've also started a range of agarbattis made with recycled temple flowers and other puja essentials made with all natural ingredients. They are available in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and Chennai for flowers through all major grocery channels, and they're available pan-India online. This year, they were fortunate to be featured on Shark Tank as the first pitch of the episode, of the season rather, and before Huvu, Riya completed her undergraduate degree in computer science and journalism from Stanford. Warm welcome. So my question to you is actually, you work very much in the sustainable space. I think Huvu is known for being thoughtful about what you put out. Was that a deliberate choice you made right from the beginning? And or did somebody in your mentorship circle, etc., say that it made good business sense? My second part to that question is, did this add to your cost? Being sustainable, did it make it more inefficient, or was that a price you were willing to pay?
First of all, thank you guys, everyone, for being here, and I'm so honored to be sharing the stage with all of these lovely ladies. With our Huvu journey, I think we started in 2019. I actually was still in college when my sister Yashoda started out Feb of 2019 for Valentine's Day. And I think from day one, maybe it's just like everything we learned in school, everything we learned in college, and the general environment around us, it was just so obvious to us that we had to do things in the most sustainable way possible. In terms of the cost perspective, there's definitely a premium to any kind of sustainable choices that you make. But I think for us, we always saw the long-term benefit of it, not just to the environment, but as a business perspective as well, right? I think the first and probably the biggest step that we took was reducing the wastage of the flowers. So typically in this industry, you see about 40% of wastage, in the market ladies and stuff like that. As soon as we showed up and kind of pitched our idea to them, they were like, you guys are crazy. But as soon as we said, that 40% wastage can come down to about 3%, that's when they were excited as well, right? So I think there was always an economic edge to that sustainability. And today, I think every D2C startup will talk about customer acquisition cost, right? And there's different aspects to your CAC. And obviously, the largest thing that people talk about is advertising. I think when you invest in sustainability and you bring people along with you on that journey, and they know that they're not harming the environment by partaking in your product, that's part of your customer acquisition cost, right? That's what creates love. That's what creates loyalty from your customers. And to be honest, it wasn't really a mentor or I would say even a conscious choice from our side. It was always our customers who drove us to think about it better. I remember when we started, our subscriptions were 10 rupees per day. And we would go to every apartment and do the deliveries 5 o'clock in the morning. And there was few customers who would be like, you guys are not going to make any money doing this. A few other customers were like, this is so environmentally irresponsible for you guys to be driving all the way here just to, in Sarjapur, Whitefield and all of that. So then they would help us onboard other customers in their building. And they'd be like, get at least 50 customers and then come deliver to me. So honestly, it was a community-driven effort, and I think it always came from our customers, which was wonderful.
That's so great to hear. I feel like every time I've talked to women founders, there's always been a serendipity of sorts of things that helped, but all founders, I think. So I'm just going to move to one of the questions that gets asked a lot, and I know everyone has at the back of their mind, and especially given that we have a diverse panel here, and that's the question about funding. Funding for when you start your organization, funding when you're thinking about scaling, funding when you're in a crunch. So no other opener other than our unicorn today. So I think, Mabel, my question to you is, when you were bootstrapping Open, how did you approach raising capital? What were some of the conscious choices you made? And then once you were established, was there a wish list that you wish after all your experience that existed, but it didn't? So if you could wave a magic wand, what would that be?
Interesting question. Bootstrapping has been a very long part of my journey. I've done it all the while. Probably Open was, in my personal journey, the more easier of the rides that I've had in fundraising, because we started out with some bit of angel investment. Most other startups, 5 other startups that I've done before this, I have invested my own funds, not had food for days together, didn't have any way to commute when I was new to Bangalore, hopped multiple buses, stayed on 20 rupees a day. That was mine and Anisha's daily budget. So have done bootstrapping for a very long time. But having said that, in all these years of doing startups, one thing I figured out is, as an entrepreneur, you need to know, if you're trying to raise funds, which are the VCs that invest into your segment. What is happening, and that is not something that you can acquire by just reading one day. You need to be constantly conscious about the news that's happening in your segment. Who are your competitors? Who are your global peers? Which are the funds that invest in these kind of companies. Not just fintech, be it whichever tech you are working on, fashion tech, ed tech, it holds true across all industries. Know who are the VCs that are going to be investing in your segment, who are the ones who are putting out those white papers about, and knowledge sharing sessions. They have a lot of closed door conversations. So knowing whom to pitch to is a big part of, raising funds. We were lucky, we had Amrish and Jitain, who were our ex-bosses at Citizen PayU, to come in as angel investors with Open. But having said that, we were always penny wise on, what our expenses were. And then when we were planning for scale, we knew exactly, which are the funds that invest in this kind of segment. Tiger Global was our lucky charm for a very long time. CDC, we got some very marquee investors like Visa, like Google, to come and back us up. And finally, the unicorn round, we had a very strategic partner with whom we do a lot of things for lending to small businesses, IIFL, and that was a perfect match to what we wanted to do for small businesses in the segment. So, to sum it up, as an entrepreneur, know who are the ones, be actively researching, there's no shortcut, no one else is going to do it for you. Keep reading the news, keep following the people in your segment, know who are the investors who invest in your segment, and if they have done it in one of your competitors, probably they're not going to put the money behind you. They might have engaging conversations with you, but that might be just to get out more information. So know when to call it the shots, and and when you're planning for fundraise, this is my biggest learning. At least look for, and now funding winter has changed that a little bit, but at least have a 12-month runway in front of you. You're really safe. You're going to get really bad deals if you're going to go in when you're cash crunched, right? And have a good runway, 6 months, 8 months, the more the merrier. In these funding winter days, it's going to be...
If you had your magic wand?
My magic wand was Deena Jacob, my co-founder. She is, having a co-founder is a great thing. A lot of founders ask me, should I have a co-founder or not? And we are 4, 2 women, 2 men, right? Diversity starts there with us. But fundraising was not easy even for Deena, because when we were doing her Series A, she was pregnant, and the entire time she was trying to hide her baby bump, and no one realized it till she finally put the mail saying, I'm going for delivery. I should be back in 3 or 4 days max. I'll be available on WhatsApp and
That's a very familiar story.
Email. And 3 days later, when she sends out the mail saying that blessed with a baby girl, that's when, the investors were like, what, you were pregnant? I did not realize that, right? And that is for me, she is my personal mentor. Whenever I feel that I'm having a bad day, I look at Deena and I say that, oh, it could have been a lot more worse. Nothing that she puts up. The grit and determination that I get to see from her every day at work, my journeys of struggles are nothing in front of that.
That's very gracious. I think we underestimate how much a co-founder or partner on this journey, because entrepreneurship is extremely lonely. It's hard, no one overstates it enough. So yeah, well done, Deena. So I think, Niveda, same question. What are some of the challenges that you had in funding for your space? And I'll build on what Mabel said, which is, there is especially in sectors that are sexy, you can hire an investment banker, they will do homework for you and all of that. In sectors that are emerging, and oftentimes there doesn't exist a thesis, you also have to do the additional work of educating a potential funder, educating the ecosystem. So your time cycles are also significantly larger. So how did you approach, you said right at the beginning, you bootstrapped, middle class. What did you do? What's your secret?
So very, very true. We were in a sector that was considered unsexy, and we still are, waste management. And on top of that, it is mostly, people think mafia, it's ruled by mafia. And we were bringing technology. So everything was a no-no in terms of, investment. But to be very frank, Sanjana, we actually were building bots that there was nothing like it. And we were actually solving the need of the hour by the dot. So the entire community wanted a solution like this, and we were right there on time. So to be very frank, from day one, we have been profitable. We have been scaling very well without actually getting investors. But investment was a very conscious choice for us, not really to get money inside, but to get the right support system to help scale. Because for us, it was about support system, getting the right people who can take us forward. So we actually raised funds when we didn't need. And I think that was great. To be very frank, that was great, because that's when you get the right terms. Today we have some of the best terms. Our investors look at us as equals. We have amazing independence, you know. And I've seen other startups as well. But what I'm trying to say is when we were raising funds, okay, so we didn't consciously raise funds, but I'll tell you this. In the initial stages, I was speaking at a lot of forums and people loved what I do, especially Indian investors. Many of them came to us and said, this is amazing, you've come up with an invention that has literally no bounds, right? Waste is one thing that will never come down, and there was nothing like this. Yeah, always growing. So, when they see all these points, you know, there is nothing like it. This is an innovation in a space which is so constrictive, limiting by its own nature. They back off because, to be very frank, and I want to put it out there, Indian investors, and I'm saying the startup ecosystem has come so beautifully far, and fundraising has become so easy. Startups are getting funded, but still something new, something impactful, something in a field that nobody has thought about is not something we are, as Indian investors, I've seen a lot of openness, and a lot of risk aversion is too much, too high. Now, I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is if our own Indian investors do not invest in innovations that are really solving our own country's problem, then we cannot expect innovations to come out of India. It cannot always be a cut, copy, paste from,
Absolutely. I'll say it for you. Indian investors are scared sometimes of risk, and there's no close proxy to compare.
Absolutely. So to be very frank, today we have some of the largest investors globally. And again, I did not go for fundraising. They came to us. Literally, it was never that we went to. We had to pick and choose sometimes. And we have the likes of CVC, if you know, there are 122 billion asset under management. Mr. Steve Coltis is on our board. Again, I did not go. So it was a very organic process, because throughout this journey, there was only one intention: solving the problem. There was only one intention: solving the problem. So I think that is what kept us going. But again, when it comes to fundraise, I would strongly suggest, and that has worked for us, not consciously but unconsciously, that raise it at a time when you are not like desperate for it to get the best of terms, and you get better valuations. And frankly, for startups like us, which are from India, solving some of the largest problems, frankly, today, international investors are a better choice. Sorry.
Got it. No, I think that makes sense. You have a thesis on what your valuation could look like. Actually, what Mabel said was so true, and we were laughing about it here. We've been in so many conversations where somebody's building their thesis and just gathering intelligence, and you basically let everything go because you think there's a golden egg at the end of it. Absolutely. But thanks, that's very insightful. Chandralika has been bursting to give us her input on funding. And I have a sense that given that she works in fashion and in fashion tech, her journey has probably been slightly more complicated than a product or a fintech. So over to you. Can you tell us a little bit about what your journey has been?
Yes, thank you so much. I just go with both of these lovely women. It's really sad what she said is so true. I'm just happy someone else is saying the truth, because often I'm the only one, and my co-founder told me, please be careful what you speak today. So I am very careful today. But yes, just like hers, I'm also come from a sector, as I said, did not exist, fashion tech. I started long back in 2016. Asking any brand to go digital means it's like people are just going to laugh on your face, because fashion is all about touch and feel. Our process has been, in a way, I had to slowly, I was getting more attention, or like, you know, the respect that I wanted from Europe. That was not a conscious choice. It was started like in 2019 when one of the biggest luxury brands from Milan picked up 10 fashion tech companies globally, and I was the only Asian company, and today often, you know, me and my co-founder are representing the whole continent globally, and that's a huge honor, and women obviously. So I moved to Milan. After that, the pandemic started. I was in Milan when this happened, and somehow we got the last flight out, and thank God I'm alive. And then it started. There was Stockholm. Again, Sweden had a lot of emphasis on women founders. I was invited to Stockholm, a completely funded trip. again. Got a lot of support from the Indian government. I was in Helsinki for Slush after that. So I was getting a lot of global exposure. In India, I was, at that time, I did not get the support at all. Investors definitely did not understand my space at all, and obviously they're scared when they don't know a space and you say that I have a big client in Europe. They'll be like, okay, I don't know Europe, I don't know the space, so I cannot invest, and you're too ahead of the curve. That's again a problem. If you're too innovative, they're going to get scared. So you have to balance it out. A lot of bootstrapping happened. I know my co-founder even sold his house. He put in all the money, and till we got the bigger deals. Ours is all about human body data. We needed a lot of money to create the data. As an early stage company, you cannot go and pay 10 million to buy a data set as an AI company, so you have to create your own data. It was a beautiful journey, as I said. Not getting enough support, but yes, last year she did mention about UK. It so happened I was invited for the Commonwealth Games in the UK, again representing India as a delegate. And after that, there was a lot happened. They encouraged us to open an office in UK, so that's our European base. And yes, from there, today we're working with the best in the world. But it was
That's
tough.
wonderful. You actually said something that I want to pick up. Your co-founder sold his house. And that leads me to this question that women are often confronted with. Just what's your access to formal capital in the absence of any asset that you own? It usually, you require a male member or someone else to hedge for you. So did you not sell your house?
I didn't have one.
All right, that's a straightforward answer. So now changing gears from a VC-funded business to a profitable tech business, what was your bootstrap journey and how did you fund GoVega and grow to where you are today?
Sure, thank you. So I'll just give a little bit of background. So when we started GoVega, like we quit our jobs and we three of us started this, all we invested was time and knowledge. No money, no vitamin M. So what we did was like, we were meticulous in terms of saving every penny and putting that money back as an investment for the growth of the company. And we did consulting, we earned, we put the money back to the company. So from day one, you know, we were generating revenue. And today we are close to 100 people company, profitable organization, paying taxes to the government. No, that's important, right, Sanjana? And like recently when we, especially after the COVID hit and when you're doing product engineering services, sometimes your payments do not come on time from your customers. So you also need to be, ready with some kind of a backup. So I approached our bank with whom I've been associated with for last 9 years. I asked them, hey, I need a OD. I just need an OD. Now for the OD, they said, oh, you need to give your collaterals. I said, why? Why should I give my collaterals? My family won't agree. Nobody will pledge their property. My co-founders won't agree. So I said, so what is the other option? The other option is you put a FD and you get OD on FD. So, I mean, for your own money, you're going to get your OD. The only advantage I saw there is if you keep the money in the current account, you don't get any interest. Okay, I mean, you move that to FD and then took the OD. But what I realized is, see, the bankers who have been working with us for so long, in fact, every bank, they need to see what is the business model we are operating at. And they need to see our revenue that's incoming, the cash flow, and they should be able to give us OD without all these ifs and buts, And at the same time, most of the bank folks, they also don't know the kind of policies even the government makes for the women, that education is missing, that awareness is missing within the financial institution who are actually lending loans or OD for that matter. So that education is required even for them.
No, I think that's a fantastic point because it cuts across segments. You were with all the privilege, the type of business you were running, you still could not access formal capital, and this problem is so much more aggravated if you are from a slightly more vulnerable community, working in a business that the banker does not understand. So your point is very valid, and while there exist formal schemes for bankers to be educated, the problem is the last mile. It is still human interface and somebody who looks at you with a bias, who makes a decision on yes or no.
Absolutely, and just one point to that. I have been talking to some of the women entrepreneurs and just sharing even their pain points briefly here, that when a woman goes to get the loan for the business, there is multiple times you have to revisit, and the process is longer compared to a male.
There's actually
asking
a
for
data
loan.
point.
And one of my another friend who is an entrepreneur, she was asked this question: where is your husband? Did you take his permission to take the loan? I mean, come on.
No, it's actually funny. Yesterday, I was meeting someone who took an educational loan, and she had to get an NOC from her husband that she had put her parents' house as her address proof instead of her husband's house as her address proof. And this is in Bangalore, a very large bank, which I will not name. But it just goes to show that someone who's going overseas with 17 years of experience had to get an NOC from her husband because she put her permanent address as her parents. So coming to our last speaker on this subject, you mentioned that you started with 10 rupees a day. Maybe your unit economics didn't quite add up at that point. How did you bootstrap? Did you self-fund yourself? Did you have an angel? Did you have someone to support you? What was your journey?
So we actually started with a small angel check, and yeah, definitely, like, we were first-time founders, fresh out of college. I think we were like, yeah, 10 rupees makes sense, and then very soon, I think every day our parents would be like, you're working this hard for a 10 rupee packet. And they would like, it was just so funny to them that we were doing all of these gymnastics to get a 10 rupee packet out. But I think we had to start that way. I don't think there was any other, we had to the market economics that the lady on the street was doing, we had to meet her at that point. And I think that's what we did. In terms of our fundraise journey, I think there's 4 main things that I would like to talk about. The first one was, in the first year, we went through the Techstars Accelerator program, which is a Boulder-based program. I think that kind of introduced us to the startup ecosystem. We came from a family business, so my mom and dad had a business of their own. So we kind of were always looking at banking and cash flow and stuff like that as revenue sources. But I think in 2019, 2020, that was kind of like, there was a huge bump up in terms of the available capital, stuff like that. So that was great in terms of being part of the accelerator program. But coming to my second point, I kind of wish I'd heard what Mabel said maybe 3 years ago, because we would get calls like every day from VC firms, like, all the biggest ones. And we were like, we're talking to this firm and that firm and this thing. Yeah, and then one of our mentors, I love him, his name is Nikhil Bandarkar, and I think every 6 months he calls us just to remind us this, and he's like, you're not being nice, you're just being dumb. And I think it always like is good piece of advice. He's like, stop taking these calls. Like, why are you taking all these analyst calls? Because his job, like usually it was a male analyst, his job is to get on calls with founders. But your job is to raise capital for your funds, so you better know whether you're in their thesis or not, and you better not be wasting your time. So I think that was a very pivotal piece of advice to get. The third thing that I wanted to say, it kind of ties into what Niveda said as well. Taking money when you don't really need it, or at least raising when you still have that runway to get the best kind of terms. Again, it came from a mentor. I remember Latika Pai, who heads Microsoft for startups. We were a part of the Sonder Connect program and things like that. And she actually invited us to give a talk to the next cohort. And we were like, oh, we're not currently fundraising because we have the runway and everything. And she grabbed the mic from us and she was like, no. She was like, this is the mistake that female founders make. Like, definitely know how much capital you need. Don't overcapitalize. Don't over-dilute yourself. But when there's money on the table, you better have a damn good reason for not taking it. Because a lot of founders will take that money and then figure out what to do with it, right? I think that was a very interesting perspective. Even the round that we raised with Sauce, actually, like, we weren't looking at fundraising at that time. We'd just gotten a few angel checks and stuff like that. But I think the strength of Source as a fund, they actually gave us all of the founders' numbers and they were like, we're not going to sell ourselves to you, go speak to our founders. And we were like, if we can speak to like Shashank Mehta of Whole Truth Foods and Mokobara and stuff like that, why not, right? And they told us, don't be dumb, like take the money, take it at the best possible terms, and money, whether you like it or not, is always a constraint. That doesn't mean you completely remove those guardrails, because it's important to have it, which is what I think the discipline of banking teaches us as well. But at the end of the day, get it when you still have that runway, and I think that was great advice. If we were in the market fundraising right now, I think that would be way more difficult given the funding environment. Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll just do a round of closing comments on a very specific thing. If anybody knows me, you know I'm all about the solutions. So we'll go quickly around just to get a pulse on if you had one solution to offer women entrepreneurs in the ecosystem, what would it be? Before that, though, I also just want to caveat that while this panel is diverse, different sectors, different segments, we're also disproportionately privileged and recognize that. So we don't necessarily speak for everyone, and I just want to put that out there, because when you think about solutions, and this is probably my biggest concern with the way the VC ecosystem is built, it is so homogeneous, the output to the input, that you always get the same kinds of people and ideas funded. So in that note, and Lean, I'd love to start with you, Mabel. If you had to think about what an inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystem looked like, what one element would it have?
Tough question, but I would love, I'm a big believer that you need access to mentors at all stages of your growth. It is not just when you're starting out when you need access to mentors. You need mentors who can coach you for scale, mentors who can take you to your unicorn valuations, and mentors who can help you reach the IPOs as well, right? So the access to a network of mentors is going to be the make and break, I feel, for the Indian startup ecosystem particularly.
That's a tough one.
It's a tough one, but then initiatives like what's happening here at DIA, where the G20 nations, their ecosystem partners, people who are building it there, are here, and this collaboration is happening. Something that I've wanted this to happen so much. When market
So that's
access
what we're
for this
building with
comes out.
WEP, a mentorship platform. But I think the biggest challenge is finding someone for whom it's not transactional.
Yeah.
That's a great input.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
my input.
Yours.
So I would like to put it in a more personal way. The biggest issue that I see with any entrepreneur, not just women entrepreneur, is the fact that the one person who doubts us the most is we ourselves. And I think I've wanted to give up at least 1 million times in the first 3-4 years. 1 million, I'm not exaggerating. And everybody else believed in me. So I think if we can start believing in ourselves a little more, irrespective of the gender, the age, the qualification, the background, I think the world is out there waiting for people with the right solutions. It's just that we need to be a lot more confident and believe in ourselves a lot more. I know these words are sort of said a lot of times, but out of experience, I'm saying this.
There's a shortcut to that. Think like a man.
But then I thought, okay, now that I've come out of the shackles, right? I mean, these, and I want to say this for speaking for all the panelists here. What is it that is differentiating us from the women out there? They're more brilliant. They're more smart. Why are they not here? Why are they not doing what they want to do? Why are so many women out there in India not actually going forward and doing their startups? And then I came down to the one fact, all of us here, sitting here, I speak for all of us, we are fortunate to have families supporting us. We are fortunate that our families are telling, go do whatever you want. But 90% of the women friends that I have do not have this. And I think this is the major thing she can get out of herself. She's financially, mentally, physically capable of doing it. But the one thing that is holding her back is the shackles of the one thing that she needs the most, which is her family. So for all the people sitting out there, if you have those kind of dynamic women in your lives, please go ahead and support her. Please go ahead and push her. I think that is the only difference that the women here with me and the women out there have, to be very frank. So this is what I want to leave.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Chandralika.
So nicely said. I would say I definitely need more gentlemen out there, like my dad and my husband and everyone else. Definitely, all of you are there. Much more is required. And I just want to tell every woman out there is, I know we love our families. We're always going to give importance. But okay, you get married, you have kids. You don't have to end your career. Please come back. I need more women. We all need more women. Stop being so timid. You can be bold. You don't be proud. Don't be apologetic. You have the right to say no in a most professional, nice, gracious way you can. But please come up and follow your dreams. If you don't take the first step and you just think if you've been going to be lazy, you cannot achieve your dreams. You have to be bold, get going, work very hard. And yes, obviously, we all have gentlemen out there.
Thank you. So male allies, that's a good one.
Yeah, I think I agree to all the three of them. But along with that, I believe having knowledge is very powerful. So continuous learning is something, whether you are a male or a female, man or a woman, continuous learning is very much essential for every one of us, no matter what age you are at. Whatever dreams you want to achieve, if you put your heart and soul, whether you do the mentorship, you get the mentoring, or you take the continuous learning path, if you upskill and reskill yourself, I am 100% sure that you will be able to position yourself either as an entrepreneur or you can land in corporate jobs, but you can do wonders. But you should never give up learning. At least every day for 30 minutes, you should learn something that you are dreaming about. And then you become subject matter expert by continuous learning, because knowledge is so powerful, gender will never be able to take it away.
That's fantastic. Well said.
You asked how we can make this environment more inclusive. I think the last 10 years, whether it was copy pasting, whether it was innovative ideas, we've done a lot to build for, they say India 1. But who is best equipped to build for the rest of India, right? Like India 2, India 3, etc. And I think there's this huge cohort of fresh college grads who are the first time graduates in their family because of the social reforms that we've had. Because of India Stack, now they're so comfortable with UPI, WhatsApp, etc. They all have their boat headphones and their Android phones and stuff like that. I think that is a group, if given the right tools, not just as middle management, which right now seems unattainable for them, but as entrepreneurs as well. I think that would really be unlocking a lot of power and bringing a lot of fresh perspectives into the ecosystem and building for a much larger part of the economy that we need right now.
That's a very useful input. I agree. Nobody better than the actual user to build for themselves. So just as we wrap up, I think one of my takeaways from this panel is that next time we should have men on this panel as well, so that we get an interesting perspective. But in the spirit of time and punctuality is politeness of queens, we'd like to call this to a close. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We have 1 minute to spare, and I hope you learned something. I hope you leave a little bit curious. Please reach out to any of us if you want to support our work. There's some great founders to fund, engage with, and partner with. And if you want to learn more about what the government's trying to do for women entrepreneurs, feel free to reach out. Thank you, everyone.
Request all the panelists to please stay back because there is a white paper launch, and that is on EdTech. So I request all of you to please do the good deed and launch it. Meanwhile, let's hear it for the panel. Such raw and real observations, right from being asked a husband's NOC to actual lack of self-belief that can really hurt your business, to so much more covered. Thank you so much. And please, let's hear it for the panel that you heard just now. And they're launching the white paper as well on EdTech. You are going to find the QR code on the conference kits in case you want to delve deep. And therefore, once again, thank you. You wish to hold it up? Yes. Thank you. And I would like to request the moderator, that is Sanjana, to please give tokens of gratitude and appreciation to all our panelists. Niveda, starting from Niveda, RM founder, TrashCon. Wonderful, wonderful sharing. I was listening to you from the audience and some of it was so relatable. Thank you, people. Niveda, founder, Trashcon. Next to Chandralika Hazarika, MD and co-founder, Big Things. Chandralika, I think the Milan experience was really good. I would love to read more or hear more at some future point. Sumana Iyengar, CEO and co-founder, Goa Vega. Sumana, thank you for keeping it so realistic as to what women entrepreneurs go through. Ria Karuturi, co-founder and CTO of Huvu, an enterprise that's just so lovely to even hear the name. Thank you. And Mabel Chaco, co-founder, Open Financial Technologies. Thank you, Mabel. Loved all the insights that came from you. May I invite Omkar of MBH to give the memento to the moderator, Sanjana Govindan. Thank you once again. Inclusive innovation journey of women founders. That's what we just heard at the G20 DIA Summit. Very, very, takeaway filled sessions for sure. In the interest of time, let me inform the audience that there is going to be a product demo now. The demo is on commerce and culture in Metaverse. And presenting it would be Rajesh Mijankar, MD, Kia.ai. Please join me in welcoming Rajesh. You heard him on the panel earlier, and now it's a demo.
said to wait till they move those. स्टार्ट करें? Can we start? Yeah. Check. Good afternoon, everyone. And Namaskaro, Bengaluru. I want to start with thanking MeitY Startup Hub for this opportunity to showcase what we call as a metaverse built for Bharat, Bharat Meta. The whole concept of metaverse as we imagined it has been one where we are able to have cultural interactions. We are able to have interactions that engage in commerce and conduct real business on the metaverse rather than have just metaverse restricted to the aspect of gaming or to the fact that it is limited to only technology geeks. So one of the aspects that I'm covering in this presentation today is a few snapshots of a demo of what Keynote's platform is and to highlight what we brought in different as a value proposition in Keynote than what you see as the definition of metaverse in general. So if we were to look at what we developed as technology components within Keynote was the aspect of low-code, no-code metaverse platform, where businesses are able to create their own shops on the metaverse with the capability of, one, creating a shop that they want to have as the ability to have racks, ability to put inventory in there, and be able to trade goods with ease. The second one was with regards to having a hybrid cloud compatibility, which means that if you were to create a typical Web3 environment where assets would lie and database would lie with the individual owners to have truly a creator economy, that capability to have a hyper or a hybrid cloud compatibility. Most importantly was making sure that there are multi-user interactions, creation of zones as well as schedulers for activities, a customer journey configurator, because when you have businesses that create their own shops on the metaverse, each business would have their own journey for their customer. So there is no need for a coder to sit and write code. You simply create customer journeys on the fly and have, importantly, a digital identity around a blockchain solution. This would entail that the data privacy aspect of the customer is always guaranteed. Here again, we are compatible to any other digital identity solution. And lastly, the conversational AI humanoid. This is to ensure that you have a robot available to every shop that they can have for addressing product queries. Now, when we looked at the concept of what was different for India in a metaverse platform than what is generally created as a metaverse platform for others, is that India is today blessed with what you see as the digital public infrastructure. Digital public infrastructure that gives you ability for online payments. So there is no need for cryptocurrency necessarily to have payments being done for goods or for transactions that are done on the metaverse. The second part is with regards to digital identity, India already has a stack for digital identity, so you could clearly use that. And we are further looking at other digital public infrastructure like language, like buyer-seller interactions, etc., all being done through the metaverse by utilizing what is readily available as DPI, rather than look at creating something that is proprietary. So when we reimagined the metaverse for India, it was to create a metaverse that is not just elitist, restricted to people who have VR headsets and augmented reality headsets, but it is to extend the metaverse to someone who needs help with running customer journeys down to the rural areas, which means that you can have a platform where an artisan sitting in a tier 3, tier 4 city, village could make sure that they could use Bharat Meta to create their own shop and sell goods. So what is Bharat Meta about? It's a platform that renders culture and events. It provides for banking. It provides for real estate. And when I say real estate, it is not about buying virtual land on the metaverse, but it is being able to visualize real estate from real spaces that you would buy in physical world to be able to then tokenized on the metaverse. Then to have education, because the whole concept of education on metaverse is truly rendered with the augmentation of generative AI. And lastly, from a shopping perspective, being able to provide low-code, no-code spaces that someone could create their own shop on the fly and being able to add inventory that they want to sell. So we'll go through a few examples here. What we have launched today in Bharat Meta is a low-res virtual world. And this is one of the first examples that we had, where we celebrated India's Independence Day, 75th Independence Day, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav last year on the metaverse, where we hoisted the Indian national flag on the virtual asset of the Red Fort. And this was the first instance of a national flag hoisted on the metaverse. This was done last year, and again this year, on our 77th Independence Day, we again celebrated Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. We had a fly past, being able to make sure that every user who visits Bharat Meta is able to enjoy a different experience, but in a lifelike experience as they would see in the real world. Now, what's the difference here with regards to watching this on television versus this? When you view this on Oculus, you are feeling you are at the Red Fort or wherever the flag hoisting has happened. You are able to hoist your own flag as well. That's an option we gave now. And you are able to get a certificate to say you hoisted the flag on the metaverse. This is to ensure that the younger generation or anyone who uses Bharat Meta is able to culturally be associated with the concept of Bharat in whatever shape or form that Bharat renders itself in each one's imagination. So when we looked at the aspect of culture, if someone said that we don't have, in a particular city, we have crackers being banned, then we said we'll go down on the metaverse and allow people to celebrate Diwali. If it was said that, on a particular day you have security restrictions on a particular monument that you want to visit, you are able to here go down virtually to that monument. For example, go to the place that the Prime Minister hoisted the national flag from and go and salute the flag from that place. That's everybody's dream wanting to be true on the 15th of August, and that's something we realized. So the reimagination of Metaverse on Bharat Meta was something which allows people to have lifelike experiences in a virtual world, but in a much better way. Now, this is just reimagining cultural events, but in the same way, we have started imagining business experiences as well. So I'll give you a few examples here. This is Punjab National Bank's metaverse that we created. Now here, this is live. If you go to Punjab National Bank's website, you'll get the link to this metaverse. A customer of the bank can visit Punjab National Bank, go down to the virtual branch, and conduct any other product queries that they have. Here, the bank is able to put their own messaging. You have a robot being available, and then you can answer queries. So what we've done here is use generational AI. And being able to take data that is ready for the customer and being able to provide that as options. the first phase is product information. But in future, what we look to do is to say, get down to the point of being able to onboard a customer, get down to the point of being able to offer online product design to the customer to design their own product as they obtain it from the bank, and eventually do transactions as the regulatory approvals come in for that process on the metaverse. Now, within this, in banks outside India, we've also taken up different experiences on the metaverse. Like, for example, the moving from the metaverse for a car loan would take you to directly a showroom of a car of a manufacturer, and being able to experience that car as a virtual asset, and being able to then take a car loan based on what your virtual experience with that view was. This is another example of the other bank on Bharat Meta, Bank of Maharashtra. Again, here, what we've done is interfaced to the bank's backend securely. As a company, we are into the business of even digital banking. So we have provided for a large part of what you call as digital banking experience. And given that experience, we have now been able to bring the digital banking experience to the metaverse. So here, again, the experience is that you go talk to an avatar, get information on the product. But the important part is there is the aspect of the avatar remembering what you did last time, and to be able to continue the journey from there on. So there are no broken journeys per se. It is journeys that can be carried forward from where you left off last time. And we also created a partner zone. The partner zone was created for the corporate customers of the bank. So the corporate customers of the bank are able to put out their offers within the virtual branch of the bank and be able to have these offers being then utilized. In future, what we intend to do is, as these partners are onboarded on Bharat Meta, the concept is to say that you would move from the virtual branch of Bank of Maharashtra or whichever bank to then getting into their own spaces. So this is how the future is going to be when we look at a Web3 environment. And that is why at Kia.ai, when we reimagined banking in the new era, we said that it is necessary to look at the fact that you could have people moving from one world to the other in an interoperable manner freely. So when we look at the virtual banking services, we look at providing customer and product onboarding. There's the aspect of investment and wealth management tools, because the avatar that is used and the generational AI allows people to provide information on portfolios, analyze portfolios and give observations, create portfolio proposals and provide that to the customer online. We are able to have eventually look at online transactions. But importantly, when we look at visualization for loans, like I said, the car loan example, similarly, we have tie-ups being currently in place and soon to go live with real estate firms. So if someone was looking for a home loan, you are able to visualize the house as is in real, as it is visual in real world to the virtual world, and then conduct a complete process of a customer journey to get a home loan. Otherwise, you can also have aspects like trade finance and marketplace. If you look at trade finance, for example, we have seen various options of blockchain coming across in trade finance. And if you look at the number of transactions done on trade finance versus the number of transactions done today in the retail world, the reason why trade finance transactions would be lower, in my view, on the blockchain is possibly because there is no visual interface to the various stakeholders in the game. What we've done differently on the metaverse is being able to provide a visual world to the buyer, the seller, the buyer's bank, the seller's bank, the insurance company, the logistics firm, all of them being visible on the metaverse, where you're able to conduct various journeys from planning your consignments to getting insurance for the shipping to knowing when the shipping is likely to reach the other port, visualizing where the goods are during the transition, all of that. The key aspect that we address within the metaverse on Bharat Meta is the aspect of financial literacy as well. So one of the reasons why the take-on of Digital India has been so successful, if you compare that to anywhere in the world, is because the whole process of a digital transaction for UPI or whether it was for earlier other aspects of digital banking was made very simplified. Whether it is just about scanning a QR code or if it was looking at ensuring that you had a tap and pay, these were the things that made digital payments more popular. It was not the fact that it was just run by the government or rather inspired by the government's actions, but it was more importantly because the customer also was a part of this as a stakeholder in that whole journey to say, we will make payments simplified for you. And that's the whole exercise we are looking at in the Metaverse, where we ensure that banks are able to provide financial literacy on their products. The same way this could then be rendered in other various forms for businesses as well. The other example is the fact that you're able to have the creation of a shop. I'll quickly go through this journey. So this is where you create a workspace, you get a shop, you get to place various accessories. An example of, let's say, a table, that's all in the application store. And once you create a shop by putting the store in, you then choose a robot that you want to place there. You will have an asset of various robots that you want to place. Place the robot there. The backend allows you to configure the data source that allows you to say what the robot should be rendering as content. And then go about signing off the shop to say how you want it to be visible, including the aspect of what the bot's name should be. You can also configure the lighting of the shop, which are the areas that you want to highlight better, and things such as that. So at this point, I want to also say that we have been involved in close discussions with a global venture fund on creating a joint venture that will be India's largest commerce and entertainment hub on the Metaverse. The whole purpose is to ensure that large conglomerates have the convenience of being able to create their own spaces on the Metaverse and be able to do the aspect of commerce on the Metaverse through this joint venture that we propose. Now, this is an example where somebody could go in and buy a coffee on the Metaverse. The aspect why I showed this is that whatever is bought on the Metaverse is also delivered physically. So you can imagine today taking in coffee. What's different in buying coffee today on an e-commerce website vis-a-vis on the Metaverse? The fact is, the differential aspect is that you can sip the coffee at home when it's delivered or the food item when it's delivered while chatting with your friend on the Metaverse. So what you're doing is doing social collaboration of parties on the Metaverse while actually having the food delivered home. So you don't miss the aspect of parties of the food and what goes with it, but you also have that and the ability to collaborate. So in commerce, we've looked at the whole aspect of catalog management and the various aspects of visualization, generative AI, teleporting between spaces of virtual assets. So this was the ability to create a community where someone could go enjoy a cultural event, and very soon, another thing is that you'll soon have one of India's most popular pilgrimages coming on Bharat Meta in the joint venture that we've got, where you would be able to completely visualize the pilgrimage right from the start of how you feel you would have watched it in real world. But the difference here is going to be that you can take time to stand and watch and do the darshan and conduct the seva, which otherwise you would have got only about 10 seconds to stand there and just move on. So the restrictions of what are in the real world, of not being able to support in a physical space tens of thousands of pilgrims who visit, is something that the Metaverse sorts out by everybody having their own personalized journey, which is lifelike. We've also done aspects on workforce collaboration for companies, like for example, in our own company, we are launching the aspect where it has my avatar, it has the avatar of my management, and anyone is able to come and discuss grievances, have collaboration with us. All our events that will happen in the company, like birthdays or new employee joinees, welcoming, all of that, those are going to be conducted for the global workforce across the company. since we do business in 57 countries and 11 global offices, this allows us to interact better with the employees. But we are working with a bank, for example, in South Africa, where we created the entire journey of the experience for them for creating wellness pods, where somebody who needs counseling can go and sit there and then have discussion with specialist counselors who are then having access to the metaverse. Lastly, I'd like to cover the benefits of metaverse. One is about the enhanced customer experience. It allows you to create new revenue streams, allows cost savings because whatever you want in a product journey to be bought in, you don't need to create physical environments or physical spaces for that. You can multiply that in virtual spaces, enhancing customer experiences and creating better data insights to say what's customer behavior and being able to respond to that digitally on the fly, real time. So that's about Bharat Meta. Thank you for your patient hearing. And you will soon be seeing Bharat Meta along with the joint venture live with the multiple islands soon. What we have today is bharatmeta.in, where you can go and visualize the flag hoisting. You can do the flag hoisting. It's going to be on for the next 2 days. You can hoist your own flag, get a certificate, and eventually, even for Diwali, you'll be able to celebrate Diwali and the various functions that come up in Bharat's cultural ecosystem is something that we look forward to celebrate on Bharat Meta, other than making sure that we are able to conduct businesses successfully. The future for Bharat Meta is about creating partnerships, is about creating a community of, a vibrant community of what Bharat stands for, and being able to conduct business in what you call as the futuristic aspect of a Web3 environment on the metaverse. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Rajesh Marjankar, for the demo. And as we come to the second, as we go on to the proceedings of day 2, we have a very special speaker joining us virtually. So I'm just going to check in with our colleagues at the console if he is online. And we are very soon going to start the talk after that. Shiv Vikram Khemka. Once we check on that. So meanwhile, just a minute or a couple of minutes before the team does that, how many of you have actually traveled from other cities to Bangalore for the first time? Whoa, that's quite a number. I almost thought that Bangalore sabhi ne dekha hoga. Which places are you coming from? You want to shout out from where you are? I wanted you to shout out the name of the place, but this is also a good post-lunch exercise, I suppose. I think we have our speaker, and I can see him. I'm just going to do a little audio check. If he can hear us clearly, Mr. Shiv Khemka, you can. All right. Are you able to see us? Are we largely invisible? And can I hear your voice? So just so that we...
Yes. Hello. How are you?
Yes, all good. My name is Vasanthi Hariprakash. I'm a journalist and podcaster. Happy to welcome you on to this summit, Mr. Khemka. And I have been given the honor of introducing you. It's a very, very interesting profile. So here I go. Mr. Khemka, or Shiv, if we can call you. He's a vice chairman of the Sun Group. Many of you are already aware of that. Probably you've done your homework, you're in the audience. It's a 120-year-old family enterprise active in asset management, natural resources, green infrastructure, and technology investments around the world. Shiv is also the executive chairman of the Global Education and Leadership Foundation. We know it as tGELF, which has trained over 25 million students worldwide and organizes a global entrepreneurship challenge that has reached over 1 million entrepreneurs and curated almost $1 billion in perks and rewards. Among the other things that he does, he's on the Leadership Council of the Brookings Center for Universal Education, the President's Council on International Activities at Yale, the Asia Society Policy Institute's Global Council, and he was elected a Global Leader for Tomorrow by WEF, the World Economic Forum, and has received the Outstanding Contribution to Education Prize by Wharton. Shiv studied at Eton College Brown and the Lauder Institute. He speaks 7 languages, and these include Russian and Portuguese, some of which he's going to use, I hope, in his speech to us. Will he? Let's wait and watch meanwhile. Also something which I found very interesting amongst the things that he does is that he was conferred a black belt by the Japanese Aikido Federation. I hope I got that pronunciation right. And he's a regular meditator. He has recently translated the ancient Yoga Sutras of Patanjali from Sanskrit to English. He's married to Urvashi Rana from Nepal, I'm told, and they have 3 daughters, Bhavani, Jayashri, and Gayatri. Very, very wholesome personality. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our next speaker, Shiv Khemka. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be on this call with all of you. I'd first like to thank the organizers, Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Government of India, Akash Tripathi ji, Joint Secretary, MeitY, and Jitendra Vijay ji, who's the CEO of the startup ecosystem that is hosting all of us today. The MeitY team, the FICCI team, and the NASSCOM team, all of you, thank you so much for all the work that's gone into pulling this all together. I just want to say that it's really a privilege to be here because we have in this room some of the most incredible entrepreneurs around the world. And to me, it's always very exciting to be with a group of entrepreneurs. Myself, I come from an entrepreneurial family. And when I look at the world today, I see the challenges, the geopolitical challenges, as the world starts to, confront itself in different ways and restructure its geopolitical architecture, the challenges of economic growth fueled by, all kinds of other geopolitical challenges, energy inflation, food inflation, the climate challenges, which are huge and enormous. And we're seeing more and more climate situations around the world, from forest fires in Hawaii to, we see all kinds of issues all over the planet, which we would never have expected, to floods and, the highest temperatures ever recorded in history, etc. I think we're facing some very big challenges. And we have, of course, the great opportunity of technology, but also the challenges of technology which lie ahead. Artificial intelligence, bioengineering, and these kind of things will give us great opportunity to solve many of these problems, but will also create many challenges unless we deal with them in a responsible way. And I think entrepreneurs play a critical role in this. And I believe entrepreneurs are going to be one of the most important factors in helping solve these issues over the years to come. My own journey as an entrepreneur, I left India as a young man to go and study abroad. I went to study in France, then I went to study in England, then I went to college in the US. Then I lived and worked and started some businesses in Latin America, in Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, where I spent about 5 years working in my 20s, went back to Wharton, did my MBA at business school, and then I moved to Russia and lived in Russia, Ukraine, Central Asia, and worked in that whole region for many years, did a lot of work all over Africa, and especially West Africa, and then did a lot of work in China and Asia as well. So I've had a very nomadic life all my life, and I've enjoyed my journey as an entrepreneur. And I think that entrepreneurs, in a way, bring together resources in unique and creative ways to solve problems that exist. And if you're focused on solving the problem and serving others, serving the market, then the business tends to do well. And I think there's no more incredible opportunity for all of you as entrepreneurs right now. There are no greater challenges and there are no greater opportunities foisted upon you through the advent of technology and technology innovation, which is speeding up every day, faster and faster and faster. And I think AI and quantum and biotechnology and these industries are going to be where the future lies in terms of solutions and potential challenges as we look ahead. I know that entrepreneurs from 29 countries have been selected. The best entrepreneurs have come to India. And I'd just like to say a few words about India. You know, India, when I was at Wharton, I organized a study tour to India. And at that time, this was 1989, India wasn't really even on the map as a country, as a destination for a study trip. Today, of course, India is at the center of much of the discussion about global entrepreneurship, global technology, and has become one of the largest startup hubs on the planet. You know, I am very proud of that personally, but I think it's just the beginning. I think India has the benefit of tremendous human capital, a strong education system, which is being strengthened every day. It has great leadership, and the government and private sector partnering together to solve these challenges, I think is going to be critical, because entrepreneurship is all about teamwork, building great teams to solve challenges, not only in India, but globally. And I think that is the challenge that lies ahead to us. And I think that India can play an important role, given India's tremendous demographics of a young population, when much of the world is much older and faces challenges that will be unique to those demographics. The Indian diaspora is another huge advantage we have, with Indians living all over the world, including, of course, in the tech hubs of the planet, including Silicon Valley, and many of them leading companies in those jurisdictions that are world leaders in their areas. And I think, again, that Indian diaspora connecting back to India, and India connecting to that diaspora and connecting to the rest of the world, can act to help and solve problems at scale around the planet. I just came back from Israel. I was in Israel last week. And for those of you who know the story, I will be telling you nothing new, but it's a very, very interesting example of how a very small country, you know, the total productive population in Israel, working in business and in tech, and in the productive economic sector is probably less than 2.5 million people. That is like one small neighborhood in Bangalore or in Delhi. That small population has generated a GDP for Israel of 567 billion US dollars, just to give you the productivity of that nation. They have a very strong technical education system. They have a very strong system of everyone having to do service, whether it's in their military system or in social system. And that service culture has built a tremendous team building and leadership energy in the country. And of course, they've built the ecosystem and the infrastructure so that everyone can become productive citizens. And I think those three are foundational elements that have made Israel succeed. And I think India and other countries around the world should look at examples like Israel. Although they are much smaller, I think some of the basic building blocks are things that we can imitate, emulate, copy, and learn from. And I think we can do a lot. Of course, the United States is the center of global entrepreneurship, and you know, Silicon Valley, everyone knows, and there's a strong link between all of you in this room probably and companies in the Valley, because you use their tools, you use their systems. The platform on which the judging is happening right now, One Valley, is from Silicon Valley. So Silicon Valley plays a role in every single person's lives. And I think the interesting thing is that for the first time last year or a year and a half ago, VC investment more happened outside the US for the first time in history than actually happened in the US. So I think that trend is now accelerating. More and more small Silicon Valleys are springing up around the world. Bangalore, of course, has been a great example of a technology hub, whether it's Shanghai, Bangalore, whether it's you know, Tel Aviv. There are many examples of these hubs. I'm in Stockholm at the moment in Sweden, and to see what's happening in the Swedish economy is very exciting as well. And great companies have been born here, companies like Klarna, Spotify, and many others. And it's great to see human talent sprouting all over the world to create solutions for everyone else around the planet. what I want to leave you all with, because you've spent 2 days meeting entrepreneurs, talking about entrepreneurship, talking about wealth creation, talking about all the great challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for all of you. And I, congratulate you for being here, and I congratulate the winners that are going to be announced. But really, all of you are winners. All of you are trying to solve problems at scale, and that's really exciting. And don't give up on your journey. Companies succeed, companies fail, but as an entrepreneur, the journey is fun. And I, being a little bit further along the journey than some of you, strongly recommend the journey as a journey that will help you grow and fulfill yourself in ways that you can't even imagine today. But what I'd like to leave you all with, most importantly, is the importance of values. Because without values, entrepreneurship can lead us in the wrong direction. If you look at the world today and where we are, unfortunately, the Industrial Revolution, made millions of people out of poverty, and capitalism created many, many businesses, but it also created a lot of the pollution and a lot of the climate challenges that exist today, and the inequity and many other things. So I think we need a new capitalism. We need a capitalism 2.0, or a free enterprise 2.0, which allows us to reach our to fulfill our capacity as human actors, to solve problems at scale. But we need a more conscious capitalism that is focused on addressing challenges of the commons, addressing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that is more concerned about society as a whole, where we are concerned about the inequity in society, but we use capitalism and free enterprise and the ability to solve problems as human actors, working together in teams and rallying resources together to do it together as a team. And I think it's really one world that we live in, and our ancient culture in India, and the G20 motto is all about how it's one planet, one world, one future, one human race. And I think we need to take the best of that philosophical positioning to really serve and have a service mindset in the entrepreneurship we bring. Our foundation, tGELF, has a curriculum about ethical altruistic leadership. We believe great leaders are based on 4 pillars of leadership: leadership skills, the skills it takes to be a great leader; decisive action, to be risk takers, but more importantly than that, to be ethical in what we do, and to treat others the way we want to be treated ourselves; and finally, altruism, caring about everyone as though they are part of our one human family. So our mantra is LEAD, leadership, ethics, altruism, and decisive action. And we believe that LEAD framework should be at the base of the entrepreneurial mindset, which can allow us to solve problems at scale. Mahatma Gandhi is someone that I have great respect for and look up to as a great leader. And he said something very beautiful. He said that the world has given us enough for our needs, but not enough for our greed. And so when we think about that carefully, it really tells us that our personal needs are our needs for our families and our loved ones. Once those are met to a certain level, really our life energy should be spent on dedicating it to help serve those that don't have many of the things that we have been very privileged and fortunate to receive, such as our parenting, our education, our teachers, our friends, our investors, our support systems, our health, and all those other things. And I think it's extremely important for us to have a mindset that is a mindset of service. And when you look at great entrepreneurs around the world, we often find that. I had this morning a meeting with the Wallenberg family from Sweden. And Raoul Wallenberg was a great leader. He saved many, many millions of Jewish people during the Second World War, and was an entrepreneur, created a great business. It's one of the largest businesses in this part of the world today. They have a huge foundation, and they do a huge amount of work to actually alleviate the challenges for people around the world. And it's great to see that this is not just something that is a new thing. It's been happening for centuries, entrepreneurs giving back. And I urge you to think about your entrepreneurship challenge and your giving back and not in sequence, but in synchrony. and think about the entrepreneurship you do as being something that's positive and imbued with conscious capitalism and a service mindset, but at the same time, give back to those that need, through your philanthropic activities. I am really honored and privileged to be with all of you. I admire all of you immensely, and I know that you will succeed on this great journey ahead. And thank you for joining us in India. And we are proud of our country, and we believe that connecting with all these countries around the world and you connecting with us will only make all of us stronger and all of us better. So you're always welcome, and we look forward to doing much more together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ethics, altruism, decisive action. Some of these that you have shared from your across the world entrepreneurship journey, these have been fabulous to listen to, and a very Gandhian model of leadership. I think many of these are very significant takeaways for the audience. Let's hear it once again for Mr. Shiv Vikram Khemka, Executive Chairman, the Global Education and Leadership Foundation. Thank you so much, Mr. Khemka.
Thank you.
Well, so many different thoughts and perspectives coming from people through their lived journeys. I think that's been one of very, very special things at this summit. I hope you're enjoying this. I hope you also are carrying many new, let's say, relationships that have formed professionally beneficial and personally enhancing. On that note, we have a 15-minute break at the moment, I'm told, so make the most of it. We will reconvene to listen to the next speaker. I'll see you very soon. Thank you. afternoon, because it's going to be a fireside chat with Arjun Venkatraman from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So I have great pleasure in introducing the person who's going to be moderating the conversation as well as the speaker himself. Do we have Rohan Pai here? We do. Right, so please join me in welcoming Rohan Pai, Senior Analyst at Aapti Institute. His interests lie in understanding the different approaches that are being deployed in governing technology platforms across the world. Rohan closely tracks developments to the India stack and is interested in understanding how digital public infrastructure can be adopted by countries for inclusive digital transformation. Now, for the speaker, Arjun Venkatraman, Program Officer, Digital, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. May I request the audience to join me in welcoming Rohan and Arjun to this chat. Over to you both.
Hi everyone, I hope I'm audible. So I'm Rohan from Aapti Institute, and at Aapti we are a research firm that tries to understand how technology is impacting society. So we try to understand how we can build access to technology both through offline and online pathways. And it's a pleasure to be here at the MeitY Startup Hub. I'm pleased to have with me Mr. Arjun Venkatraman from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, with a steadfast belief in the equal value of every life, strives to improve people's health and empower them to overcome hunger and extreme poverty, particularly in developing countries. At BMGF, Arjun Venkatraman is Program Officer for Digital, and his work is focused on digital programs in areas of gender, equality, livelihoods, agriculture, and financial services for the poor. So welcome, Arjun. I'd like to hand it over to you for any opening remarks.
Thanks, Rohan. Hi, it's a pleasure to be here in this amazing conclave of some of the best innovative minds in the world. So I'd love to thank the MeitY Startup Hub and Mr. Jitendra Vijay, who's invited us very kindly to be the global partner for this event. And BMGF has had a very long and very fruitful partnership over the last 20 years with the government of India in a number of areas across public health, financial inclusion, and many, many others. So just to give you a flavor of some of the things that we've worked in over the last few years, one, we've been working on the frontline health worker ecosystem, the ASHAs and the Anganwadi workers. So in partnership with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, we've been able to support some of these programs in building job aids for these frontline workers who actually go onto the ground and work with individuals and families to support them in getting their health entitlements and benefits. So that's been one of our key areas. So there are some interesting platforms there like TechO, and now with the Ministry of Rural Development, LocOS or Sakhi. And these are really in themselves almost DPIs of their own, right? So these platforms provide fundamental entitlements and services to a large segment of the population. In addition to this, we've also worked on things like disease or like medicine adherence or technologies that will essentially help you to monitor how drug adherence is going in areas like TB. So 99 Dots, Nikshay, these are programs that, again, we've worked with the government of India on scaling up and helping meet the goal of eradication of TB in India by 2025. And then, of course, we've also, in the spirit of inclusive and innovation that meets the last mile requirements, also worked on relatively low-tech interventions using IVR to help SHG communities build their own social networks where they can share experiences and information. So this is just a flavor of some of the things that we've done in the past. As we go into the future, we are now looking at some of the emerging technologies such as NLP and generative AI, where it's very important to keep that inclusion lens at all times. I think India has been, in that sense, very ahead of the curve in enabling public service delivery using digital systems. We're considered a use case across the world, or a great example across the world of how foundational systems in identity like Aadhaar which is now being taken all over the world in the MOSIP format. Similarly, UPI is a revolutionary digital payments system. The Honorable Prime Minister's support for cashless economy has really made that system go to every household, to the point where even the smallest vendor in India today will accept a UPI payment. And so some of these things, we really feel that as we look to the future and as more and more of the digital infrastructure becomes a part of our daily lives, it's really, really important to ensure that we are keeping a very close eye on inclusion and making sure that it reaches every last person. So there's a famous proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And in that spirit, I hope to, in this conversation, share some of the areas that we've been thinking about and that we hope to continue to collaborate in. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Arjun. I think that's a great introduction to the India story with innovation, and also a great introduction to your work at BMGF and how digital advancements are happening in almost every area that we see today. But I think what I'd like to double-click on is understanding how digital public infrastructure in India can be leveraged to create an environment where innovation thrives, keeping in mind values like inclusion.
Thanks for that question. It's one of our sort of most loved themes, because we really feel that in the digital space, unless you have these foundational systems built to a standard that a lot of innovative firms can adopt, you really can't plan for a population scale intervention of any kind, right? So the India stack in its, with the three sort of initial principles of presence-less identification, paperless documentation, and cashless payments was the original vision. And now with the DPDP Act coming out recently, we will now also have the concept of digital consent baked in, which is, to our mind, one of the most important steps that's been taken in the last 20 years in terms of ensuring digital rights for the population that we serve. And so in that spirit, the fact that there is now a way to identify yourself digitally without having to carry a card or remember a password really allows for every Indian to be able to guarantee themselves and that they have an ability to prove who they are, which in turn results in the fact that you can now do things like KYC very easily, right? So simply having an Aadhaar identification opens up the road to being able to be a credible bank account holder, or being a credible borrower, or even receiving your entitlements. So the direct benefits transfer scheme that leverages Aadhaar has really ensured that we can avoid duplication in service delivery, avoid duplication in direct benefit consumption. And without this, it would have been almost impossible to be able to monitor how some of these schemes are going. Similarly, UPI, so foundational, nobody had ever imagined that a 2 rupee transaction or a 1 rupee transaction would happen on a digital medium, simply given the infrastructure and transaction cost. But we are now seeing that on a daily basis, small vendors, informal vendors are moving on to a digital platform, which really is the pathway to bringing an informal economy into a formal space. Similar example with the Arogya Bharat Digital Mission, where we are now going to be providing every Indian with an Aabha ID. So the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare is driving that work. And that Aabha ID will now allow almost every Indian to go and claim health insurance benefits, right? Which would have been, again, providing government-supported health insurance to every individual is almost an unimaginable feat even 10 years ago. And today we are sitting in a time when this has become a reality. It's already happening. Those enrollments are on. And the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana leverages some of this to be able to deliver the insurance payouts to the folks who really need it. But I think, again, I'll go back to my old theme of inclusion, right? When we think of digital, we always tend to think of a smartphone, or we tend to think of a very high-tech, server-driven environment, which you need very skilled people to run. And that's the image that is well understood. And it's not a wrong image, because that's really what you do need. But in addition to that, I think it's also important to ensure that some of these systems take into account the gaps that are there in our country in some areas, right? So, for example, if you're in a connectivity or low resource setting, how do you ensure that data capture continues to work? So that's been almost one of the key design challenges within DPI is how do you ensure that it works equally well online and offline? That specific problem actually taps into computer science's theorem of consistency, availability, and partition tolerance. I don't know, I'm guessing there's a few computer scientists in the room, but essentially, it's a hard problem to solve. You cannot have networks that are consistent, available, and partition tolerant, but we are daily seeing Indian digital public infrastructure systems and their endpoints solving this problem by having an offline and online mode. So some of the work we do with the ASHA and the Anganwadi cadre, it works, those applications which are run by the Digital India Corporation run offline, right? So you'll be able to enter all your data. When you come into connectivity, it'll sync up and that data will be consistent. This is something that, if you talk to public health folks about this or to administrative folks about something which is working offline without any connectivity, we would have been told that, hey, this is an impossibility, this will never work, the data won't be real time. But these are systems and problems that are actually getting opened up and solved. So I feel that within DPI, there's a lot of scope for planning for some of these things and making sure that that inclusion gets covered.
Thank you so much. I think those are some very interesting insights on inclusivity. And it's something you mentioned up front, right, about building for population scale. So when we're building for population scale, something that we have to think about as a focus area is inclusivity by design. So far, whenever we think of digital assets, we're trying to retrofit inclusion, but how can we think of embedding inclusion into the design of technologies? What are your perspectives on that?
I think an essential transformation lies in embracing inclusivity as a foundational principle, right? Right now, when we think of DEI, which is now an increasingly popular corporate buzzword, it's almost always that it's done as a retroactive step, right? Like you've launched a program or you have a new department or you're trying to do some interesting work and then you suddenly realize that, oh, there's now exclusion here, right? And then you have to put a corporate policy to solve for that. And so that's been DEI to a large extent. But I think even as a foundational principle, knowing that you are going to serve a diverse population and having that user research element at the early foundational stage, right? Making sure that whoever is designing these systems is not doing it in a siloed, air-conditioned lab, computer science environment, and actually going to the field where these systems will be used, living with people, engaging with them, finding out what doesn't work when the system goes down is really, really important. And I feel that's an element that we could add to the design phase in a lot of DPI. Similarly, questions of inclusion by race or by class or any other sort of thing. One of the big ones that we are now working on is gender inclusivity. We are starting to realize that when we think of any application that goes on a smartphone, it automatically has an element of gender exclusion simply on the count that less women own and operate independently their own smartphones than men do. And as a result, if your application is entirely dependent on a smartphone, it's automatically gender biased, and how much women will be able to use it is strictly limited, right? Case in point, if your system requires you to share your number publicly with an individual, with a lot of people listening, there might be concerns about privacy, about security, about people coming back and asking questions. Similarly, how long you're able to use a phone, whose phone you use in the house. Shared phone use cases or household phone use cases are very, very common, but unfortunately those elements don't often make it into the design. So I feel as we go forward, these are some of the things, and easy ways to do this is to have people with that expertise included in the design discussions while this is happening.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I definitely agree. And I'd like to bring us to the final area of our focus for this conversation, which is on holistic innovation, right? What are some of the guiding principles for technological innovation, considering that innovation is something that's always happening? There are new technologies that are always coming to the forefront. For example, with technologies like generative AI and the rise of GPT that we've seen of late, how can we think of mitigating bias, promoting diversity in data sets, and enhancing explainability in AI outputs, for example?
Right. So this is, again, one of those areas which is becoming increasingly important to the foundation as most people here would know. GPT exploded in the early part of the year. it's had the most rapid adoption of any digital platform ever, right? So 100 million users in less than a month, unheard of traction. But that comes with its own costs, right? So there has been discussion about bias in the outputs in terms of gender, in terms of race, in terms of class, and that shows up in how GPT responds to things. And it's simply a function of what it was trained on, right? So it's, for us, what we are seeing is that there's one piece of work, entire area of work that is important to do. And again, there we look to the global partnership on AI that again, MeitY is chairing, where some of this work is just starting out, where we're seeing, okay, English language is what has dominated this space for the longest time, right? Almost all of the training data that's gone into large language models has been English focused. So now our purpose and target now is to support programs like AI for Bharat and Bhashini in actually building data sets and corpora for Indian languages, and not just Hindi or the mainstream languages, but also less spoken languages, like languages spoken by indigenous communities. You've got Gondi, Kui, Kodo, Khalbi. These are all languages which will have very little written information available in them. And so the big question for us is now, how do you solve for a scenario where there's just not enough data available? Do you need to create data? Do you need to translate existing content into those languages and then feed it into an LLM? But of course, that brings challenges that, now translation itself is not unbiased, right? So it's a challenging area. I feel India's done an amazing work in framing responsible AI principles without stifling innovation. I think that's been it's quite an innovative approach to regulation in that sense, where you have a lot of countries which are trying to limit what you can do with AI. India has taken a forward-facing approach, and we are really trying to ensure that we have innovation, but not at the cost of inclusion or damage, right? So that's that's been one of our areas. We are now working with some of the innovators in this space, including OpenAI and the other folks who build these. But we also work with other firms who are trying to solve this from a more grassroots approach. So case in point is Karya Incorporated. They've been recently on the cover of Time as well. So there, what we're trying to find out is, can we use crowdsourced data created by Indians living in rural areas, remote areas, women for the most part, if we include them in our data generation and annotation work, does that lead to more gender equitable or more equitable AI outputs altogether? And that's, we're seeing some early successes in that. That's one of the areas of work. Similarly, in diagnostics devices, computer vision is another area of focus. That's from our health and health innovation side of the work, where we are trying to see how do you enable better diagnostics at a primary healthcare center or a health and wellness center? How do you ensure that that data goes sort of in a sacrosanct way to a central database? And how do you enable things like teleconsultations for remote and rural areas through some of these low-cost, low-resource methods? And we're realizing that there is so much work to be done in this space, right? It's an area where I think we'll have at least 5 to 10 years of good, solid work that we can do. Similarly, another area that we are really, really getting interested in is trust in digital systems. As more and more of our lives depend on digital, what actually inspires trust? Like, what makes an individual choose to use a platform or a digital tool or not use it is another area that we're really keen on understanding better. So these are some of the things that we're working on.
Yeah, thank you so much, Arjun. I think in the short span of time, we've covered many critical areas of focus. I believe we stand at a crossroads where our collective actions in promoting inclusive digital innovation can shape a world where many opportunities come across. So thank you for this wonderful conversation. I hope we all continue building for Bharat and build a Bharat for the world. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this chat. And I would like to thank both the speakers for giving us their insights. I would now like to invite Shri Gaurav Chaudhary from Technical Guru to speak on India and tech innovation. If Mr. Gaurav Chaudhary is here in the audience, may I know that? I'm just going to do a quick check backstage and return.
Good evening, everyone. I think I should start just by thanking the organizers for getting me this stage to be able to talk about India and tech innovation. So many brilliant minds right in front of me, all the dignitaries. Let me start by innovation, because the topic is India and tech innovation. You might think it's a very recent thing. It just started recently, last few years or last few decades. But no, that's not the case. We, as in like we Indians, we have been the innovators right from the beginning. And that has been the case if you go back, let's say, for the first time, it was in the Indus Valley civilization that metal alloys were used. So we Indians, we have been innovating right from the beginning. If we talk about today's world, we all are connected. I can see so many cameras, all the smartphones being used, in computers and everywhere. What do we use? We use the bits and bytes. What exactly is a bit? It's a 0 or 1, right? And guys, where was 0 invented? In India. So I don't know how the world would have been if it was not for the 0. Fast forward, okay. Today, we all have a connected ecosystem. We all communicate seamlessly. It was all thanks to the pioneer innovation, how it all started. Dr. J.C. Bose, the pioneer of wireless communications. Otherwise, I don't know where would I have been. Fast forward. Today, we have such a connected world. Everything is connected. Globally, we feel that we are all one. And it's all thanks to the network of thousands and thousands kilometers of fiber optics. Any idea who invented fiber optics? Or who do we call the father of fiber optics? It was Nrinder Singh Kapani, an Indian. So that's how deep we all are invested in terms of tech innovations. I'm sure you all charge your phones, right? You all do. You all use in multiple peripherals with your computers. Any idea who invented universal serial bus, or USB as we call it? Of course, an Indian, Ajay Bhatt. So that's how our history has been. And if you talk about today, the current scenario, I think we are the leaders globally. Look anywhere, look around you, the phone that you are using or the software that you are using, who are the people sitting in the top positions? It's us, Indians. So the way we have been innovating, the way we have kind of achieved this position, it's a no-brainer that we have always been the deserving ones, considering our efforts, considering our knowledge, considering the skill sets, considering the adaptability, taking into account the talent that we got, taking into account how quick learners we are, taking into account how much of accountability we bring in, it has been quite evident. Now, speaking of digital, because today it's all about the Digital Innovation Alliance, the world is moving quite fast. The world is, moving fast in the digital space. Everything is going online, everything is well connected. But at the same time, what we experience globally is a digital divide. And it's not me, it's the ITU who says that approximately 1/3 of the global population, which is around 2.9 billion people, they suffer from a digital divide. And it's a fact. Especially if you talk about the COVID times, it was quite evident because people who could not board the digital train were left behind. And in India, we have a different story. We have the story of inclusivity. We have the story of, bringing in everyone together in this digital space. We have been transforming completely. I still remember one of the speech by Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, when he said during the COVID times, कि हम सभी को आपदा को अवसर में बदलने की ज़रूरत है. It was at that time that we completely transformed. while we were at the same time fighting, from COVID, we did not stop. We just went on and excelled ourselves in the digital space. All thanks to the Digital India program, which was, it's just 8 years ago. It was in July 2015 while the program was announced. And the idea was to bring everything together to have the strongest possible digital ecosystem, which is not only kind of enabler for lots of new services, at the same time brings everyone together. And since then, I don't think we have stopped. I mean, today, as per NASSCOM, we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. Guys, need some cheers, right? This is a big thing. So, now, being in the position, and I'll tell you one interesting incident which Honorable Minister Rajiv Chandrasekharji told me while I met him, I think 2-3 weeks ago. He told me that once he was in the UK with a delegation of all entrepreneurs from India, and while he was in UK, I mean, he got this information that many of the UK ministers want to meet him. And he told me that he was surprised that what exactly is the scene, why exactly everyone is trying to meet him. But the reality, he told me, was that everyone was trying to meet the entrepreneurs who flew in from India. And they were curious to know that what is the secret sauce of this successful entrepreneurship journey in India. And in response, he told that there's no secret sauce. I think it is the brilliant minds, at the same time the enablers, the kind of different schemes from government, the way the Indian market is, the way the Indians are. I think it's all about just doing the right things, and the success will come in. So this is how we all started, and this is how we are right now. And speaking of Digital India, I think multiple government schemes definitely helped in. Starting with let's say the BharatNet, the program which with the idea of bringing everyone online, making sure that we have the last mile connectivity, we have it. At the same time, we also have the e-hospital app, which is very useful in terms of delivering the right healthcare to the people maybe living in the remote areas. We definitely have it. At the same time, making sure that the internet stays secure, we also have the Cyber Swachhta Kendra, just to make sure that the internet is clean and it's free from any kind of malwares and different attacks, let's say. At the same time, how many of you have tried the e-rupee? Is there anyone tried e-rupee? Feels nice, right? You have your digital rupee in the screen of your phone, yeah? You can choose different currency notes, and feels like a different feeling altogether. Like instead of wallet, you have the money in a digital form in your phone. So these are a few of the things that we have seen all around. Aadhaar-enabled payment system, for example, was such an enabler. We have the Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana, bringing everyone online. And I'll tell you something personally. While I was growing up, now I'm not too old, I'm just 32, but while I was growing up, I always had this thing that, earlier back in the days, we used to hear statements like if the center releases 1 rupee for the benefit of the people, it's only how many paisas would reach? Anyone? You all have heard this, right? 15 paisa. So that's like 15% of the benefits. But today, because we have such a strong digital network, which is, I think, pretty capable to identify the beneficiaries and is able to deliver the benefits directly to them, today that 1 rupee is, I think, translated to exactly 1 rupee. So this is the kind of world that we are living in. We have QRs everywhere, I mean, all around us. There's not a single place, I mean, you can go to a small stall street side, a guy selling coconut water, he would definitely have a QR sticker just for the one-tap payment. So I think the way that we have adapted, the way that we have transformed, it's completely mind-blowing. The simple fact being that we have a population of 1.4 billion. We are not talking about a small city or a small pilot here. We're talking about the world's biggest population. And I mean, it's definitely a matter of pride because it has the inclusivity. Government is doing certain things, but it's us, people, who are able to translate them for our benefits. And we have been such quick learners all around. I'll tell you an interesting thing. How many of you are using 5G here? Can please raise the hands? Oh. And I'm sure the experience has been game changer. Like before 5G and after 5G, it's like two different worlds. Did you know that India right now has the fastest growing 5G network globally? You have idea about it? I'll tell you a personal experience. So I went on to a bike trip in Shillong, nearby Shillong in Meghalaya. And because I live on the internet and I can't stand without it, like, even for, let's say, 1 hour. So while I was doing the bike trip, it was a very remote area and we had to go to a homestay, like right at the top of the mountain. I was curious the entire way that, will I be able to get the internet over there or not? Because if not, then I might have to return to the city just to make sure that my work is not affected. To my surprise, when I reached there, not just there was internet, it was working quite fast, maybe because of the less number of users in the valley. At the same time, I learned that the kids in that homestay, they were using internet for all their digital learnings. And it's been going on like, let's say, last 2 years. So this is the kind of connectivity, this is the kind of strength that we have in our country, and it's definitely a matter of pride. I mean, I have been making videos for almost more than 7 years now, and I have been talking about technology through my YouTube channel. Till date, must have made more than 5,000 videos, which have combined, I think, have a viewership of more than 4 billion, if I'm not wrong. And it all started as the Digital India was going on, because it was in the month of July 2015, as I told you, and I started in the month of October. We have such a strong ecosystem, we have such a strong, well-connected ecosystem that just for a matter of fact, from YouTube alone, the way the creator economy is growing, YouTube has contributed 10,000 crore rupees to the GDP of India. This is a big number. At the same time, this creator economy, all thanks to this connected world, has been able to generate more than 7.5 million jobs, directly or indirectly. So it clearly shows that, it's not just about the services being available, it's about how we use them. COVID happened, we had the lockdowns, but the best part was that we were still digitally connected. We were able to communicate. We were able to do multiple things just being online. Work from home started in a, flick, because everything was there. We had the connectivity, we had the resources, we had the brilliant minds to take advantage of that. And today, it's not just about being well connected, it's about how much of, services we are getting online. I was talking about my trip to Shillong. Unfortunately, in the same trip, I had my wallet, fell in the valley, and there was no way for me to recover it. To your surprise, I didn't get a new wallet for approximately 6 months. The reason? There was no need for it. I mean, I instantly thought that, oh no, all my IDs are gone, all my cards are gone, there was a bit of cash as well. Now what to do now? But because I was using DigiLocker, instantly, in just a matter of few clicks, in my phone, I had my driver's license, I had my Aadhaar card, I had my PAN card, I had my vehicle registration certificate, everything, including the mark sheets from my 10th and 12th standard, everything in DigiLocker, working flawlessly. Now, while traveling, I'm sure you all, at least some of you must have tried the Digi Yatra, right? Is it like, flying business class, I think? I mean, the way the check-in works, the way the security works, all you need is just your face to be scanned, and that's it. In one click, you breeze through security, all thanks to this strong digital network. So things like the DigiLocker, things like Digi Yatra, they have truly enabled us to be able to live in this digital lifestyle. And I don't think there is any divide in this, because it's all inclusive. Everyone has got an Aadhaar card. It's a random 12 digits number, which kind of, has your own identity. And because everything is built on top of the layer of Aadhaar, everything is very well connected together. So it just feels like very, casual. You just push in 2 clicks and it's all set. In India, for example, we have the ONDC as well. Anyone tried ordering from ONDC? Good discounts, right? Good pricing. Because all thanks to the open network for digital commerce. There are so many things. I mean, I'm just touching on some of the basic ones, but the way we have transformed digitally, I could never imagine 10 years ago कि मैंने कभी सोचा भी होगा, one day would have this kind of a future. I'm sure you guys rarely go to any banks these days. No lunch breaks, no nothing. Don't need to go to bank, right? Everything is with you. So, while like I heard our Prime Minister talk about cashless economy, at that time, to me, it was a surprise that is it really possible? Because in India, the way the country worked, it was all cash. Many people didn't have their bank accounts. Many people, were all just doing the cash business. But the quick adaptation or the quick transformation of everyone, coming online at the same time has helped us, create this strong cashless economy. Now, I think there was a time in the past wherein the center of tech was limited to only a few places globally. But today, as I speak, I think everyone wants to come to India. Everyone wants to explore like what's special with this country and how we are able to transform in this digital world. India is slowly and steadily kind of right now is becoming the center of technology and especially in the digital space globally. Now I travel a lot and whenever I go to any like top event somewhere or like globally whenever I travel, I always feel यार कितने पीछे हैं वो लोग. This is my personal thing, especially in this digital domain, because the way that we have been growing up, the way that we have seen how our lives have been changing over the last few years, it's difficult to digest how a few parts of the world still function the old way. They still have everything offline in a physical form, wherein I have everything in my phone working flawlessly for me. I'll tell you, now it was for the first time I saw this and it was in Chennai. I think you can find the same thing in Bangalore as well. Go to the airport, look for any vending machine. I'm sure that machine might have a QR code. Where in world would you find a machine with a QR code? No need for any cash, no need for any transaction in terms of change and stuff, no cards. It's just pay through UPI and you can get your beverage. So this is kind of something which is baked in. No matter who you talk to, everyone, like for payments, it's just a simple QR. Either you send it or you receive it, whatever. So right now, I think India is the suitable candidate to take lead and, kind of to be the guiding light in terms of how exactly the digital solutions work. And India, like for example, G20 is a very important and kind of, a very significant moment right now that India can take the lead and teach the world, teach the G20 members, for example, how to use the power of digital in terms of bringing everyone together and taking away all the digital divide. How many of you know that India right now assumes the chair for the global partnership on AI? How many of you are aware of? Let me tell you something very interesting. While the voting was going on, it was in favor of India with like 2/3 majority. And the simple reason for this 2/3 majority for the first preference that India got was because India is a trusted partner. India has always been a trusted partner. Guys, clap for yourselves. We are all Indians. So, because India has always been this trusted partner and has always been in support of ethical usage of technology for the betterment of public, we deserve this. And today, I think every major tech company, could be a startup, could be a big giant, wants to come to India, or maybe they already have a presence in India. Make in India started in 2014, and uske baad se we have seen that almost any major giant you talk about, they are making mobile phones in India. They are either doing R&D in India, they are doing their, let's say, some other kind of designing in India. So India has been the attraction for the world. The reason I see right in front of me, you guys sitting there, we got the best talent in the world, without a doubt. We got the best resources. we got the best environment, we got the best enablers coming in from the government, that this becomes the place for anyone to come and enjoy because of the fact that we have everything under one roof. And what better example than Bangalore? I think it's right to say that this is the startup city of India. No matter what idea you have, no matter what kind of app you want to develop, you just need this city to do the testing. You will get the best feedback from your consumers. You'll get the best reality of whatever idea you might have, because this is the city which adapts like fastest way possible. I've been talking about payments. I've been talking about DigiLocker and everything. But the journey of Digital India is a complete 360-degree approach. It's not limited to just a few sectors. For example, you talk about EdTech, we are really strong. You talk about healthcare, health tech, we are there. You talk about Agri-tech, we are there. FinTech, of course. So this kind of puts us in the strongest possible position, because we have been utilizing the power of digital for the benefit of the people. And, internet at times might be too scary for some. And because we know the consequences, because we know the reality, the way internet works, at times you'd want to feel secure while you're online. You all must be aware of the latest DPDP Act, right? The Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Now, I had a chance to meet Honorable Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar sir, and he explained the way the Act works. It's very easy, it's very simple to understand, it's very lean. At the same time, what the Act is enabling is enabling the power to be, in favor of the users, so that it kind of gives them that security when they come online. At the same time, it is trying not to hinder the progress for all these digital companies or any big organizations. So it is doing two things in one, wherein creating a safe and sound environment, at the same time making sure that we progress the right way. So all these things combined, I think it's safe to say that the future is digital. It's definitely digital, and the future is India. Everyone is coming to India, and I think India is the perfect candidate, is the best suitable one for taking the lead and pave this path for a global digital revolution. I would invite, I would request, for example, all the G20 members and all the invited countries, their startups, their companies, their businesses to come to India and see how we are transforming this world in the best possible way, keeping everyone together with the best approach towards inclusivity, with the best approach towards safety, with the best approach towards growth, at the same time moving with the fastest possible pace in this digital direction. At the same time, I definitely look forward to the brilliant minds at MeitY to create a global program to have a true global economy for everyone to come along and enjoy the power that we have seen. That's it, guys. I think there's a lot more to say, but I mean, it would take hours and hours and hours, and I'm sure you all have experienced the power of digital. You all have experienced the power of this connected ecosystem that we have. Innovations, there's no doubt about it. We have plenty of them going forward. Ek lambi si list ban jayegi, to be honest. And for everyone coming in here as a guest, I would request all of you to just go out and explore the way we operate in this digital domain. Thank you.
I request Gaurav to stay back. Gaurav, आ जाइए. एक तो आपके लिए तालियां भी. The technical guru needs some more love, people. May I request Aditya Singh, Head of Strategy at Kia, to please step up and give a token of appreciation for such an authentic talk. मतलब बहुत मज़ा आया और बहुत relatable लगा. And I think many in the audience can vouch for that. So, on that note, let's have the memento given to Gaurav at this point. Well, a massive YouTube following, but a very, very grounded YouTuber. Many congratulations and more power to the good work that you do, Gaurav. Happy to have you in Bangalore. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to do a rain check whether our speaker, the person who's going to address us next is with us. At this moment, just give me a second. Mr. Alok Kumar Chaudhary is on his way. Right, so we are going to be having that talk from him. He is the director at State Bank of India, and we are going to Managing Director SBI. As soon as he is in, we are going to hear from him. Meanwhile, I just would like to remind you all that there is the award ceremony that's happening in the evening. Many people who have participated in the pitch, tech, and the startup competitions and contests, I think that will be a much awaited moment. There are across categories and across sectors and women entrepreneurs. So the past 2 days have seen a lot of buzz. I hope you've had your share as well. If you're an entrepreneur yourself, I hope you've had lots of interesting experiences and memories to take back from this program. So we'll just wait for the next speaker to join us in a couple of minutes. I shall be right back with you. Let's welcome our next speaker, Managing Director, State Bank of India, Mr. Alok Kumar Chaudhary. We welcome you onto the stage.
Good evening to all of you. I understand that I'm demanding something which you don't want to give because you have been listening to so many speeches so far, sitting here, sort of getting saturated. But the process, as they say, that the structure is very important in whatever we do. So as a part of this structure, I am the speaker of the moment. So I would like to beg some time of yours. Maybe many things which I say is already known to you, but then as they say, repetition is the mother of memory. And as we repeat the same concepts, the thought processes, probably something new comes up. And as innovators and startup people who have founded startups, we understand that all this knowledge which you gather, the different bits, pieces of knowledge, understanding from here and there, through the process of permutation, combination, something known, some unknown, and suddenly a new thing happens. This is what startups do. So with this perspective, our respected guests today, the innovators and creators, and the entire startup ecosystem, I am privileged and honored to be here with you because whatever I have seen here, whatever I have listened and whatever I have absorbed, probably it has enriched my own understanding instead of your understanding I can enrich. And the understanding also will lead to more actionability on the part of the bank as an institution which is necessary for all the growth in the country. So MeitY, as we know, this digital innovation, this DIA Alliance which has been launched by MeitY, has a huge amount of importance. Because of this alliance meet, we all are here, otherwise we are all involved in our own jobs. And we are able to showcase whatever innovations you and all others have done it. The second part is that unless until we still meet physically, the fact that the virtual meetings still don't lead to the final physically, exchange cards, understand and create some kind of alliance. So for these two purposes, I think this initiative which has been launched by MeitY needs to be applauded. The entire process also needs that why, what is the theme? So I think the entire humanity is always thinking about the problems, the fears, the threats which the humanity has. And in this process, we know that food, agriculture, health, finance, the wastages in the economy, the climate finance, the climate, etc. I think these are always haunting people, whatever part of the world you are, whether you are in India, whether you are in other countries, this is something which is always haunting you. So MeitY rightly has zeroed on these 6 themes in this entire G20 presidency: the Agri-tech, the EdTech, the health tech, the fintech, the secure digital infrastructure, as well as the circular economy. And the underlying principles of whatever solutions you give have to be necessarily something which is affordable for masses, which is inclusive, and which is accessible to people at large, and which has the basic component of sustainability. Because whatever we do, unless until it is sustainable in terms of cost, in terms of scalability, it's very difficult to really make a mark and have a transformative impact on the society as a whole. We in the State Bank of India, which is the dominant bank of this country, we are committed to this particular theme because it is our ethos to do whatever we do in this country for the last, we were established in 1806. So you can imagine that for the last 217 years, we have been reinventing ourselves in all phases of economy and have always been trying to be relevant to the country. Now, I understand that we have guests from G20 countries, the other guest countries, and the knowledge which all of us bring has a common knowledge, but as far as India is concerned, it would not be out of place to mention that as a country, fintech is something which has become a part of the daily folklore. Almost everybody in this country is aware that it's something known as startup, something known as, because we have startups even in villages, rural areas, and the youth of the country, most of the youth, they are aware that a startup is a space where they can work on. Now, with this, the fact that we are the third, as far as the startups are concerned, more than 6.5 lakh startups in this country we have. DPIIT registered, if you ask, then we almost a lakh of startups which are dotting around in the entire country, all 663 districts, 30 states, 7 union territories, all of them are working at different places. So as a country, I think that some of the lingo which suddenly develops in a particular phase of history, a startup has already become a part of lingo, and the country understands this. Now, coming to the growth centers, we are already in Bangalore, which has the highest number of unicorns, and the entire startup ecosystem consisting of startups, investors, mentors, the institutions who create public digital goods, and the institutions who really regulate all these. I think everybody is in sync and it's a well-orchestrated system. Now, in the startup space, we understand that there are a lot of different areas in which startups work. whether it is Agri-tech or Reg-tech or Health-tech or Wealth-tech or many other techs you can add in so many ways. Now, I'll be talking about the fintech space because we in India, we have something known as dharma, arth, kam and moksha. We understand that everything revolves around money. So for us, fintechs are very important part of the entire existence. And almost 2,100 fintechs we have. Now the question arises, I thought that why do fintechs in India, they thrive? And not only in India, but in all other countries, the way fintechs are thriving and increasing its influence, I have found that there are three reasons for this, whether any country it is, and the reason is the same. One, there has been a re-engineering of consumer thought. The second re-engineering has been re-engineering of aspirations. And the third thing which has happened in the entire world is the possibility of performance. Whatever desire at any point of time, the fact that this desire, somebody is already working on it, just to give you a tangible sense of fulfillment of desire. Now these three things, just to recap, the re-engineering of thought, re-engineering of need, aspirations, and the possibility, these have led to such a strong ground for any creativity, any product. Because human lives will always be inadequate. There will always be pains, fears, uncertainties, and startups or any person who has a creative understanding of human processes will always try to find a solution. So under this, if you see that what has happened as a bank, 217 years history, we find entire banking and the financial system itself has changed. So something which was never thought, even in this country, you were aware that taking loans was something which was not appreciated, except for a single person in our Indian history or say mythology, other than Charvak, who said, Rinam kritva ghritam pived, there was nobody who said that taking loan is good. But the entire change of mindset is such that you need to buy today and may pay later. It's an accepted fact of life. The entire capital, the fixed assets which is being created is because of this loan system. So now this change in attitude. Second thing, the need for convenience. Now people are ready to pay anything. Life itself has become a bit of complicated in the sense that people are engaged in creating wealth. People are engaged in finding meaning out of life. As such, they don't have time for financial transactions. They want convenience. So what they want everything on a platter. Integration of payment systems, integration of investment platform, integration of budgetary tools in a single platform so that they can spend time, little time on this and can pursue their own dreams, find out their own meanings of life, because that has become very important. The third point is, today itself you might have seen some of the Honorable Prime Minister's tweet and the LinkedIn note, where two things have been quoted. One was SBI research. The SBI research, and another was Mr. Anil Padmanabhan's article. It's today, just an hour ago, hour or so, this tweet was there, which says that the country from 4 lakh median income, it has gone to 13 lakh median income within a space of 8-9 years. And the fact, Mr. Anil Padmanabhan says, which has been quoted by our Honorable Prime Minister, that the expanse or the width of people who are in the income tax space, that has increased. Now, because wealth creation has become very important in each person's lives, financial planning has assumed a huge amount of importance. That is why people would always like to have some systems where they can manage their finances in a much better, cheaper, faster, and more scientific method. Now, the fourth thing which has happened is that people have understood previously when we were young bankers, we found that coming to a bank was very important because people used to socialize and the cash was very important. But now the entire thought process is that coming to, as all of you know, that many people in the past, some of the illustrious people said that banks are not necessary, banking is. From that perspective, the concept of embedded finance has become so much important that in the entire process, there is a huge space for startups and fintechs to work. And we think that in the years to come, as studies said, that by 2030, the entire revenue out of the fintech space would be around 200 billion US dollars, and they'll be managing AUM of around 1 trillion Indian rupees. Now, in US dollars. So from that perspective, I think these three things, which I still repeat, the entire re-engineering which has happened has led to emergence of fintechs, and whatever country you are, there is a huge amount of space. Countries in general, and India in particular, have created such regulatory, encouraging, enabling and nurturing environment for startups that it has become a quite, if you are ambitious, if you're intelligent, curious, with an experimentation streak in your mind, it is very easy to become a startup founder, e.g. e.g. registrations, income tax concessions, your carry forward of losses, the e.g. exit thing, and the fact that if you have failed in your startup or in any of your experimentation, the social stigma part, which was there as a failure, probably that is also diminishing. Under these circumstances, the India's robust ecosystem of startups, all fueled by youngsters like you and people who think that experimentation is necessary and the sine qua non for human evolution, has really been helped, and it is helping the country. Now, with a country where we understand that jobs in organized sectors are getting less and less every day, for informal, employment and employment creation, that has become very important, and the government and the society understands that startups have a very important role to create jobs instead of seeking jobs, in which a lot of success has already been achieved. Now, in this space, where do banks find themselves and where do we find ourselves? So the way startups think that they zero in on a problem, they zero in on some unmet need. We also, as a bank, started thinking that there was an unmet need, because a new category of people were emerging. Previously, when banks were there, they always thought of some established units with a track record, with some space where there are some tangible goods. There is a proper cash generation cycle. There are procurements, there are deliveries, there are debtors, there are creditors. So those all were structured ways of thinking. Now, when we found in State Bank that the categories are getting invented and reinvented every day. So from that perspective, if we do not take cognizance of the new categories, it will be really difficult to be relevant in the society. Number two, it will be difficult to be a participant in the money pools which are getting created, as well as the possibilities which are being created by startups. As such, taking this cue as something which would spur us to think new, we thought of creating full-fledged startup branches. Now, these branches are basically engagement centers. These are not branches in the sense of the term as an image is conjured by you when you think of branches. So these engagement centers or startup branches, as we say officially, these are highly different kind of branches where the idea is not immediate, immediate getting business, immediately finding out metrics which supports balance sheet and P&L, but trying to be a part of the journey of the startups, in which it means creating alliances with startups with Ps and VCs, creating alliances of different startups with each other, and then in the entire process of a startup journey, whether it is project ideation, whether it is prototype creation, whether it is your documentation or legal things, or it is raising finances, both as a part of equity or as a part of debt, we all do this under a single roof. And the first branch was opened in the country was here in Bangalore by State Bank of India in August 2022. Thereafter, we have already opened around 5 branches in different parts of the country, Chennai, then you have Mumbai, then Bangalore, then we have Delhi, and we have Hyderabad, and some of the other places which we think are hotbeds or nurseries of startups. We have also plans for opening these branches there. So they're in the entire process, whether it is transaction banking, whether it is your liabilities, whether it is your forex remittances, whether it is, say, inward remittances, or structuring your plan, or getting investments from here and there, all kinds of people. Because as many of you may be aware that the State Bank of India is a financial conglomerate in the country, main State Bank, and we have around more than 50 subsidiaries, associates and joint ventures which manufacture different kinds of financial products and offer different kinds of services. So under a single roof, these facilities are provided because people from the different subsidiaries and associates and JVs, they're also available there. And besides these 5 branches, we have also around more than 800 SME branches in the entire country which deal with SME specifically. So there in around 13 branches we have created corners, the startup corners. And in these corners, if there are some complex issues, then the main startup branches, they support. So it's a kind of hub-and-spoke model where the startups are facilitated in doing the jobs. This particular thing here also gives immense impetus to the startup ecosystem. By selecting people, selecting ideas, selecting their prototypes, and selecting their delivery points from all over the country and rewarding them, awarding them in this particular meeting, is something which is a kind of catalyst for the entire startup ecosystem. I am sure that all of you create a good, robust ecosystem, help the country, because after all, whatever you do and I do, the entire efforts gets crystallized into a single crux, whether we have been able to solve human pain, whether human suffering has been somehow lessened. If we do, whatever role you do, you are a startup, I am a banker, somebody is doing something else, but the essential motto of all of us will essentially be wiping out tears from the eyes, either from hunger or from health issues or from educational inadequacy or from climate-related disasters and from any other thing. So I hope that such meetings surely generate a sense of commitment towards this common goal. And all of us are aware the way ESG and climate finance are taking center place in the entire discourse. Whatever you do these days, this particular topic surely comes. I would also urge all of the startups to think on those lines as to how the disasters can be sort of eliminated. Just taking the disasters which have happened in certain parts of the country due to floods, landslides, I'm sure there are a huge number of pain points where all of you can contribute and help the country. So with these words, I'm thankful again to you because you have given me your precious thing, which is more important than money. Probably you could have given money and relieved yourself from listening to me. So I think that's a more, the gift which you have given to me by giving your time to listen to me. It's a pleasure which I'll surely treasure and would like to be a part of your journey. Part of State Bank of India commits itself to the growth of all of you and growth of the entire country so that the country reaches the 10 trillion economy in a very short period of time with the help of youngsters like you. Thanks a lot for a patient listening.
I'd request you to stay back, please, on the stage. Ms. Sharma, Managing Director of State Bank of India. May I invite Mr. Sumit Gupta, ASG of FICCI, to please step up on stage to give a token of appreciation to a very special speaker with whom this session comes to a wrap. So thank you so much for your address and for your insights as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Alok Kumar Sharma. Right, so many speakers, much learned, many perspectives all through the day, in fact, all through the 2 days, I would say. What is left now is the big program for the evening, particularly heart-throbbing moments for startups who have been part of the competitions, and therefore the award distribution ceremony of the G20 Digital Innovation Alliance Global Startup Winners is all set to happen in this same hall in about half an hour, I'm guessing. It could be around that time. So please make sure that even if you do step out, you're very, very close to this main hall so that you don't miss the big moments. And you and I will play cheerleaders to everybody who has participated, who are walking away with those accolades, and we will be right here. So with that, it's time for me, Vasanthi Hari Prakash, to sign off from this and to come to you one final time in a few moments from now when we have the award ceremony. Namaskara for now. May I request the members of the audience to please settle down? We're all set to begin this very special program within a few minutes. So it's great if you could, if all our very special guests and our volunteers could help guests settle into their seats. Can you please do that? I request all members of the audience to take your seats. Thank you. The Honorable Minister has joined us in the gathering. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav is here. Honorable Minister of Railways and Electronics and Information Technology, I would like to invite him onto the stage straight away. I know everybody is very conscious of time here, so I would also like to invite Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Shri Ullas Kamath, our very own Chairman from FICCI, Karnataka. We also have Shri Alok Kumar Chaudhary, State Bank of India Managing Director. Shri Akash Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Mr. Tripathi is here as well. Yellarigu namaskara, namaste as we say in these parts of India. There's a lot of excitement, of course, building up. After all, this is the award ceremony. The global startup winners. And this program is all set to begin. My name is Vasanthi Hariprakash. Gives me great pleasure to being the Sutradhar of this evening, being a podcaster and person from the startup universe myself. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can request members of the friends from the media as well to settle in their places. And to make the opening remarks, may I invite Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, the Secretary, MeitY, to please address the gathering.
Good evening to each one of you. Honorable Minister for Electronics and IT, Communication and Railways, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav sir, FICCI Karnataka Chairman Shri Ullas Kamath, MD of State Bank of India Mr. Alok Kumar Chaudhary, my colleague Akash Tripathi, distinguished delegates who have come from 23 countries, startup community, young students, budding startups, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great privilege and honor for me to be here this evening in the award function of Digital India Digital Innovation Alliance Summit, which has been going on since yesterday morning. As you are aware, the Digital Innovation Alliance was launched on 28th of December last year by Honorable Minister. The whole objective was that let's see that the best of startups working in any parts of the world, especially G20 and the guest countries, they should be able to come and showcase some of their best startups in 6 identified themes, right from education technology to EdTech to Agri-tech to health tech to FinTech, circular economy. So multiple sectors we have actually made them to come here. There have been a huge response on our request, and we found there were nearly 4,000 to 5,000 applicants who had applied for this, out of which 118 could make it to this venue from 23 countries. And out of those, the top 30 have been selected. I think that has been quite an amazing kind of a work. It was not only the startups who have showcased, we also had last 2 days a set of distinguished panelists who had also shared their experiences, whether they were the PE holders, whether they were venture capitalists, whether they were working in startup systems, incubators, they have all come and actually shared their experience with the young and budding startups. So it has been an amazing event. While India is leapfrogging in Digital India Transformation Act journey, I would not like to dwell upon that, because most of you know that in now 9 years, what India has done, we have really made India as one of the global digital public infrastructure country in the world, and everybody, including some of the developed nations in the world, they are looking at India in a big way. With this, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of some of our distinguished guests here. We have Srimati Mrs. Fadnavis here. So I would like to acknowledge and welcome Madam and some of the distinguished ministers and dignitaries who have come from different parts of the world to participate in our G20 Ministerial Summit tomorrow. I welcome each one of you, and I also welcome the young community. With this, once again, I welcome and I would like to congratulate all the award winners, and I would also like to thank each one of the participants for their overwhelming, enthusiastic participation in the Digital Innovation Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Sharma. As you mentioned, India certainly is the destination. And 23 countries, look at the Habbada Vatavarana, as we call it in the local language Kannada. It seems like a festival. The startups that are being engaged, celebrated, showcased, supported under this very program. And as he mentioned, I would really like to acknowledge the presence of Srimati Amrita Fadnavis, acclaimed banker, actor, singer, social activist, and all friends joining from across the globe. Thank you so much. May I now invite Shri Ullas Kamath to make his remarks. He's the chairman of FICCI, Karnataka.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Railways, Electronics and Information Technology. Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary MeitY, Government of India. Shri Akash Tripathi, Joint Secretary MeitY, Government of India. Mr. Chowdhury, MD, State Bank of India. Jeet Vijay, CEO, MeitY Startup Hub. Other dignitaries of the dais, students, delegates, exhibitors from all over the world, and the startup community, ladies and gentlemen. India has emerged as one of the most dynamic and innovative startup hubs in the world, with a growing number of successful startups in every variety of industries. The Indian startup ecosystem has emerged as a vibrant and dynamic landscape, attracting attention on both national and global fronts. We have emerged as the #3 largest ecosystem in the startup globally, with over a lakh of DPIIT recognized startups across 670 districts of the country as of last month. It's also expected that India will have more than 250 unicorns by 25-26 from 100 plus now. It's unbelievable that over USD 130 billion total capital has been raised by our own startups in India between 2014 and 22, and the value of that investment today stands at $450 billion US. Indian startups have also played a very pivotal role in propelling the growth of India's digital economy, which is the first time we are seeing that after many, many, many long years. As a businessman, I can say that our life in business has become so easy to transfer the money to every part of the country and to every salesman with whom we work with instantaneously. And innovation to job creation, from technology to advancement of digital inclusion, their influence is felt across various dimensions, shaping the landscape of the technology, innovation, and economic development. The Digital India program has also significantly bolstered the digital public infrastructure of India, ushering in a new era of technological advancement and connectivity. Through a comprehensive array of initiatives, policy reforms, and investments, Digital India has played a pivotal role in transforming the nation's digital landscape. In fact, very recently, the Union Cabinet has approved the expansion of the Digital India program with an additional outlay of 14,000 crore. FICCI would like to thank and congratulate the government for this remarkable step, as this expansion of Digital India program will further catalyze the growth of India's startup ecosystem. From fintech to agri-tech, from health tech to edutech, Indian startups are revolutionizing the industries, propelling us towards the more inclusive and sustainable future. Initiatives like this G20 Digital Innovation Alliance, which aims to recognize and support the innovators that have digital solutions for various world economies, a welcome step by the industry and by the startup community. And I would like to state that Subrakant Panda, our Honorable FICCI President, could not make it today because he is unwell. He has expressed his disappointment for not being present here and has conveyed his best wishes to all the winners of the global startup competition here. He also congratulates MeitY Startup Hub and all other organizers for this momentous DIA event. Finally, I would like to thank Government of India, MeitY, for the opportunity given to FICCI to be a part of this wonderful event. Thank you, everyone.
Very well said indeed, Mr. Ullas Kamath, conveying all our collective sentiments on this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very distinguished guest in our midst, and I have the pleasure of introducing him. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav is a Union Minister for Railways, Communications, Electronics and IT. He represents Odisha in the Rajya Sabha. Shri Vaishnav has experience in civil service, the private sector, entrepreneurship and public service. As an IAS officer, which is the Indian Administrative Services for people from outside India, Shri Vaishnav served in the districts of Sundargarh, Balasore and Cuttack in Odisha, that is. He later worked in the Prime Minister's office during the tenure of the former Honorable Prime Minister of India, the late Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. After serving in the PMO, Shri Vaishnav led the operations and development of the Mormugao Port Trust. In his corporate and entrepreneurial journey, Shri Vaishnav has garnered experience in several sectors, including logistics, railways, urban infrastructure, and manufacturing. He has earned his MBA from the Wharton School of Business, the University of Pennsylvania, USA, and the Master's in Technology degree from the renowned Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Please join me in welcoming Shri Ashwini Vaishnav.
So how many are from Bangalore? How many of you are from Bangalore? Bangalore. Namaskara. Hegidiri. You didn't have lunch. Hegidiri. Hegidiri. Yes. So when in Bangalore, say Namaskara. That's the advice to all my international friends. This is a beautiful city. Bangalore is a city full of life. Right? Bangaloreans? Yes. Thoda aur josh. Little bit more. Full of josh. Yeah. Full of energy. Full of innovation. And full of startups. Okay, so we'll start with a small quiz. 10 years back, how many startups did India have? 10 years back, not far off, just 10 years back. How many startups did India have? Let's see. Guess, 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 guess. No, not zero. Who said 500? Raise your hand. What's your name? Hey, give a very big round of applause for Madhu. Just about 500. How many do we have now? Guess, guess, guess. Uh-huh. 99,800. Somebody is very accurate, trying to be very accurate. More than 100,000. More than 100,000, somewhere around 110,000. See the change? 10 years is not a long period, friends. In the last 10 years, the innovative spirit of India, the development spirit of India, the spirit to do something new, the spirit to find new solutions to old problems, that has been awakened. And that's what has resulted in so many startups. And I'm sure you know how many unicorns are there. 108. What's your name? Give a very big round of applause for Ahmed. That's the spirit with which India is working. And how that was possible? That was possible because we started taking confidence. We started creating confidence in our own people. This is the city which is developing the best solutions for every big company in the world. Bengaluru, every big company in the world has a tech center here. We are designing for the world. Why can't we design for India? Why can't we create those solutions for our own country? Why can't we create solutions for a population scale? That is the fundamental change in thinking that the man that you see there, take a look that side. That side. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, he's brought that change in our thinking. He's brought that change in the way we look at ourselves. He's brought that confidence in our own abilities. That's the fundamental change which has happened in the last 9 years. If you look at sector after sector, you'll find that change clearly visible. 10 years ago, if you thought of a world-class train, you will have to travel to Europe, you'll have to travel to Japan. 2017, PM said, let's develop our own world-class train. First thing people did was to immediately book flights and go abroad. Got beautiful presentations, made a long 1.5-hour presentation to PM. PM said, no, no imports. When our people in Bengaluru are able to design trains for the world, why can't they design a train for India? Can we do that, guys, from Bengaluru? We can. And we did. We developed Vande Bharat train. How many of you have traveled by Vande Bharat train? What's the experience? Excellent? Awesome? That side? Any experience from that side? Any international participant you have traveled by this train? Which side? Somebody said yes. How's the experience? Oh, both thumbs up. Thank you. Give a big round of applause to the lady out there. So, take any sector. Take the defense sector, take the telecom sector, take railways, take automobiles, take solar energy. Any sector after sector, we have started creating solutions which are designed in India. We have started manufacturing products that are designed in India. Take the case of telecom sector. One of the veterans of telecom sector, Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal, he said in the last 35 years of his career in telecom, he never thought that India would one day manufacture and design and export telecom products. Do you know today our own design, made in India, designed in India, radios, some of them are in display in the exhibition here, are today exported to US. Don't you feel proud of that? That was impossible to think 10 years back. 10 years back, the thought process was technology transfer, importing technology, yes, developing technology for the world, but still very tentative steps in the process of technology development for the country. That has changed now. That confidence, that energy, that ability in our own strengths, that belief that yes, we can do something really big, that is what is today's India. So I thank you all for joining this Global Digital Innovation Challenge. The participation has been phenomenal. I thank all the countries who have participated in this, and I thank all the participants for your excellent energy, the solutions that you have pitched, and to all the winners, a very, very big congratulations. How many of you are winners in the competition here? Let's see. Who are going to come to the stage for awards? Not many hands visible here. Are they sitting in some separate room? Okay. Oh, the names have not been announced. Ah, okay. Good, good, good. So there should be some suspense, some surprise. But I must say the quality of participation has been huge, and I'll request all the G20 dignitaries present here, honorable ministers who have joined from different countries, and the heads of delegations. Let's make this an integral part of our G20 meetings every year. This will be a great opportunity for people to show their solutions beyond their own boundaries. Thank you very much once again, guys. Thank you.
That was a Josh Bhara address, and I would like to tell Minister Vaishnav that even I, as the anchor, have got the list only a few minutes back. That's the level of excitement and surprise. Sachivaru Shri Vaishnav avaru Josh test madidru Bengalurige, and the moment has come for the award distribution ceremony. I know a lot of throbbing hearts at the moment. Let's go straight into this. And of course, first begin by congratulating all the startups who have participated. But I will start calling out the names first for the second runner-up in each of the 6 sectors, and they can all join together. And the very first name that I would call out, in the Agri-tech sector, the award goes to Iratani, Indonesia. In the EdTech sector, goes to Philo, India. The health tech sector goes to Motorica, Russia. The fintech sector, second runner-up that is, goes to Jinko, Japan. In the circular economy sector, goes to Nivago, Turkey. And in the secured digital infrastructure sector, go to Pascal, France. All the 6 second runner-ups are welcomed onto the stage. Once again, taking the names of the 6 winners in the second runner-up category in each of these sectors: Agri-tech, EdTech, Health Tech, FinTech, Circular Economy, and Secured Digital Infrastructure. Iratani, Indonesia; Philo, India; Motorica, Russia; Jinko, Japan; Nivago, Turkey; and Pascal, France. Many happy faces, many cheers from the audience, just as it got to be. Very special moment indeed. And those of you who have been part of the summit since yesterday, there's been palpable excitement in the startup pitches as well. I guess it's now time to move to the first runner-up in each of the categories. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Agri-tech sector, I have great pleasure in announcing EF Polymer Japan as a first runner-up. In the EdTech sector, the first runner-up, Dusyeri, Turkey. In the health tech sector, it's MeitY Health Analytics, India, MeitY. In the fintech sector, Predify, Brazil. In the circular economy sector, Nuvilab from the Republic of Korea. And in the secure digital infrastructure sector category, it's Aswin GmbH from Germany. Keep the applause going, dear audience. Each of these winners, it's been obviously a long and not so easy journey. And they are coming up on stage. It is their moment. Let's cheer them up as much as we can. From EF Polymer Japan, Dusyeri Turkey, MeitY Health Analytics India, Predify Brazil, Nuvilab Republic of Korea, Aswin GmbH from Germany. Many congratulations. Please put your hands together once more in congratulating these startups. I know there is a huge crowd to my right in the stage as well. It's a all-out filled room. It's wonderful to see this excitement for this award ceremony. Just as the awards are being given away, let me remind ourselves that startups from G20 nations, along with 9 invited guest nations across these 6 sectors, have participated. Wonderful to see the flag. Many congratulations once again. After the first runner-ups in each of these 6 categories has taken their richly deserved award, we shall, of course, move to the next category. But meanwhile, please join me in congratulating all these winners. They've come from 23 countries across the globe to our very own city of Bangalore. Many of you have met these startups up close and personal during the pitching session. It's your time now to cheer them as they receive the awards. Right. Looks like it's time to go to the winner part of this award ceremony. And the award for being the first winner in the Agri-tech sector goes to Aqua Exchange Agri-tech Private Limited, India. Wonderful. Many congratulations, Aqua Exchange Agri-tech Private Limited, India. ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಇದೆ, but I would request the home crowd to cheer the other teams just as much. I would like to call upon next the winner in the EdTech sector, goes to Matpresso, Republic of Korea. Republic of Korea. If they are busy at work, then we are going to be calling the winner in the health tech sector goes to Linda FinTech, Brazil. Almost coming to the stage with fist thumping the air. Look at the energy. Linda FinTech, well done. That's the body language of a winner, clearly, isn't it? Linda FinTech, Brazil, many congratulations. In the interest of time, may I invite the winner in the FinTech sector to be ready. And that company is Five India. You can start walking up to the stage. The flag is out in all glory. Brazil has claimed its prize. After Five, I'd like to call upon the first winner in the circular economy sector, and that award goes to Environ Sense Singapore. Singapore. Are the people from Korea here? We have the minister from Singapore joining the winning delegation, winning award winners. How lovely is that moment? That's what clearly makes Singapore, Singapore. And the first winner in the secured digital infrastructure sector goes to Bosta, Egypt. The land of the pyramids. Here they come. Bosta, your time and your moment of glory is here in the Digital Innovation Alliance Summit here in our very own city of Bengaluru. Bosta, Egypt, is declared the winner in the secured digital infrastructure sector. There's a lot of people-to-people love, and Egypt, of course, is a favorite destination. And with that, we come to a wrap of this category. Now we move to a very special category of awards, something that's close to our heart, the Women Founder Award. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are aware the pivotal role that women play in strengthening the economic backbone of the nation. And it's time to declare and welcome with all our hearts the Best Women Founder Award in the first sector, which is Agri-tech, goes to Chicken Indonesia. CHICKIN, Chicken Indonesia, the very first Women Founder Award in this category. That's the name we are taking. In the interest of time, I'm going to call upon the next sector, EdTech sector, Women Founder. Best Women Founder Award goes to Cogna Learn Singapore. Cogna Learn, if you are in the audience, you can come up to the stage. You had your minister join just a few moments back. And therefore, we invite Cogna Learn in the EdTech sector they walk away with the Best Women Founder Award. It's wonderful to see the minister in the Indian attire. Meanwhile, in the health tech sector, the Best Women Founder Award goes to Medtech, South Africa. There's a lot of cheer, there's lots of hugs that we are seeing. It is your moment. Welcome to the stage and well done. Medtech, South Africa, the woman founder, the Best Woman Founder Award in the health tech sector. Look at the men coming to cheer the person who has won the award. This is so endearing a picture. May I invite, meanwhile, for the fintech sector, the Best Woman Founder Award goes to Youthful Savings, United States of America, USA. In the fintech sector, the Best Woman Founder Award. Yes, the audience can continue their cheer and clapping. It's not an easy journey, as we know. It has taken a lot to come up here, but that moment for each of these women founders is here. Best Woman Founder Award in the secure digital infrastructure sector goes to Singapore again, Agri-tech. Agri-tech, if you are in the audience, the Best Woman Founder Award, once again claimed by this special country, Singapore, Agri-tech. I'd also like to mention to the audience something very special, and that is that each of these women founders has also been awarded a gift voucher worth US $749 from Ease My Trip. So this is an extra special offering and award, very richly deserved. And let's please put our hands together for each of these women founders. Now comes a very popular category called the Audience Choice Award. And the top Audience Choice Startup Award in Agri-tech sector goes to Brad France. French is such a favorite language to pick up amongst Indians, and today we are seeing one representative from that country walk up to claim the top Audience Choice Startup Award in the Agri-tech sector. Merci beaucoup for coming all the way to the summit and claiming your moment of glory. Meanwhile, in the EdTech sector, ladies and gentlemen, top Audience Choice Startup Award goes to FlexiSaf EduSoft Limited, Nigeria. A country with such rich culture, FlexiSaf EduSoft Limited, congratulations for being the top audience choice in the EdTech sector. In the health tech sector, meanwhile, may I now call upon Eindhoven Medical Robotics from Netherlands. From the Netherlands, the next winners being the top audience choice, winning the startup award in the health tech sector. There they come, many congratulations. Chappale innashtu joragbahudu anta ansutte. They have come to Bangalore, and Bangaloreans, show your Josh once again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one country that I called upon earlier. Their chance comes once again. They're the top Audience Choice Startup Award in the FinTech sector, Egypt Money Fellows. please join me in congratulating once again Money Fellows from Egypt for being the top audience choice startup in the fintech sector. The next award winner is from our own country, and I think I have a feeling it could be from our own city as well, or maybe. The top audience choice startup award in circular economy sector goes to Pool.co India. Wonderful to see this company make its mark as a top audience choice startup in the circular economy sector. Pool.co, many congratulations, बहुत सारी बधाइयाँ आपको. And we come to the final name that I have on my list. The top audience choice startup award in secure digital infrastructure goes to T-Second Generation Technology Private Limited, India. You are the winner. These awards are so inspiring and motivating for the rest of the startups as well, I'm sure. There is one country, one company that was not able to make it on time, and therefore I'm going to invite them now. And they were the winner number one in the ed-tech sector, Preso Republic of Korea. Please come. Many congratulations from all of us. And this is your time. If I can invite people from Preso Republic of Korea. Is that EF polymer? EF polymer? Okay, yes, finally located. The second runner-up in the fintech sector, Jinko Japan. That's who are here. Many congratulations. You waited for your time, and here it is, Jinko Japan. A country much admired, as much for their values, as much as for their efficiency. And this country, this startup, Jinko, has walked with this honor of being the second runner-up in the fintech sector. Yes, all your energies with the clapasana that we've done. And I'm going to be inviting Mr. Jeet Vijay because he seems to have a couple of more surprises up his sleeve. Over to you, Mr. Vijay.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the winners and our Honorable Minister and Secretary, sir. We have a special prize announcement for all our winners. So for the first prize category, everyone gets US $5,000 as the prize award. And for the first runner-up, it's 4,000 US dollars. And for the second runner-up, it's 3,000 US dollars. And for the Best Audience Choice Award, it's $750 of travel vouchers. And same for Women Entrepreneur award 750,000 US dollar vouchers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's the time to say dhanyavada for everybody and congratulations. It is Abhinandane for all the winners. With that, we come to a wrap of this award program at the Digital Innovation Alliance Summit. Once again, for the spirit of every winner in this room and every participant, may we have the loudest round of applause. May the celebrations continue. May the spirit of innovation continue to be there. May the ecosystem grow. And this is what we want. We have had our minister here in our midst, and thank you so much for joining us. There is a rich cultural program that awaits you all. There is Yakshagana, there is Konakol. There are very, very wonderful and great artists who have come all the way and have been invited to place their performance. Meanwhile, I know you all will go tonight with happy memories. It's been a pleasure for me to be the anchor for this part. It's time for me, Vasanthi Hariprakash, to sign off. Namaskara, namaste. The organizers would like me to tell you that please, after the celebrations, you could settle in your seats once again, watch the cultural performances, and then have, of course, when the time comes, the dinner gala awaits you. Thank you once again.